chess club students out there.
Public hearing of the Salem City Council Ad Hoc Committee for Sanctuary for Peace on Wednesday, March 29, 2017 at 6 p.m. for the purpose of discussing a proposed Salem ordinance providing city services regardless of immigration status and the formation of an inclusionary advisory committee held in the Bentley School Cafetorium, 25 Memorial Drive, Salem, Mass. Notice of this meeting was posted on March 21st, 2017 at 3:11 p.m. and advertised in the Salem News on March 22nd, 2017. We have all councilors present from the administration. We have Mayor Driscoll. We have Solicitor Beth Gerard and Assistant... Renard, excuse me. We have Councilor Beth Gerard here. And Assistant City Solicitor Vicki Caldwell. Is there anybody else? Okay, all right. Okay, and we have State Rep Paul Tucker in the crowd here. I'd ask you all to silence your cell phones right now, and we just want to give you a bit of a kind of the lay of the land here. This is a public hearing, so what we normally do is, well, what we will be doing is we'll be having a 2-minute limit for each speaker. Initially, the councilors may want to make some comments, and we'll allow them to do so. The mayor will make a presentation, after which there may be a little bit more discussion among councilors. If not, we'll open up the public hearing for everybody to speak. There's a microphone right in the middle aisle here. We ask that you line up, no matter whether you're in favor of this or opposed to it. We're not going to take one category over another tonight. We're just going to have everybody line up. This is a very emotional issue for everybody. I understand that. We all do. I ask that everybody please be respectful of each other, be respectful of the time limit, and please speak to me directly. Please do not call out particular councilors or any individuals. Refrain from making it a personal thing. And hopefully we'll be able to keep some good order tonight. We'll be able to hear what everybody has to say, have a respectful and productive discussion. So with that, Councilor Turrio.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I would move to open this up that we adopt the language in the revised ordinance as it was submitted, as is around the room for us to consider, rather than the text.
Okay, Councilor Turrio moves for adoption of the, or to adopt
we accept the amendment.
To accept the revised ordinance as received today. Is there a second on that? Second. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, opposed? All right, the revised ordinance is accepted for discussion. Councilor Dibble?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. This is a tough one. It's probably the biggest issue I've seen before the City of Salem in decades. I have some reservations on this, but first I'd say this is probably the first time I've been disappointed in the City of Salem. I've been called a racist 8 times over the last few weeks, and I think it's uncalled for, because those people that are calling me racist, they don't really know me, but we're so close to even being on the same page. And you can't even have a discussion sometimes about this issue. So I'm hoping for tonight to have a really in-depth discussion about this, to get to some of the details, to some of the meat of the issues, and to address a bunch of still unanswered questions that I have. I've asked for a list of possible federal funds. Oh, actually not possible. What federal funds do we get from the city? I haven't received that list yet. I did receive a partial one from the planning department. There's a whole host of questions that I still have, and this is our very first meeting on it here tonight. So to rush into this with a possible vote tonight, I think it's inappropriate, unless at the end of this meeting we have no questions and we can just go forward intelligently. I have questions on the legality of this document. When we talk to people at Salem City Hall, everybody there tells me that it's legal. When I talk to lawyers and people outside of Salem City Hall, they say that we're in violation of federal immigration laws. In addition to that, I'm being told that the ordinance, and I've given a copy of this to a couple of Boston police officers that I know, and a few other people, actually many other people I've circulated to for advice trying to do my homework. It came back to me that we're also in violation of state law with this ordinance, that we as politicians cannot direct local police how to do their job. That comes under state law. So by this ordinance, we're including in here to follow these, whatever the direction is, we're giving direction to the police department on how to do their job, and legally, we cannot do that. I'm concerned about the potential loss of $11 million in earmarked funding that comes to the city of Salem from the federal government. I've heard that we could lose it all. I've heard that we could only lose a portion of that. One thing I haven't heard at all is any discussion at all about other federal monies beyond the earmarked dollars that we might lose in terms of one-time grants that are yet to be submitted. Nobody in this room can tell me that President Trump, his administration, whether you elect President Trump or not, nobody in this room can tell me that this whole big stack of grant applications that the federal government might get on a certain topic, well, they might receive direction to not award any to sanctuary cities. I think that's going to happen. So some of those grant applications are $2.5 million for the Salem Ferry Terminal that we already got, $11 million to clean up industrial sites around Salem, $200,000 in energy initiatives like the new streetlights that we got, and improvements at the schools, $25,000 in arts endowment, $2 million alone to clean up the Universal Steel. These are things that we just recently got from the federal government. In addition to the 11 million, these might be more millions that we might lose, because I think when the city of Salem or any other sanctuary city, they're in this grant application process, they'll be rejected. Those are small issues for me, the legality and the loss of money. They're still big issues, but there are bigger issues than that. I think we're putting a target on the entire city of Salem's back by passing this for an ordinance that doesn't do anything new. It doesn't do anything to help people beyond what we're already doing. I think that we're going to put a target, and this is the biggest issue with me, we're going to put a target on every undocumented person's back that lives in Salem if we become a sanctuary city. Down in Texas and several other places across the United States, ICE agents, federal immigration and customs agents, have already been ordered to target the undocumented within sanctuary cities. Some of these people that live in Salem, that are undocumented, that live in Salem, I know. Some of them, their children are friends of my sons who went through Salem High School. They're friends. They've been in my house. How can I take a vote on something that does absolutely nothing in favor of this ordinance? How can I vote to pass this ordinance and put a target on the back of people like this in Salem? Some are my friends. This is personal. This is not just financial. This is not about doing the right thing, because I think I'm doing the right thing. Both sides on this issue, both for and against, well over 100, maybe close to 200 people have said to me, Steve, do the right thing. Well, Madam President, both sides are saying do the right thing. It's really lonely. They're way out here, either for or against. And there's very little bit of movement to the middle. It's really lonely being in the middle, trying to make heads or tails of this and make common sense of this and to really do the right thing. I talked to the mayor a while ago on this. We should be doing things. I've asked her to be a better leader. I think she's a great mayor. Don't get me wrong. We go head to head on some issues. I think she's doing a great job financially, on and on, across the board. She is a great mayor, and we're lucky to have her. But we disagree on this one issue. She's adamantly in favor of sanctuary. I'm adamantly opposed to it. But I think I'm against it for a lot of different reasons. What I think are more common sense approaches, Madam President. You know, wow, it's easy to get off topic. This is a really passionate issue. And I apologize for rambling a little bit. You should see me when I'm working with hundreds of volunteers in my daytime job that pays the bills. So 8 times in the last couple of weeks I've been called a racist by people I don't even know. But yet I can't even have a discussion with these people and get into some details about why I'm voting against this. Because it's almost like there's blinders on. Maybe that's a bad term, but they're so passionate about doing this that it's really, really difficult to have a discussion about the pros and cons of this. It's a really emotional thing. I don't think that it's possible to take an intelligent vote tonight with the bounds of material I have. I've asked our Ward 4 counselor who helped draft this ordinance if we can possibly postpone this vote for 2 weeks until we have a regular meeting. Not delay it for a year, 5 years. There's no rush to do this here tonight. Let's get it right. If we're going to do something, let's make sure it's legal across the board, not just from Salem City Hall. Let's make sure we have an opinion from Metropolitan Area Planning Council, MAPC, that deals with Eastern Massachusetts, saying that sanctuary city status is pretty questionable, probably illegal. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to pretend to be a lawyer, but 3 lawyers in Salem now have approached me. The ones outside of Salem City Hall approached me and said, this is adamantly illegal what we're doing, or what we're about to do. If we pass this ordinance, you know, I'm probably the first one who will say, let's help these people. Let's do something to really help these people. But if we pass this ordinance, it does absolutely nothing to help these people. In fact, it's going to hurt them. Financially, the lion's share of the federal monies that come back to the city of Salem, it doesn't go to most of us sitting around this table. It goes to help the poor people of Salem, including the undocumented. The ordinance doesn't do anything to help. It's a false sense of security. If we pass this thing, some undocumented have told me, and other immigrants have told me that they'll feel more protected. It does nothing. It does nothing at all to help them. So why are we doing this? Why is there a rush to get this thing done? I believe in God. I lectured at St. Anne's Church for 25 years. I've been praying to God to give me an answer, and I'll end with this. I've been praying to God to give me an answer. Why are we really doing this?
Thank you, Councilor Dibble. Councilor Famico. I'm going to tell everybody right now, if this is the way the evening's going to go, we're going to end up clearing the hall. We're not going to deal with this. We maintain decorum. You're here to listen. We're here to listen to you. But please, please refrain from any kind of outburst, positive or negative. Councilor Famico.
Thank you, Madam President. As we start out tonight, as we can already tell, this is a very emotionally charged issue on both sides. But a big part of that is actually talking to people after. And for both sides of the issues, just make sure you're talking to people. If you're in for support of this and afterwards are facing really emotional stress, please reach out to people. The Salem Police, no matter what, will be there for everyone. They also have a social worker. So make sure that as a result of this, if you're feeling any stress or just really don't know what to do, that you talk to somebody, that you know there's people in place either way. I'm looking forward to hearing from more of you tonight. I would like to just note, though, that if we vote tonight, it would be for first passage, and every ordinance does require 2 passages to go onto the book. So that would be a second vote as well. And just another part, although there's policy, an ordinance really codifies everything to make sure that if anything were to change, you have to have a public meeting such as tonight. But just wanted to start that out tonight before we really get into it, that there are resources in place. And we also have to make sure we're looking at social safety nets as well as the law and everything else. Thank you, Madam President.
Any other, Councilor Terrio?
Sorry, thank you, Madam President. Briefly, there's a lot of misunderstanding and a lot of confusion and a lot of strong opinions on both sides on this issue. And I mean, I've made fairly clear where my opinion ultimately lies on this issue to most people. I do in the end support this, but there's a lot of false assumptions that a lot of people made. One of them is a lot of people do assume that are on the side in favor of this, that all the people who oppose this, you know, are racists, are xenophobes, are horrible people. And pretty much they're not. Most of the people who oppose this for what they consider to be very valid, very, very sane reasons, and there's sense to that side of the argument. Most of the people who support this, I hope, because I know there are people who support this who think that if this passes, suddenly a magic dome is going to come down over Salem and protect us from the federal government and the horrible people who are going to come for you. And it's not that either. It's the objective in this ordinance, whether we support it or whether we don't, is that our current policies as a city already are that our police, when they're trying to just enforce the law, they don't care where you're from. They don't care whether you're here legally or not. If you're a bad person, if you're committing a crime, they're going to take you to jail. If the federal government, it turns out, wants you when you've been fingerprinted and put into the system, and we've arrested you for something bad, they're going to come get you if they want you. So the biggest thing is, the biggest message, I guess, that Salem police have had and that the city has is, if you're here, and to put it in the vernacular, if you're here and you're keeping your nose clean, if you're just trying to make a good life for yourself, if you're just trying to go to school or work or just stay out of trouble, the city doesn't want to get in your way. And this ordinance, whether you believe it's a good thing or whether you believe it's a bad thing, is the city's way of trying to take what we already do and just make it a little more clear for people. I think regardless of the merits, and regardless of whether this passes or not in the end, this is already how we do business. This is already what the city is doing for you. We don't want people who are here trying to stay out of trouble and minding their own business to have to fear coming into City Hall for a reason, to have to fear going to school, to have to fear just a routine interaction with the police, or be worried that if they call 911 because there's a break-in next door, that they're going to come for them instead. So this is being promoted and being brought across for good reasons, whether we agree with all of them or not. And in the end, what we're going to decide here as a city, or at least as a city council, is whether this is the right path or not. I think it probably is. Others will agree, others will disagree. But the important thing is that ultimately what we want in this city, regardless of what side you're on of this particular issue, we want everybody to be welcome, to be included, to be able to live a life of peace in Salem, and that's what the city's name is for. You know, it means City of Peace. And we want them to have that. So this won't make the federal government go away. This won't do anything to change what happened in November. But for our part, we want this to be a welcoming city for anybody who wants to be here and stay out of trouble. And that's pretty much been the least guiding principle that I've had on this the whole way. I think many of my colleagues have, regardless of how they want to vote on this issue. I think that's pretty much a sentiment that most of us share. If you're here and you want to be a productive person in this city and do good, we welcome you. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other counselors? No? Okay. I actually have a statement I'd like to read before we get going. And first of all, I'd like to thank everybody for coming this evening. When I look at this crowd, it reminds me of how special Salem is, and part of that specialness comes out of the great participatory government we have here. So thank you all for coming. Compassion coupled with responsibility. I believe that these are the qualities that we need to exhibit tonight as we deliberate and make our decisions. Back in December, we had a menorah lighting ceremony, and Rabbi Lipser mentioned in his comments that he believed that human beings were wired for good. I believe human beings are wired for good. And I know that because in spite of the divisiveness around this issue, no matter who I met with, no matter who I spoke with, every single person I came in contact with expressed compassion for the community and expressed compassion for people who are living in fear in the community, whether they were in favor or opposed to this ordinance. Clearly, we haven't done a good job of getting positive messages out if folks are still fearful about this issue. And no matter what happens tonight, I look forward to working with community leaders to spread the word one-on-one that we do care. I was pleased that the resolution Councilor Ryan brought in to lobby our congressional leaders to fix immigration policy was passed unanimously by this body. This is a step toward trying to right a national wrong. I believe that everyone on this body is doing what they think is the right thing to do. As often happens, there is disagreement on how to do the right thing and what the right thing is. Based on everything we know today, for we cannot predict the future, the responsible thing for us to do, I feel tonight, is to support the resolution that will come before us at the special meeting following the public hearing. And I hope my councilors will join me in this effort. And if there are no further comments, I'd like to ask Mayor Driscoll to come up and present the ordinance to us and suspend the rules?
Suspend the rules.
Okay, any objection? No? Okay, seeing none. Yeah, there's also a hand mic if you prefer that, Mayor. Would you rather that?
Not sure where the best.
I think it's towards the bottom.
I'm not sure where the best place to stand is, so I'll try and avoid having my back to anybody, but you guys may have your backs to me a little bit, sorry. I feel like we're in the council chamber. I want to thank everybody for coming out this evening. We're definitely an engaged, active community. I feel very fortunate to be mayor in a place that cares so very much about the community where they live, work, or some of us visit as well and have a good time here. And I think this issue is certainly indicative of the compassion that people have for where we live as a community. I want to certainly echo some of the comments from some of my colleagues on the council that this is not meant to be a divisive issue. I'm really sorry that it has, in some instances, turned out to be divisive, or conversations that people have had have, not gone positive. At least that's been the experience that some people have had. I want to be clear where this started from. I thought we'd just walk through where we started from, some of the key points, try and address some of the concerns that I've certainly heard throughout the community and certainly from some members of the council. And then I want to make sure we give everyone here a fair chance to air out their thoughts, their concerns, their grievances, but ultimately, hopefully come to some kind of a decision. This discussion started as a community, I would say, largely led by the No Place for Hate Committee and Councilor Epley back earlier, just late. A lot of fear from our immigrant community about what was happening, new policies that might be coming out of Washington, the direction that immigration policies in particular were going to be trending. Started with what was known as a sanctuary city ordinance that probably had a little bit harsher language than something that we're proposing right now. The community, I had not seen it. Chief Butler, our police chief is here, had not seen it. We asked both the No Place for Hate Committee, and that included members of the Latino Leadership Coalition. It's a pretty good cross-section of people involved in that effort. And Councilor Epley to, hey, would you push pause on this particular ordinance and give our community a chance to come together, better understand the issues that people were concerned about, what were we actually trying to do, what was the best vehicle in which to do it, and how it would impact our community going forward. That occurred. Councilor Epley withdrew that particular ordinance. A cross-section of the community, including Councilor Epley, members of the school committee, members of the No Place for Hate Committee, representatives from Salem State University, members of our Latino Leadership Coalition, members of the Salem Award Foundation, pretty good cross-section, or members of our faith community, came together and started out by asking ourselves the question, what's the problem? What are we trying to address? The biggest issue that we heard from our primarily Latino immigrant community was fear about changes in deportation. Fear coming from people who were here with authorizations, legally here, fear from folks who did not have authorizations, who were undocumented. We learned a lot about immigration law during these sessions and the difficulty, if you are here undocumented, in actually becoming authorized through paperwork, the ability for executive orders and the feelings or actions of the Attorney General Sessions, or at that point it was an Attorney General session, but one Attorney General, to have a large influence on immigration policies and laws. So there was a tremendous amount of fear among students, DACA students who attend school here based on the fact that they were brought here as children. They're known as dreamers sometimes, brought here as children, cannot work, cannot get a driver's license, cannot attend universities without this DACA certification. Fears from them about renewing their DACA status because people would know where they lived. And there were not just sort of threats, but like very strong feelings coming out of Washington that we were going to change immigration policy, hire lots of border security people, conscript local police officers, if possible, if willing, to come and enforce immigration law. We've had a lot of trauma within our schools from students who were fearful about coming from blended families, about somebody not being there when they got home. We heard this directly from the immigrant community. So that any notion that they were absent in the discussion or not first and foremost in our minds as we were thinking about this issue, I want to absolve you of that right now. It did not come from people who did not have anything to lose. Some of the clear concerns that we had very early on were, we cannot violate federal law. I take an oath of office, all of the city councilors take an oath of office, all of our public safety officials take an oath of office. There were some non-negotiables as part of our discussion, one of which was, we're not going to violate federal law. The other obligation that I think we all felt extremely serious about is federal funding. I have to balance this budget every year. No one is more concerned about any loss of federal funding than me. Second would be all of you who have to pass this budget, and I think everybody in this room who actually has to support this budget. We cannot afford to lose $11 million. There was no way we were going to do anything that was going to put that funding in jeopardy. We did want to better understand what we currently did. We spent a lot of time discussing, well, what currently happens? I'm glad our police chief is here, because I think she can provide better insights than I can into what happens now. But in essence, this ordinance codifies what we're currently doing. If we have police responding to a particular scene or somebody running a red light, they are going to respond the way they would regardless of immigration status. It's just not something at present that they currently believe is relevant to conducting their police work. That changes if somebody is arrested. If you are arrested, there's a whole series of checks that you go through, including being fingerprinted. Those fingerprints are shared with the state police and shared with federal officials. It's part of the protocol that we have now. It's part of the protocol that we will follow going forward. We wanted to be clear that anything we did was not going to take a tool away from public safety officials. We did not want to put ourselves in a position, although we're a small city, we have large-scale events, we have cruise ships coming in, we weren't going to put ourselves in a position of saying we're not going to cooperate or communicate with federal law enforcement officials. We cooperate and communicate with federal law enforcement officials all the time in this city. So we wanted to make sure we were still going to be cognizant of the fact that that needed to occur. It does now, it will after the adoption of this ordinance. The biggest issue that we have, based on the conversations we had with this broad cross-section, including members of our immigrant community, both documented and undocumented, was this immense fear that anybody with a badge on their shirt is somehow going to be responsible for deportation and detainment of individuals. A fear of somebody not calling 911 if there was a public safety emergency in their home. A fear of not wanting to attend a child's school event because there might be officials there that you might have to come in contact with. We wanted to try and make sure we were illustrating that we are the community that I think we are, that welcomes all. If you are a law-abiding, peaceful member of our community, documented or undocumented, you should not fear interacting with local city services. Going to check out a book at the library, registering a child for school, coming down to pay a parking ticket, any of the myriad of ways that you interact with city government. That's what the ordinance is designed to protect. It codifies that city employees will not ask about one's immigration status when delivering city services, unless required to do so by law. When you're arrested, you're required to do so. You are not required, and in fact, we're actually prohibited from asking about one's country of origin when you're registering your child for school. We don't ask now if you come down to get a library card. That practice would continue. We also wanted to make sure it was clear that the police department, what their policies were. So they drafted a separate policy that codifies what they currently do. The chief is here and she can go through that. I think it's important for folks to know what happens so you can be assured that this is not going to limit any public safety tool available to our community. If we were doing anything that took away a tool, this hall would be lined with police officers. They're not here because they value and know the best way to keep our community safe is to make sure that every member of our community feels like they can call the police, whether it's about a noisy neighbor or whether they've witnessed a crime or were a victim of crime. There are lots of studies that show if a segment of our population doesn't feel like they can communicate honestly with a police or public safety official, we're all less safe by that. We follow community policing models all the time. It's very consistent with our current practices, and I think it's consistent with our values, and really believe this ordinance is just putting our values into local law. Can we do more? We absolutely can do more. This ordinance is not designed to be the only thing that happens. I hope our immigrant community, if they are feeling frightened or fearful or in need of information, knows there are other opportunities in our city, whether it's trainings, some communities have immigration corners in their libraries, some communities have started meetup programs where families who are here and documented get to meet up with families who may not be to provide some level of assistance and assurance if there's something going on. I want to share with you Spanish media all day long. Have a plan. Know your phone numbers. Who's going to take care of your kids if you're deported? This is constant in Spanish media. And I can't say it's just rhetoric because what we hear coming out of Washington seems very real. How do we know we're not going to somehow lose federal funding? The trigger for federal funding right now, and the executive orders, and all of the comments that you may have heard by Attorney General Sessions and President Trump, is the prohibition of communications with ICE and federal officials. You could call this a non-discrimination ordinance. We could call this a welcoming ordinance. We could call this a trust ordinance. It's called a sanctuary for peace ordinance, although the word sanctuary is nowhere in the actual writing of this ordinance. We could call it a sanctuary city ordinance, plain and simple. It would not trigger any reduction in federal funding because it's in full compliance with federal law. If we called it the Kim Driscoll ordinance and we prohibited cooperation or sharing of information with federal officials, we would be violating federal law and federal funding would be jeopardized. I want to be clear about that because many people in this room, I think, hear sanctuary city and your head starts to explode. That's a bad thing. For some people in this community, when you hear sanctuary city, it's a good thing. There is no universal definition of what a sanctuary city is. There's no universal definition or ordinance. There are several different ways communities have codified their actions. In Beverly, they did it with an executive order. Beverly follows the exact same protocols that we follow here in Salem. In Boston, they do it with the Trust Act. Their ordinance there is a little different than ours. In fact, it lays out a number of criminal activities. It distinguishes between when they're going to call ICE and when they're not. We don't do that. In Newton, it's called the Welcoming Act. They're very clearly very similar to ours in terms of their alignment and how they're going to treat their undocumented residents. Not that I think there are many undocumented residents in Newton. Just saying. But they also are not going to lose federal funding because it's not, no matter what you call it, if we were prohibiting the sharing of information, we would be in danger of losing federal funding. We are not doing that. So there is a lot of misinformation out there. Just because it's called, identified in the media, or by any of us as Sanctuary City, does not mean that President Trump or Attorney General Sessions is coming after us because we're not prohibiting the sharing of information. And I think that needs to be really, really clear. The last piece about what is that federal funding. We receive about $11 million in federal funding every year. And it can vary. Some of the items that you mentioned, Councilor Dibble, were one-offs. We did get federal funding for our ferry. It was a one-time fund to help build out the port. Every once in a while, we'll get one-time funding within the police department. We just got a COPS grant. It helps us hire additional community policing officers. In fact, when we receive that federal grant, we have to sign an affidavit that we're in compliance with 8 U.S.C. 1373, not prohibiting the sharing of information with federal officials. We signed that last month, 2 months ago when we got the grant. We would be able to sign it if we adopted this ordinance. The federal funding that I'm more worried about, frankly, than anything having to do with this ordinance is what's already being proposed for cuts in the current budget. Most of the funding goes to our social service programs. Chunks of it for nutritional programs for children and for seniors. You've heard about Meals on Wheels. We also have traditional funding programs within our schools for our low and moderate income students. A good chunk of the federal funding that we receive, most of it, 75% of it, comes through the state as a pass-through. Much of it is formulaic, depending upon the number of folks you have that qualify in a particular funding cycle that they're looking for, whether it's low and moderate income individuals or per capita distributions of funding. I would never want to do anything that's going to jeopardize our federal funding or put us in jeopardy from a criminal justice perspective. I don't think this ordinance does this. I've asked folks to please read it, please look at the FAQ. We have copies here. If you don't have it, there are copies in English and Spanish available on the table here. We've worked hard to make sure we were getting information out. Both Chief Butler and I have been at 3 or 4 community sessions trying to help spread the word. I know that people put a great deal of trust in their elected officials. And I want to let you know that that's not lost on me or any of the people in this room. I understand it can be emotional, especially when we're competing with big media in Washington, D.C., and harsh feelings that people have. Sometimes folks are not pro-immigrant. Sometimes they're not pro-immigrant. I've heard people tell me my ancestors waited in line, they took a long time, they waited the legal way. I don't want to support anybody else who doesn't. I didn't create, none of us created, the mess that we have right now with 11 million people in this country. They got here in various ways. Some overstayed a student visa or a visitor's visa. Some maybe came in on the back of a truck. Some walked over. Lots of different ways. But they are here now. They are friends. They are neighbors. They go to school with your kids. You pass by them in the street. This ordinance is designed to provide basic human principles, to see people as human beings, not to limit public safety, not to limit federal funding, to continue the practices that we currently have in place, I think consistent with our community values. And I hope we'll have a chance to adopt it and move forward in a way that brings people together. Because ultimately, that's been Salem's biggest strength. For nearly 400 years, waves of different people have come into our community, speaking different languages, different shades of colors, different backgrounds, different religions. We've all figured out within 8 square miles how to live in harmony. And right now, it feels not quite as harmonious. That's not being driven by those of us locally. That's being driven by external forces. So these are neighbors, these are friends. Let's try and remember that as we think about what this ordinance does and what it doesn't. And I value everyone's opinion, even if we don't end up in the same place. And I would never accuse any of you of being a bigot, or I hope you don't see folks favoring this as being, liberal lefties who are unconcerned with the law. It's just a little bit more complicated than that. But for me, it's about people. And the people in our community that are friends and neighbors who right now are feeling fearful of calling their police or going to their kid's school event or interacting in the community, and they didn't feel that way a year ago, and they didn't feel that way 2 years ago, and I can't help what happens at the federal immigration level, but I can make sure people know that they can rely on local services, and that's all we're aiming to do with this ordinance. So, I know that both the Chief Butler are here and our City Solicitor may want to provide some insights into the legal issues and to police interactions, and so I think it might be worthwhile for people to hear that before we open it up to public testimony.
If there's no objection, we'll hold on questions until
Chief, you want to just talk through maybe the process, and then perhaps Beth or Vicki can run through the legalese. While the Chief's coming up, I do want to point out we've had a number of organizational support for this. It's unusual that you will find both local officials like Chief Butler, our fire chief, along with Salem State University, North Shore Medical Center, the Peabody Essex Museum, the Salem Teachers Union, the Salem YMCA, the Salem Boys and Girls Club, the Latino Leadership Coalition. I could go on, supportive of an ordinance like this, but I hope you see that wide breadth of people supporting it and taking the time to really read and understand it, value this as a community principle and a value for our city as well.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is a great turnout for our community, and I know that there's varying opinions of people that are here, and I hope everyone has an opportunity, if they wish, to actually cite what it is that they think and what they stand for. We as, both the mayor, the committee that put this together, the police department, we tried to really think thoughtfully about how we were approaching this and how it would affect others in the community, how it would affect the undocumented, and what were we doing it for. So when it came down to, as the mayor said, we started off with a document that was not something we really wanted to work with. We had to think about it, step back a little bit, do it a little different. We came into a situation where it was very clear that was coming that, from our immigrant community, that they favor the way that the Salem Police Department handles the community. And there was no issues with that. And so it was clear to me that it was something that maybe if we just documented that, what it is that we've been doing all along, that this would at least put something on paper so everyone was aware of what that was. And so in doing that, I had to be very thoughtful about some of the things that we already do and some of the things that we already say. And so I'm just going to read a couple of little excerpts, because I don't know, has everyone here got an opportunity to read that? It's a overwhelming affirming yes? Okay, great. That's awesome, and I appreciate that. Let me flip this page here, sorry. So part of what we wrote in here, and as I was thinking about it, I had to think about, what do we do and what do we stand for, and, how does the police operate anyway? Because we have rules and regulations, and we have policies and procedures, and we do all those things because we need to maintain a degree of consistency in the way that we approach and do things. So when I first wrote this, I started looking at some of those things and trying to figure that out. And so what I said was, the primary purpose of the Salem Police Department is to provide a high level of safety, security, and service for all members of the community. It is the police who have the sworn duty to directly apply and execute the law fairly and objectively for the benefit of the entire community. Let me say that one more time. Fairly and objectively for the benefit of the entire community. So when I thought about that, and that's actually an excerpt that's in our rules and regulations, I knew that that needed to be there, because that's what we do, and that's what the whole purpose of this is to be able to look at that in a fair and objective way. And so we also do this because of community policing efforts. We do this because we know that we've actually had situations where there have been crime that has occurred, where people have been victimized and repeatedly victimized and afraid to come forward because people have used their immigration status against them. And we need to actually be able to get that message out there that we don't need people to continue to be victims. And we want to address those issues, and we want to be clear that they can come forward and they can feel comfortable enough that their police department is not looking to turn them in, but to provide them the protection that they need. So when we do this, when we do policing, all that we do, we have to do this fairly and objectively. And so in order to do that, we don't need to know things. We don't need to know, if you're gay or you're transgender or you're undocumented or you're Jewish. We don't need to know those things to police this community effectively. And so that needs to be out of the equation. And that's basically what the policy of the police department says, because this is what we do. There's not a time, there's not a need. We cannot seize somebody for immigration-related issues because we can't enforce federal immigration law. So there's no real true reason for us to know this information, to ask this information, to make a decision based on that information. And so the policy that was put together was done in a way that it was clear that it's not a relevant issue, but it is also clear, if you commit a crime in this community, citizen, immigrant, documented, undocumented, green hair, doesn't matter, hope no one here has green hair, you will be arrested. That is our job, that is what we do. We are here for the public safety of this entire community, and we're going to continue to do that, and nothing is going to stop us from doing that. The law, as the mayor was talking about, under USC 8, 1373, talks about not being able to prohibit or restrict communication with ICE. Policy doesn't say that, and we're not going to do that. We communicate with them regularly. They've come in actually in the last month and a half 3 times. We don't put up a wall. We talk with them. It also says under 1324, the other piece of this, which is that they talked about knowledge, but the knowledge goes along with this particular thing called action, which is to harbor or conceal. And I think the mayor made that clear, is that we can't put a dome around the city. I cannot actually stop immigration officials from coming into this community in any way. They can come in. We can't stop them. We're not going to stop them. They need to do their job. They're going to do their job. But what happens here is the Salem Police Department does not need to do their job. We have no authority to actually enforce federal immigration law, and we're not going to do it. However, by saying that, if ICE calls us and asks us to be there for officer safety, for public safety, we'll be there. We will not engage in their operation, but we will be there for those purposes, because we're there for those purposes for every other community around us, every other local law enforcement, every other federal agency. They ask for our assistance, we provide that for those purposes, but not to engage in their operation. So just to be like a little bit clear, so as the mayor indicated, how does this actually happen? How does immigration actually get involved? So we get called to a scene, call for service. We have lots of them, somewhere close to 40,000 a year. Sometimes it's a motor vehicle accident, maybe it's a motor vehicle stop. Whatever the circumstances are, we're going to go to that call, or we're going to be there. And we're going to make a determination at that particular point as to whether there is actually a criminal act, something that can be upheld, or there isn't. If there isn't, then we're going to probably check this person for warrants, because maybe we don't know who the person is, and we're going to check them for warrants. If there's no warrants, they're on their way, officer writes a report, we're done. There is a warrant, different story. If there's a criminal case and there's probable cause that there was actually a crime that occurred, then they're going to be under arrest. And then we're going to run them for warrants. And if there's warrants, we'll arrest them for that as well. So that brings into the equation of what happens. They get brought at that point to the police station. They get processed for booking. In that booking process, we have to ask a question. We have to ask a question about what country they're a citizen of. And the reason that we ask that is twofold. There's two reasons that we ask the question. One is because we're required by law to take fingerprints of everybody who's arrested and submit them through an electronic fingerprint file. And we have to actually submit that particular piece of data. The second piece is that there are citizens from other countries who actually are afforded the opportunity to be able to confer with a consulate of their country if they wish to do so. And we have to be able to provide that. That's a right. That's a right, just like having a right to a telephone call, a right to bail. That's a right. And so we provide that. So we ask that information, that gets inputted. We do the fingerprints, we send them in, Mass State Police gets them. That's how it works on our end. Mass State Police sends them out at that particular point to other agencies, including federal agencies. If there is something that is of interest in the database of any of these federal agencies, FBI, ATF, ICE, then they will notify us of those particular circumstances, that they're interested in this individual. From the perspective of ICE, they'll send us a detainer potentially. Or they may just be interested to know, well, can you just tell us when they're released? That's a request for notification, that we notify them. We will follow through and do those things. But what happens in terms of the police department, we hold people for such a very short period of time that for the most part, they're transferred up to the court's decision at that particular point as to what to do. And then if they're actually held on bail, over to the Essex County Sheriff's Department, and then it's in their hands as to what to do. So our time is very limited, but if I'm going to make sure that you guys all know that if there are serious, major felonies going on, and we have people that are a threat to anybody in this community, to any group, to the entire community, to the state, to the nation, we're going to address that with ICE. We will take care of that because that's our job, to provide for the public safety of all of you. And that was sort of my mission relative to going forward with this process, was that I can't have that tool taken off of our tool belt because we have so many big, large events that happen in Salem. I think maybe you've heard of one of them, Haunted Happenings. But I actually reach out to the federal folks at that point to find out what do they know? What threats are they hearing? What's the intelligence? If I all of a sudden just cut off having a conversation with ICE and communicating in an effective way, not only am I violating the law, but I'm actually doing a disservice to all of you by not getting the information for the community. So we will continue to do that. That's the process that's undertaken. And we're just here to make sure that all the folks that are scared at this point, that are fearful, the kids that are actually picking up on the vibes of their parents, whether they're actually hearing it or not, hearing it in their household, that they know that they can call us and we're not going to be concerned about their immigration status and they will get service. Thank you. Okay,
Thank you,
and now
Chief.
we have the city solicitor, Elizabeth Renaud. Or Beth.
Good evening, everyone. I apologize in advance. I have a terrible cold that most of you probably have had this winter. I think it's important for you to know that I've personally worked for the legal department with the City of Salem since 2004 and worked on multiple city ordinances, many of which direct the police and our employees, for example, not to discriminate against residents of our community. And I think it's important for you to hear a bit of a summary of what the ordinance actually says. The ordinance provides that city services shall be available to all residents, regardless of your status. That city employees, except police officers, shall not ask for information regarding immigration status. The police department policy is separate and apart from this ordinance. The ordinance provides that public safety personnel should prioritize the safety and protection of our residents and visitors, regardless of where they come from. The city ordinance provides the city should reaffirm its policy that we comply with the federal law with respect to our hiring. It provides that we should, that if any provision of the ordinance is unlawful, that it will be struck, and the remaining provisions will remain. And it provides that the mayor may, at her choosing, or his choosing in the future, create an inclusionary advisory committee that will advise the mayor on such issues as public awareness campaigns about no hate speech, about working with immigrants and refugees, and ensuring that Salem residents live in a community that's inclusive for all. I've been asked to take a look at the executive order, President Trump's executive order, and in looking at that, I can tell you that they have defined a sanctuary city as one that willfully refuses to comply with Section 1373, which the chief mentioned. That section of the U.S. Code prohibits local governments from restricting the sharing of information with immigration officials. It further states that any city that does that could be, federal funds could be withheld. In looking at our ordinance that I just summarized for you, there is nothing in that ordinance that prohibits or restricts the sharing of information with immigration. We do it, as the chief just said, very frequently. And as such, it's my opinion that there is nothing in this ordinance that creates us as a sanctuary city and for which we would be subject to withholding of federal funds. Just yesterday, we asked for some guidance from the Attorney General's office, and they provided it. They have committed to standing behind any community that is wrongfully identified by the federal government as a sanctuary city and a community that federal funds are withheld from. They are behind us, supporting us, and they are supportive of the practices that we have in the city of Salem. We communicate when we need to communicate, but we're not making it our priority to do the work of the federal government immigration officials. I don't know if Vicki Caldwell, our assistant city solicitor, has worked tirelessly on this issue, and I don't know if I've missed anything that. All right. I think there's so many people here that want to be heard. Maybe we can move on. If there's questions of the city council, as we proceed, we can address those then.
Thank you. Councilor Famico?
Yes, just before we move on, if there's an empty seat next to you, could you just raise your hand? We have some people out here, and it's a long meeting ahead. So if the people out there, if you'd like a seat, if you don't want to stand for a couple hours, just please fill in. And just keep your hands up for about another 10 seconds or so.
Any councilors have any questions before we begin the public hearing piece of the meeting? No? Okay. All right. So we'll begin the public hearing piece now. And as I said earlier, everybody's going to get 2 minutes to speak. You'll all be timed. We'd like you to queue up. And I have to say that there's one exception to the line, and that's we have a couple gentlemen who went in and signed up earlier this week at City Hall before word got out that there were no sign-ups. So I would ask that you give the Pleasant Ogres the opportunity to speak first. What I will say also is that our timer is going to hold up a 10-second warning. And when the time is done, I ask that you stop speaking. If you don't stop speaking, I will have to gavel you out. There are going to be a lot of heart-wrenching stories, I think, this evening, and the compassionate side of me wants to let everybody continue to speak, but the responsible and fair side of me is going to tell you that your time is up. So if you could, please, as you approach the mic, give us your name and address for the record, and we'll start the hearing. And again, if you are wondering how much time you have left, if you can take a look at Anne Marie over here, she'll be holding up the, if you can everybody see Anne Marie on my left? Okay, she'll stand up and give you the 10-second warning. How's that? Okay? All right. All right, so we'll begin. Thank you, Mr. Plesanoga.
My name is Ed Plesanoga. I live in Salem on Ocean Avenue. I was born in Salem. I'll give you the details. Graduated Salem High School. Was discharged from the United States Air Force honorably. Married a Salem woman. This is not part of my 10 seconds. You wanted to know who I am.
It's part of your 2 minutes, so, okay. All right.
And I currently live in Salem and have been paying taxes to this city for 57 years. And now I'll begin. I hope we're not going to have a quiz before we leave with all of the information that was given us this evening. I'm going to begin my remarks with the Pledge of Allegiance. And if anybody here feels that they would like to stand and join me, I would welcome any and all of you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The reason I did that was because there's a lot of truth in that small little pledge. And I'll continue. Justice, that's part of the last phrase, is citizenship for legal immigrants. Justice also is jail and or deportation for illegal immigrants. Justice is jail and or loss of job for mayors and chiefs of police who order their patrolmen not to demand identification of suspected aliens. This is an intentional violation of federal law.
Thank you, Mr. Plesanoga. Your time is up. I'm sorry.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And if there's anybody here from the Salem News, I'd like to leave a copy. I've only got
Thank you.
2 more minutes left. I'm trying to get addressed.
Actually, if
I
you...
will sit down.
No, I was just going to say, if you leave a copy with the clerk, we'll all get a copy as well.
I want the Salem News. Is there somebody here?
Okay.
Raise your hand.
He's over there.
All right, I'll catch up with
Okay.
you. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Please, again, I'm going to ask you again, please refrain from any clapping or any kind of, I'm not going to call it an outburst, but let's just keep it civil and respectful, and that way we won't be taking up everybody's 2 minutes. We'll be able to get through this, because everybody's going to be heard tonight. I know my colleagues are probably looking at me saying, why didn't we bring our pillow and our blanket? But we will. We will be here all night, but like I say, everybody's going to get 2 minutes, because we also have a meeting that we have to consider after this, and I know that my colleagues are probably going to have a lot of questions from, to our administrators here. So thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, Matt Plesanoga, 107 Columbus Ave. On Monday, the Attorney General of the United States warned that all cities and municipalities that if they adopt or will adopt sanctuary city policies, they may lose some federal fundings and grants. Shortly after that announcement, the mayors of Cambridge and Somerville were on the news, and they publicly declared that they will remain a sanctuary city, federal funding to be damned. I tip my hat to the mayors of Cambridge and Somerville. While I don't agree with their decision to maintain sanctuary city status, they have the moral fortitude to stick to their guns and stick to their beliefs. This ordinance is an invite for illegal immigrants to come here, and couple this with the Salem Police Policy 138, ironically enacted on February 2nd, 2017, shortly after the election of Donald Trump, certainly pushes right to the edge the definition of sanctuary city. In Policy 138, again, already in force, officials of the city will only contact ICE if an illegal immigrant is determined to be a risk to public safety, such as terrorism and human trafficking, or has been arrested for crimes reaching violent felony levels. You already have sanctuary, but you disguise it so that you don't risk federal funding. I don't want to focus, however, on the potential for the increase in crime illegal immigrants pose. I want to focus on the cost to taxpayers by harboring illegal immigrants. Legal immigrants come into this country, are vetted, they're given a green card, issued a social security number, and they may need a little time to assimilate, and during that time, we can provide them assistance through state welfare programs. But the expectation of the legal immigrant is that they will find employment, don't take my time away, they will find employment, get off the welfare rolls, pay their fair share of taxes, contribute to the community, and one day become an American citizen. By welcoming illegal immigrants, you set absolutely no expectations. They are not vetted. They have no green card, no social security number, cannot legally work here, and they cannot contribute to the community, have no path to citizenship. They will forever be dependent on the taxpayer and will be eligible for every welfare program the state has to offer.
Thank you, Mr. Plesanoga.
I didn't finish.
If you'd like, is that a copy of the letter that we have?
No, that was my dad's letter.
Okay, if you'd like to leave a copy with the clerk, we'll distribute copies among the counselors.
I would. 2 minutes is very cheap.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. My name is Philip D. Moran. I'm an attorney at law, and I live at 415 Lafayette Street. Flashback with me, members of the council, if you will, to Monday evening, January 4th, 2016. If you recall, you were all in the city chamber that evening, and at the time the clerk asked you to raise your right hand and repeat after me. The following took place. I, Stephen Dibble. I, David Epley. I, Heather Famico. I, Thomas Fury. I, Beth Gerard. I, Stephen Lovely. I, Robert McCarthy. I, Elaine Milo. I, Jerry Ryan. I, Arthur Sargent. And I, Josh Toriel, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent upon me as a member of the City Council, acting to the best of my ability and understanding agreeably with the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the charters and ordinances of the City of Salem, so help me God. And I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States, so help me God. I repeat that oath, that solemn promise, to remind each of you of your obligation not to violate the laws of the city, the Commonwealth, or the United States, because I submit, if you vote to become a sanctuary city, or whatever else you want to call it, you do violate that solemn oath that each of you made to the citizens of Salem, and more importantly, to yourself. I won't repeat all of the reasons that will be stated tonight why you should vote against this meaningless and useless ordinance, which creates no new rights, but has been pointed out may harm the very people that you tell us you're trying to protect, so that you can either be politically correct or show your public disdain for the last presidential election. But I will end by quoting the great American contemporary philosopher and Salem resident Herbert E. Mackey, who says, and I quote, "If it ain't broke, don't fix it." Thank you.
Thank you. That was timed perfectly. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tyler Carlton. I live at 34 Park Street. Today I had the privilege of watching State Rep Juana Matthias speak on the Safe Communities Act, and she brought up a story of a little girl in Lawrence who was afraid to accept an academic achievement award because people were taking photos and she was afraid it would lead to her family being deported. And another student was physically attacked, but because he was undocumented, the principal refused to report it and said, the student has no rights and the police won't help you, they'll just deport you. This causes fear. And when people are fearful, they won't talk to the police. And think about that. If an undocumented immigrant is sexually assaulted and they are afraid to report it to the police, that rapist is on the streets, free to do it again to any one of us. Police cannot do their job if there is no trust within the community. And you see, as a white male, when I drive to work every day, I see at least one police car on the way to work. And I hope I was not speeding. But when an undocumented immigrant drives to work, they see an ICE agent and become fearful that they may lose their family. And the fear it causes does nothing to help our community or make it safer. I also want to finish by saying that I agree with an earlier comment. There is truth in the Pledge of Allegiance, specifically the line, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Hi, my name is Max McAuliffe. I'm from 82 Linden Street, and thank you to the council and Madam President for letting me speak here tonight. I'm from Salem, Ward 5, and I feel that the American people are being robbed by President Donald Trump, and we are being robbed of the important American values that I believe in. Those values are kindness, compassion, empathy, and tolerance. I strongly support Salem being a sanctuary city, and I strongly support all people of Salem, Massachusetts. And I have a message for Sheriff Hodgkinson of Bristol County. If you believe you're going to come into Salem and arrest our leaders for standing up for these American values, you better bring a bus, because we Salemites stand united. And if you're arresting anybody, you can take me first.
Thank you. Please. All right. It's going to be a long night, or it's going to be an empty hall, so please, as much as we appreciate young people getting involved early on, please. Okay, next.
Hello, my name is Shayla Morales, and I attend the Nathaniel Baptist School in Salem. We have recently been talking about immigration and sanctuary cities in our English language arts class. Thank you so much for your dedication and commitment to keep sanctuary cities safe and for fighting for the cities not to lose federal funding. In my opinion, it is wrong to threaten sanctuary cities about losing their federal funding. I believe that immigrants deserve a second chance for a better life in America. As you may know, if we lose federal funding, crime rates will go up, children lose their educational opportunities, and the economy will go down. As a young citizen of a free country, I am ready to express my concern and a call for action. I wrote this letter to ask you to support the ordinance to make Salem a sanctuary city for peace. I believe sanctuary cities should not lose their federal funding because a lot of the money the government gives to sanctuary cities also goes to the education of children like me, my friends, and my family members. As a student, my education is very important because it will help me achieve my dream of becoming an engineer. If the federal government cuts off funding, the education of children will decline because schools will not have money to buy new resources. As a student, I think this is not just and will not make our nation prosper. Immigrants come to the United States to escape the economic and social oppression in their countries. Immigrants are hardworking people and make up a large part of the U.S. economy. Lawmakers should stop penalizing sanctuary cities and should instead applaud them for representing what our nation is about: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Thank you. Okay, next.
My name is Logan Abood, and I'm from Nathaniel Baptist School in Salem. And I'm talking about the sanctuary cities losing funding or not. Thank you for your hard work and dedication towards the safety and protection of all the people living in Salem. I'm writing to express my feelings about why sanctuary cities losing their funding is a terrible idea. The government thinks that cutting funding to sanctuary cities will solve the undocumented immigrant issue, when in reality, denying money to cities will just increase crime, because cities and police departments will have less money and fewer people to do their jobs and continue their work with the community. One reason why I think cutting the funding of sanctuary cities is a bad idea is the safety issue. If police departments are used to look for and arrest undocumented immigrants, people will not trust their local police departments when they see a crime or when they are the victims of a crime. Government officials think that cutting the funding will reduce the minor crime caused by some undocumented immigrants, when all it'll really do is increase the crime rate. If the police officers lose funding, they won't be able to pay for all the equipment they need to stop crime. If police can't do anything, all this will do is increase the crime rate, or even encourage it. This action will also cut funding to hospitals, and they won't be able to buy new hospital equipment, giving doctors and nurses fewer ways to keep their people alive and well. Another reason I think that sanctuary cities should keep their funding is because this is America, the place of freedom and hope, not the place of fear. People come to America because they know it's a safe place they can go if things are rough. But when they come here and get abused and hurt, but when they come here, they get abused and hurt. My father, George J. Abood, is a major in the military, a force that fights for freedom, justice, and hope. He doesn't serve in the military so that immigrants can be mistreated. It makes me very sad that this is what the government is coming to. Finally, the last reason I think sanctuary cities should keep funding is that immigrants are people too. Immigrants are the same as us. They just come from different countries and other places in the world. Immigrants make up a large portion of our country. Think about if you were a kid or adult and you're trying to live your life and get to safety as an undocumented immigrant. Once you have finally...
Thank you very much. If you'd like, you can make a copy of the letter, and we'll get it, all the counselors will get it, and I appreciate your effort coming out here this evening. We really
Okay.
appreciate it.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. Bex?
Dear City Councilors, my name is Angel Felix de Leon Laura. I'm a fifth grader at Nathaniel Bowditch School in Salem. Thank you for your dedication to protecting immigrant children. I believe that we should protect these innocent children who are fleeing their countries because of war and crime. We should make just laws that can protect and provide a place of refuge for these young children and their families seeking a better life. One reason why I think that we should make just laws for immigrant children crossing the border is because they should be able to ask for protection from our government. However, many undocumented people are scared that the government may say no and send them back to their war-torn countries or horrible detention centers. This is why young undocumented children and their families try to enter our borders illegally. Before my dad got his papers, he got traveled to the U.S., but a few years passed, and I don't know what happened to his papers. My dad could not travel anymore, so he went the easy way and got fake papers because he did not want to leave my mother and me by ourselves in a new country. He traveled back to the United States and lived in New York with my mom and me. One morning, I woke up and heard my mom crying because the police took my dad away. The government found out that he had fake papers. What gets me very angry is the way that they treated my dad. They treated him like he had killed someone. He was in jail for almost a year. This was very hard for my mother and me. They treated my father very badly. When he got out of prison, I didn't even get a chance to see him before he was sent to the Dominican Republic. I have not seen my dad for a whole year. I feel very sad and angry that I'm growing up without my father. My call for action is that we treat undocumented immigrants like human beings and not like animals or criminals.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jerry Hildebrand. I live on English Street here in Salem. I've lived here for 32 years. I'm an ambassador to the Parliament of World Religions, and I sit on the Ambassadors Advisory Council, and I'm a teacher at North Shore Community College and a business owner in this city. I support, and I urge all of you to support, this ordinance. We will never have all the details worked out quickly, but what it's going to take is a stand, and details are never figured out until a stand is taken. When people were hung here hundreds of years ago, it took someone brave enough to stand against the government and the officials that were trying to keep the persecutions going. This is another witch hunt, and I hope you don't stand for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Isabella Pinheiro Shields, and I go to Carleton. Oh, and I live at 7 Bristol. Hi, I'm Lyda Cabot. I also go to Carleton School, and I live on 1 Forster Street, Salem, Massachusetts. I know I'm really lucky. I have a roof over my head, food on my plate, and I don't have to worry about my parents being deported to a different country. But that fear is the reality for some friends of mine. They have a constant worry that when they come home from school, their parents won't be there.
My friends mean the world to me, and something that would destroy their life would destroy mine as well. Our city should be a beacon. People come here when they know that their home country isn't safe anymore. We should welcome them with open doors, not closed ones. Please vote on the sanctuary ordinance.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hi, my name is Thomas Pinheiro Shields. I live at 7 Bristol Street in Salem. I'm also a faculty member in the Department of Sociology and director of the Masters of Public Administration at UMass Lowell. My doctoral research began 9 years ago on Massachusetts undocumented immigrant students who entered the United States as children. I've received the permission to tell one of their stories tonight. When I began my work, I met a high school senior from Lawrence, Massachusetts, at her first meeting in the student immigrant movement. Isabel came to the United States at age 8 from the Dominican Republic on a visa. Like most young people I met, she came to this country to be reunited with her family. I watched as she joined SIM. I watched as she became a leader, outspoken, courageous, both in the state of Massachusetts and nationally. In fact, her picture appeared on the cover of Time magazine alongside Jose Antonio Vargas, whom some of you may remember received the 2015 Salem Peace Award here in Salem. Isabel also attended Salem State University, where she worked with the administration, faculty, and other students to welcome undocumented students in admissions, support them during school, and help them graduate. She was invited to tell her story at commencement when she graduated, and after graduation, she had several offers, but decided to go into public service working here in the city of Salem as the Latino Affairs Coordinator. In that role, she organized meetings which were attended, very well attended 2 years ago by people, some of whom are afraid to come to meetings like this one tonight. Now, students like Isabel, young people like Isabel are afraid. By the way, I spoke to Isabel today. She wishes she could be here. She's on the way back from working for the past couple of months on a successful political campaign in New Mexico. She was in Texas when we spoke on the phone. She has deferred action for childhood arrivals. Many of the students that I've met are saying goodbye to their parents right now who are returning. We are losing this talent. We are losing the students that we've invested in for many years, and we have many. Some have wondered if we have undocumented students. We have them both at Salem State, and we have them in this community, and they're contributing, and the fear is that we'll be losing them. I think we should pass this sanctuary ordinance to send a message of hope in these times of hate.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Sofia Jarrin Thomas. I live in 4 Road Street. I'm a U.S. citizen, and I have 43 years old. I am 43 years old. I'm just saying that because I look very young. I know. I don't want you to think that I'm a Salem High School student. I'm not. So, first of all, I just want to start by saying that we're all immigrants. But then I realized the ordinance, the main purpose of it is to keep our community safe. How? It's not to deter ICE police from, coming to immigrants, which is unfortunate. Because they can still do their job. It's to keep the police force and the ICE police force separate. And I understand the importance of that because I am originally from Ecuador, and I lived through a dictatorship of 10 years in Ecuador, What happens when the police becomes the enemy of the people, which is what happened in Ecuador, is that the people start fearing the police. And what happens when the people start fearing the police is they stop calling the police. Do you know what happens when people stop calling the police? And I'm telling you, I lived through this, and my parents would tell me, if the police ever stops you in the car, please do not open the windows. If the police calls on the door, please do not open the door. That's how much we fear them, okay? What happens when people stop calling the police? Crime rises up. Because what do criminals do? Criminals come after, like look for those holes in society where the police, the people are not calling the police anymore, they're not present there, and the criminals come in. Undocumented people are not criminals, they're undocumented. The reason why the ICE police and the police force are separate is because ICE does an administrative job of immigration. It doesn't do, you know, the work of trying to keep crime low in our communities. And I just want to keep you that in mind because we're definitely at risk in our society right now. I think that, you know, given what Trump's attitudes towards, you know, their executive orders can really put a lot of pressure on our society if they were to fight against immigrants the way they wanted to. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Christine Derby, 73 Tremont Street. You know, I could read what I wrote, but it's being said over and over by the people that don't support this. I'm far from a xenophobe. I'm far from racist. But on the back of my tax dollars, I'm funding, I believe it's almost $54 billion for DACA students annually. Annually. Every one of us nationally. Now, if this is an ordinance or a resolution, we're making a law in the city of Salem that, with all due respect, the counselors are making the choice. They've received many phone calls, many, that did not support. They received many that did support. But in the end, we're looking at wording. It's semantics. You're playing with a president who, God, in my opinion, a little bit bipolar, might need some meds, tweeting at 2 a.m., I'm sleeping, but in all actuality, his wording, his mind, he's scary. And on the back of $11 million, as this fine counselor had mentioned, that's the tip of the iceberg. Are we prepared to lose more? I'm not. I did not use Salem Public Schools. I paid for my child to go to private school, but I still paid my taxes. My taxes were funding someone's education. Now, when it comes time for more trash, look at the city of Lynn, what they went through. When I went to the Council on Aging meeting, and you specifically told me, Mayor Driscoll, oh, they pay taxes. Well, I did some research. They do pay taxes. But, you know, the actual numbers are ridiculous. It's approximately 0.04% that are paying taxes. You just got a raise. Are you willing to give that up?
Please direct your comments to me. You have like 3 seconds
Sorry,
left.
but paying for, if every person that has a button on wants to support someone, I've got an attorney who handles immigration. You can sponsor
Thank you
them.
very much. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lucy Corchado. I live on 1 Chase Street. Salem touts itself as a diverse community, welcoming, it's inclusive, it's progressive, but I feel that tonight we're challenging that. Are you challenging the worth of your immigrant residents by comparing them to unconstitutional threat of losing federal funding? The immigrants take care of your children, clean your homes, teach your kids, pick and cook your food, fix your houses, your cars, but we have no value to you? We aren't worth fighting for? I have given many years of my life advocating and working with the immigrant community, and as such, can unequivocally say that we are supportive of this ordinance. What value would you give to a child's peace and tranquility and social development? For those who have worked and been with immigrant families, we hear on a daily basis how children are too afraid to go to school for fear they won't see their parents when they get home. Residents who are sad, depressed, anxious, and living in palpable fear. How much would you pay to take all that away? This threat of losing federal funding for defending our residents should be considered for what it is: immoral, divisive, wrong, and as I stated previously, unconstitutional. This ordinance as written has debunked that theory and will not cause the city to lose funding. The stakeholders, of which I was a proud member, ensured that there would be no loss. The argument of harboring criminals, do you honestly think the chief of police and the captain would write and give their consent to an ordinance that would do this? On the contrary, this allows our immigrant residents to feel safe enough to work with our police, to report crimes whether they are a victim or witness. We have had police many times at our Point neighborhood monthly meetings, and they're constantly lauded for the good work that they do. It's a win-win. We ask that you do what's right. This is a social justice issue. We cannot continue to be bullied. Others have stood up and said, not us. Why can't Salem? We
Thank you
showed
very
leadership
much.
during the non-discrimination ordinance, not a resolution. Thank you.
Lucy. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Molly Murphy, and I live in Salem. 49. And kids like me are being bullied just because they are immigrants who are not here legally. I don't know how it feels to be an immigrant, but I do know how it feels to be bullied. No, I have a best friend. She was not able to be here today because she is too afraid to walk out of her home and come here tonight. Because she is not here legally. So on behalf of her, we need to make Salem a sanctuary city for all immigrants and my best friend. Because they need to feel safe to walk out of their own homes.
My name is Dr. Gypsy Murphy. I live at 35 Essex Street in Salem. And I come to you both as an American Indian and as a Jew. And I'm here to tell you that some of you who oppose this are very fortunate that my ancestors had kinder hearts than you do when they let you come to my country. Also, as a Jew, I understand how many of us would have been saved if the borders would have been open. There wouldn't be 6 million dead today. And so I want all of you to appeal to the kinder part of who you are. We already know this won't lose federal funding. I've heard people say that given our current presidency, they're afraid. And when I hear that, I have to look around and make sure that flag is still flying, because that is not my America. And that frightens me to my core. And I hear people say they're actually worried for the immigrants. So I'm still waiting to hear an immigrant say that they're worried for themselves. Haven't heard that yet. Just a lot of white non-immigrants say that they're worried for them. That's weird. And I come as a woman of faith. And if some of you are of faith, and I know statistically, because I'm a social scientist, you think you are, you were told to love your neighbors as yourself. And you were not told to ask for papers. There was not a footnote there that asked you that. So I look to all of you and I ask you all to get right with God and ask yourself where you stand there, because He's in your hearts and He knows what's right and He knows what you're doing and saying. And I'm right with God and on the right side of history here tonight.
Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. My name is Grisel Ocasio. I'm the publisher of the Rainbow Times, and I'm the co-chair of the Community Engagement Subcommittee. I wanted to congratulate that young man who said that to arrest him first. Thank you so much for those words. I wanted to say this is not about ego. In your job as city councilors, I'm sure that you will experience feedback, good feedback and bad feedback. This is really about a need that every Salem resident whose ancestors came here had, because they wanted to belong. They wanted protection. They didn't care to be called names or mistreated because they were Irish, English, Scottish, etc. This is about the same thing for the immigrants. The difference is that your ancestors were here a long time ago looking for a better life. And the immigrants are here now, exactly for the same reasons, looking for a better life. Why do you want to keep them from attaining what your ancestors wanted? Remember that city attorneys looked at this ordinance very carefully and crafted it in such a way so that it wouldn't put a target on anyone's back. For that reason, I would say the following. The New American Economy, a coalition of mayors and business leaders who support sensible immigration reform, found that nearly 130% undocumented Connecticut residents pay $397 million in annual federal, state, and local taxes. And that accounts for $3.1 billion in household income and represent $2.7 billion in spending power. I know that was very fast, I'm sorry. But like one of the councilors said, the ordinance does not put a target on Salem's back. We're complying with federal law under the ordinance that has been filed with the city clerk. I'd like to say that the federal government, obviously based on this, and the legal experts will not take monies away from Salem. This has been explained thoroughly by legal experts, but it continued to be rebutted. Okay, the forefathers said it without bias. It was liberty and justice for all, not some. No human being is illegal. Please treat the immigrant community with respect. This is humanity.
Thank you very much.
My name is Scott Sternberg on Pickman Road in Salem, Ward 7. I'm a Salem resident of 20 years. I moved here because of the inclusivity, belief in equity, and a belief in protection for all. I originally came from New York, and in New York, you know, there's a young woman who stands in the harbor, and she says, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free." The reason that many immigrants come here, and particularly those that are undocumented, is because they're under threat. They're fearful. We should not deliver fear by saying no to this. We do not want our neighbors, our residents, to fear if they're living in a house with a landlord who's doing things wrong. We want them to be able to speak up. We want them to be protected. We do not want a single mother who's at risk from someone assaulting them or mistreating them. We want them to be able to not fear and speak up to the police. We want our residents, all residents, to be able to call upon our police and our fire in order to say, we've seen a crime, we've been a victim of crime, there's a fire. We don't want them to fear speaking up. We don't want our kids, who have spoken so eloquently here, to feel fear. They need to feel supported and be able to develop, learn, and have fun. Please support this. Let's be the beacon and show the beacon of the Statue of Liberty and the Golden Door here in Salem. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is James Willis. I'm a resident of 18 Pingree Street. I live in the heart of the Point neighborhood, a neighborhood that has welcomed immigrants, both documented and undocumented, for over a century. You've already heard, I'm a terrible speaker, so I'll get out of here well before 2 minutes. You've already heard Mayor Driscoll, Chief Butler, and Attorney Renard explain the legality and the benefits of this ordinance. I hope tonight that you support the Sanctuary for Peace ordinance and support our friends and neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Willis.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Jeffrey Gross. I live at 2 Saltwell Lane. Thanks for the opportunity to speak in support of the ordinance. Until March, I was policy director at the Massachusetts Immigrant and Refugee Advocacy Coalition, where I still work as a consultant. I want to address concerns raised by the President's recent executive order that threatens to deny federal funding to cities with sanctuary policies. I'm drawing here on the work by the ACLU, the Immigrant Legal Resource Center, and a recent letter by 300 law professors to the administration. These are all detailed in the written testimony I've given to you. The executive order, as we've heard, would withhold federal funding from sanctuary jurisdictions defined as those that willfully refuse to comply with USC 1373. But as we've also heard, virtually all jurisdictions with sanctuary policies, including Salem, do comply with this law. The law only prohibits state and local governments from blocking exchange of information about an individual's citizenship or immigration status with the federal government. Nothing in the ordinance or Salem police policy prevents this exchange, and the police policy explicitly states its compliance with the law. The threat in the executive order is therefore legally empty, but it also exemplifies the bullying, overreaching, and misrepresentation by an administration that seeks to intimidate cities and localities into feeling that they have a target on their backs. But legally, it is the administration that has a target on its back, since the executive order is also unconstitutional and would be challenged in federal court. The Constitution requires that financial penalties for violating a law be provided for in the law, and the law here has no such penalties. Any such penalties would also have to be narrowly related to the activity prescribed, hard to imagine here since states and localities have no job enforcing immigration law. The 10th Amendment to the Constitution, in fact, prohibits the federal government from requiring states or localities to enforce federal law, a principle upheld in 2 recent Supreme Court decisions. ICE's efforts to compel those jurisdictions to assist in federal deportations would violate their 10th Amendment rights, as would trying to force compliance through stripping their federal funds. Opponents of sanctuary policies rightly affirm the importance of upholding the rule of law. In this instance, it is clear that the rule of law, both locally and constitutionally, stands firmly on the side of sanctuary supporters. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Russell Grand. I live at 97 Freedom Hollow. I am the grandson of immigrants who came here legally from Russia in the 1920s. And the bottom line, very candidly, is this. We're dealing with something that they call illegal immigration. Well, guess what? It's just that. It's illegal immigration. It is against the law. If you are not vetted with paperwork to be in this country, I've spoken with ICE, I've spoken with the Border Patrol, you are here illegally. Now, I understand that the law does have extenuating circumstances. And right now, it's estimated we have 11 to 12 undocumented individuals in this country. Well, I'll tell you right now, I don't know how you feel about it, but 11 to 12 million extenuating circumstances to me is a bunch of bull, okay? The other thing also is that, this city has been, this council, the mayor's office have been saying, you're a welcoming, inclusive city. You embrace diversity, you embrace difference, you embrace lifestyles and cultures of all times, of all kinds. The end result is, what you're trying to do when you talk about this ordinance is you're talking about trying to codify and legislate the culture of a city. You can't legislate the character of a city's demographic. The city's culture or demographic is what it is, not because of law. And the last thing I find that's really very, very disenchanting is this. We have something called the justice system. We have something called the system of democracy. And I find it very disturbing that of all of the time that this sanctuary city issue has been on the table, I have not seen one substantial, and I say substantial, demonstrative effort by the governance of this city, whether it's the mayor's office, the city council, or anyone, to engage in dialogue with federal legislatures for the purpose of repealing this ordinance. And as far as I'm concerned, you can't ask people, you can't make an ordinance until you try to figure out how to solve the problems of an ordinance. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Farah Wolfson. I am a teacher and I'm the vice chair of Salem No Place for Hate, where we seek to protect the promise of equal justice and civil rights for all in our community. It might not be overt racism, but there is an arrogance in assuming we know what's best, better than the leadership of LLC and ECHO, who have dedicated much of their lives to this issue. I have been wondering what the introductory statements would have sounded like and what the vote might look like if they had been at the table and able to vote. We can have an intelligent vote if we listen to the people most affected by this ordinance. You can look to lessons from the Holocaust and the Civil Rights Movement where people took a stand despite great risks. Isn't it arrogant to suggest that immigrants have not considered that risk? Don't you wish the local government in 1942 stood up to President Roosevelt and Executive Order 9066, ordering the forced evacuation of 120,000 Japanese Americans on the West Coast into incarceration camps out of fear? Yet there was not a single case of espionage. There were no spies among the 120,000 people. On September 12, 2001, the JACL mobilized immediately so that nobody would target Muslim Americans. the way Japanese Americans were targeted. And as far as sanctuary cities go, Japanese American Citizens League says the United States has always served as a sanctuary for those fleeing oppression and provided opportunities to anyone seeking a better life. JACL continues to support the resettlement of refugees and the rights of immigrants. We are deeply troubled by policies born out of race-based slogans, policies that are mean-spirited and excessive in the treatment of immigrant families, policies that fail to honor the values of our diverse nation. As with Executive Order 9066, these recent measures do nothing to enhance America's standing as an enduring symbol of democracy.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Paul LeBray. I live at 11 Hemingway Road in Salem. I want to thank Mayor Driscoll, who's the best mayor we've had in many, many years, as well as the city council, and I love our police force. I respect them dearly. The problem I have with the ordinance that's being proposed is that it supposedly does nothing. It seems like Reg 138 would do the same thing as this ordinance, so why have the ordinance? Why set up an ordinance that triggers Salem as a sanctuary place, that tells criminals that they should sneak into Salem so they can be not protected by the police, but held in privacy by other people? We're thinking strictly of the immigration problem, or immigration people, without solving the problem by changing the law. There are 43,000 plus or minus people in this city, and we're thinking about a very small percentage. We're not thinking about all the white people or the other people or anything else. I happen to be part Indian. That doesn't mean anything. However, we have to look at all the people of Salem, not just people who have come in here illegally or undocumented, whatever you want to say. All the legal immigrants, it's wonderful. Let's get more. Let's make it so that we find a way of legalizing the undocumented people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can put it back.
Okay. Doesn't fit.
Turn it around.
Oh. All right. Now, thanks. Hi, my name is Claire White Sullivan. I live at 10 Lee Street in Salem, and I had a very long piece. I'm going to try to shorten it. First of all, thank you to the City Council and the Mayor, and to everyone actually who came out here tonight. Whatever side of the issue you're on, it sort of demonstrates what a great democracy we live in, and that we all have the freedom to express our opinions here. The support for the undocumented in Salem is strong and heartfelt, and it makes me glad that Salem ultimately ended up as my home. I really think wonderful people live here. And in my heart, I'm on the side of supporting Salem becoming a sanctuary city, but I actually have some concerns, and I speak as an immigrant, now as a citizen, who knows all too well how it feels to have a family member picked up by ICE and deported, and the profound impact that has on your family, and also to have a best friend deported. The experience of working under the table as undocumented workers in the 80s, and how vulnerable that population is to exploitation, fear, lack of trust, becoming crime victims, and not reporting it, keeping a low profile to avoid the attention of ICE. And I'm particularly concerned tonight, especially, about the children of immigrants, and have been for a while beyond tonight, whose parents or grandparents perhaps came here around the same time I did. These children have my heart, as do their families, because not all had the good fortune to have my path to citizenship in this country, or they would have taken it, I assure you. My biggest concern is that we are talking about becoming a sanctuary city, but we really have to make it clear to immigrants and the undocumented that ICE can still come in. Even the mayor can protect the undocumented. And it's really vital that the immigrants find a pathway to citizenship. And it's not that easy. Only, you know, if you're an individual and you're well off with the help of an immigration lawyer, a sponsor with funds, because it costs hundreds of dollars to just submit an application for citizenship, a strong command of the English language to study for the interview, and God bless everyone who does it if English is your second language. And by the way, when I was studying, the vast majority of my American friends could not answer the questions I was studying. The only people who could were in the Boy Scouts, a member of the school committee, and a couple of my friends who were teachers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We need to support immigrants, thank you, and change policy.
Madam President, members of the Salem Veterans Council, Mayor Driscoll, December 21st, 1988. I drove my wife to work. On the way home, I heard there was a plane crash in Scotland. I ran in the house, put on the television. There was a woman in New York at the airport, laying down on the ground, waving her hands, her arms, her feet, screaming, "My baby, my baby." That was my sister. My brother-in-law and my sister drove to New York so she didn't have to get on another flight because of everything that was going on in the world. But it's a double sword for me in a way. I also go through the pains every day as my sister. I speak to her every single week. I know the pain the families go through who have been killed by terrorists. It's unbelievable. You don't forget. It doesn't go away. 2 years ago, on the 3rd of July, I was at Market Basket collecting for the Salem Veterans Council. I am a Vietnam veteran. And as the people were passing by, I said hi to every single person there. I didn't care what color, what race, what religion. This little girl came by. She was about 8 years old. I looked at her and I smiled. Her right ear was gone. Her fingers were missing on both hands down to the stubs. She had a wig on her head. She had scars behind her head. I said, "Hi, how are you?" She says, "I'm from another country." I took a flag that I was giving out to the people that we were collecting. And I had her hand, put her hand in mine. I took that flag and put it into the crotchway where her fingers were. Took her other hand, put it over, covered my 2 hands over her hand. And I said, "Sorry. Welcome to the United States of America."
Thank you, Mr. Legier. Thank you.
I've never seen a smile like that in my life from her.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Sir, that was lovely. Sarah Thomas, 51 Howard Street, Salem. In 1999, the Salem News bestowed its designation of Person of the 20th Century upon philanthropist Caroline Emerton. Gifter of the House of the Seven Gables, supporter of the Boys and Girls Club, a staunch anti-war activist and advocate for women's rights, and a tireless champion supporting the needs and uplifting the voices of Salem's immigrant community. Her deeds won her the respect and admiration of many of Salem's media and civic officials, some of whom are in this chamber tonight. I am here to speak in support of the Sanctuary for Peace Ordinance, and in so doing, I, like Salem, risk nothing. The hard work of implementing city and police procedures that protect all residents' right to safety and self-determination has already been done by public servants. Codifying their efforts is quite literally the least we can do. Turns out you don't need to stick your neck out very far when you're standing on the shoulders of giants. Giants like Emerton rise to the demands of their time. So too did attorneys like Samuel Sewell and Robert Morris, who in 1851 sued federal officials who attempted to unconstitutionally detain Salem residents and commandeer city resources to enforce the Fugitive Slave Act. So the question we face today is not, is it in our character as a city to assert our values despite the winds of national sentiment, despite the threat of reprisal? It is the essence of our character to do so. The question is whether we will rise to the demands of our character, as Sewell, Morris, Emerton, and countless other Salemites have. Look around the room. Look at the hundreds of residents who have already answered that question for themselves. Their answer is clear and emphatic. Yes, we will. Tonight, I and all who stand with me affirm that nothing can restrain the conscience of this city and its residents who are willing to outpace the rest of their nation, if need be, in the march to the right side of history. Look around the room again, counselors. Somewhere in this room sits the person of the 21st century. Maybe they're the child of undocumented parents who will go to bed tonight knowing that because of your choice, their family's a little bit more safe. You can protect them. All you have to do is the right thing.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Jen Meager. I live at 27 Lemon Street, and I will be very short. I have heard the well-intentioned sentiment that we don't want to do more harm than good with this ordinance by putting a target on Salem's back, but I think it's incumbent on those of us who are not personally threatened by deportation to listen to our neighbors who are feeling personally threatened by this. Our immigrant neighbors are asking loud and clear for this ordinance to pass. We've heard tonight that this ordinance will make our city safer by making sure that all residents feel free and able to communicate with our public safety officers. So I hope that you vote tonight to pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Dobrochna Schonert. I am a 26-year-old preschool teacher, social worker, and social work student, and also a daughter to 2 immigrants. We are here together today because we have the potential, the ability, and the means to make positive change. We cannot interfere with federal law or with any of the president's orders related to immigration, nor would we be attempting to do so if the ordinance was passed. What we would be doing, however, is ensuring that the residents of Salem who have immigration status would feel safer and more supported than they do currently. So much of this city is already taking on such a wonderful approach in its practices, but through the ordinance, many of these practices would be set in stone. Let us look around the room. We are here together right now, in this present moment in time. We come from so many different walks of life, and yet, due to various life circumstances stretching across decades, even centuries, we have found ourselves filing into this same room on this very night. What matters to us all at the end of the day? What makes the end of the day bearable at the very least? It surely has nothing to do with the trivialities of life that we so often fix a lot of attention to, and it has everything to do with the basics of what makes life actually livable. Feeling like our lives have value, feeling safe, feeling peace in our hearts. Are any of us really going to turn to any other person in this room and, due to whatever differences may exist between us, say that the other person does not deserve to feel valuable, safe, and peaceful? Should that not be something that we strive to protect, not only for ourselves, but also for our fellow human beings? Prior to coming here today, I was thinking, who am I to want to stand up here before strong and powerful city council members, activists, law enforcement officers, educators, representatives, involved community members, and other important people in this room? Well, I will tell you, I'm somebody born to hardworking, loving immigrant parents from Poland who are good people that I strive to be more like every day. I'm somebody who cares and believes that peace and security should be basic human rights that everyone is granted from the moment they take their first breath and with each inhale and exhale from that moment forward. We're all in this together, so let's act like that. Let's act like it. Let us do what we can to make this community and consequently this world a better place. There's no reason we should be divided over this when we can do the right thing and be united. City Council
Thank you very
members,
much.
I ask you to find it in your hearts to do the right thing and pass this ordinance.
Thank you.
Brendan Murphy, 19 East Collins Street, and lifelong resident of Salem, and graduate of this very elementary school back when it was a public school and not a charter. City council members, I beseech you to please pass this ordinance. 20 years ago, I am a member of St. Peter's Church, and we openly and readily accepted at a time when gay marriage was a very, very hot topic. We took in a openly gay reverend who basically took me under his wing and taught me about inclusivity and inclusion and being able to treat every individual as an individual. You do not treat them based on what you hear from perceptions or stereotypes. You treat them as they are. And what this ordinance does is, I believe, adheres to those values. If you are a good person, it does not matter if you are documented or undocumented. The police will leave you alone because you are respecting your fellow resident. We are not We are not breaking any federal laws. The wording of that has been explicitly stated and repeated over and over and over again. And I was asked by Father Ramiro, who I spoke to on Sunday before this, because unfortunately he could not make it. And his message to all of you is to please, please include everyone in Salem. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
City Council President, my name is Jeff Cohen, 12 Hancock Street. Proud to be chair of Salem's No Place to Hate Committee. When I came in and was passing out buttons, I met my new friend Ed with the handsome hat, and he asked me if I had read the law. And I told him how proud I was not only to have written the first ordinance, but to help write the revised ordinance that's before you today. No matter what I do in this world, I can never find enough privilege to tell affected and marginalized people what's best for them. That's not my place. Let me tell you what this ordinance doesn't do. It doesn't violate federal law. It doesn't cost us federal funding. It doesn't give any benefits to anyone they didn't already have. Let me tell you what it does do and why we need this. Immigrant communities, especially Latino and Muslim, are increasingly more afraid and lack more and more trust of the federal enforcement. And we need to create a bright line between our great police in Salem and the federal law enforcement. That's what we need to do. And this is about someone that, a story that I heard the other day of a mother whose daughter did not ride in the truck with her father, who had been here for 23 years, went to work on a Sunday, 2 Sundays or 3 Sundays ago, and was arrested, did not commit a crime. And she said to her mother, if I was in the truck with Daddy, he would not have been arrested. And she will live with that forever. We do this for children. This is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Avi Chomsky. I'm a professor at Salem State. I teach history, Latin American history, history of U.S. immigration, and history of Latinos in the U.S. So I spend a lot of my life studying the things we're talking about here tonight. And I live on Shore Ave in Salem. I've heard a lot of people say that, well, this measure doesn't do anything, so why do we need to pass it? It doesn't change anything, or it only states what we're already doing. Personally, I actually wish that we were discussing a measure that did a lot more than what this measure does. There are many cities and towns in the United States that have passed measures that are much stronger than the one we're discussing here tonight. Not only Boston, Chicago, Los Angeles, New York, Minneapolis, Denver, San Francisco, Austin. There are hundreds of cities, many of them much more important than ours, much larger than ours, that have passed much stronger in the eyes of our president, than the one we're discussing here tonight. I do think that it's very important for us to pass the one that we're discussing here tonight, precisely because it announces publicly what we already do. If we did not have this ordinance, if we were not having this discussion, I wouldn't know what the Salem police policy was. Now I know it. And that's what this ordinance does. It tells everybody what it is that we do, and that is why it's important, and that's why I'm arguing in favor of it. In terms, of course, there are many things about immigration law that we cannot change at the local level, and there are many things that we wish we could change. Probably everyone in this room wishes they could change something about federal immigration law. Yesterday, I was listening to a talk about climate change, and one of the questions was, well, now that President Trump has eliminated all climate protections, there's nothing we can do. And the answer was, there's a lot we can do at the local level, at the municipal level, at the state level, and that is where we need to act when we can't change federal law. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Lisa Peterson, and I live in Ward 3. Salem has always been a wonderful community, and we have always had each other's backs. This is a special place where we believe as much in the power of our history as we do in the power of our future. This is a city that draws on our collective memories of how we have built this place to show the world that we can all work together to become a city where people of all generations and backgrounds want to visit and want to live. The truth is, we have each had a hand in creating the Salem we know and love, whether, as in my case, our ancestors were among the first non-native settlers, or whether we bring backgrounds and experiences from all over the state, country, and world to help Salem become the vibrant community we are working to protect, to grow, and to move forward together every day. Often lost in this discussion is the fact that we have a long, rich history of immigration here in Salem. So many of us have descended from British, Italian, French, Polish, Irish, Russian, Middle Eastern, and Latino immigrants, enhancing our neighborhoods, creating our small businesses, and expanding our faith community here in Salem. Throughout Salem's rich history, and in fact in many of our own family ancestries, we are certain to find examples of both people who immigrated here following the rules and others who did not. It is their combined stories that bring our city's story together and make it an incredible place to live, work, and visit. Salem's diversity makes my husband and me so proud to be homeowners here and to be raising our family here. There is a lot about the world that is confusing and scary right now for so many of us. One thing that brings me personal comfort is the strong, outstanding, and welcoming community we have created here in our city. However, we are at a crossroads tonight. The truth is that not everyone in Salem enjoys the personal comfort of our community, particularly in recent months. We need to stand together now with our friends and neighbors by adopting the Salem Sanctuary for Peace Ordinance. Standing up for our values and for what we believe can be so hard and scary, and I do not judge anyone who is wrestling with this. However, we do not teach our children to stand up for what is right only when it is easy, but especially when it is hard and when it is scary. I promise you, as we consider this ordinance, our children are watching us closely and taking notes. Studying history, we ask, what would I have done in that situation? Tonight, we're standing at the threshold of an important historical moment. We have the opportunity to stand on the side of history that can make us all proud. Let's join together and be that inclusive Salem community we all know and love.
Thank you very much. By the way, I just have to point out, I really like the idea of the sign clapping. So if anybody feels the need to support people, I think that's probably the good idea. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Kermes. I live on 8 Forester Street by the Salem Common, and I'm an immigrant. I was born in Germany. I'm a professor at Endicott College. I teach American history. I, of course, love American history. I studied European history as well, but I love American history. And I'm here tonight to talk about a family member, my only family member in the United States. And I will make it very short, but what I have to say is very important to me. I have an uncle. He came to the United States almost 40 years ago. He is now a gentleman of almost 80 years. So he has been living in the United States for almost 40 years, and he came on an unlimited visa, which is no longer the document he needs. So he is now undocumented. I'm an American citizen, but my closest only relative is an undocumented immigrant. And I wish you could meet him. I wish he could be here tonight. He is a gentleman with a strong German accent. He is an original. He is a very hard-working man. He has worked as a carpenter every day he has lived in the United States. He loves this country. He's very knowledgeable about American history and American geography. He was actually the one who instilled this love for American history in me. And I'm, of course, so thankful for that. He has contributed immensely to his community. Everybody knows him there. People call him for help. And these contributions in many ways. For example, he's so helpful. I saw him one day walking down the street up to a local police officer who was working
Thank you very much.
at an event.
Thank you.
It was a hot summer day and mosquitoes were
Thank
all
you.
over, and he brought him bug spray. I don't want people like my uncle to have to fear deportation.
Good evening. My name is Marcia Finkelstein. I live at 2 Clifton Avenue in South Salem. And I've had a lot of time to reflect. I have testimony, but I first wanted to express my appreciation to all the members of the council. I may agree with you on some things, I may disagree with you on some things, but we're all here having a conversation. So I thank you for being here, being lucid, and listening to what we have to say. That said, and I also want to thank the mayor for her hard work, I'm asking that all members, not just a majority, vote yes for this Sanctuary for Peace ordinance. As a citizen of Salem and a proud American, I feel very blessed to live in this country, to have freedom of speech, to have all the rights that are bestowed upon us as American citizens. I support, and I'm proud to support this ordinance because the only thing it does is make legal what we already do. So it's like really a no-brainer. I mean, like, we should be done and out of here by now. I'm concerned, my specific concerns are for the children. I've heard so many stories. I mean, how can you imagine if your child came home and you were looking through their backpack and there was a note in it that said, go back to where you came from? How would you feel if you were that parent for your child? Or if that child came home crying because they were worried that you weren't going to be there? So our children are going to be running the world when we're too old, so we really kind of need to take care of them. Bullying is a problem. Given that our chief of police, Mary Butler, and Paul Tucker, our state rep, are behind this, and so many other people, we need to step forward and work together. And I really, really urge you all to do the right thing, because guess what? We're going to vote in November. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia.
My name is Dr. Alexandra Pinheiro Shields. I am an immigrant, I am a resident of Salem, and I am a citizen. The Bible is clear, you shall love the alien as yourself because you were aliens in the land of Egypt. This is a mandate. The Essex County Community Organization, a network of 37 congregations, is outraged at the targeting of immigrants. Active congregations here in Salem include Immaculate Conception Catholic Church, First Church Unitarian Universalist, St. Peter's Episcopal Church, and Tabernacle Congregational Church. Undocumented immigrants sit in the pews during our worship services. Their children are our children's classmates. They care for our infants and toddlers. They clean our homes and tend our lawns. They contribute to the economy by shopping downtown and paying taxes. Stephen Goss, the chief actuary of the Social Security Administration, estimates that undocumented immigrants pay between $10 and $13 billion every year into Social Security, but they don't take benefits. Every university research study that has been conducted in the United States over the last 20 years has shown that immigrants do not bring crime. Many studies have found that immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than native-born population, including one in the Journal of Quantitative Criminology. A recent University of California study found that sanctuary cities, and there's over 300 because they're perfectly legal, have lower crime rates and better economic growth over a 30-year period. 2,000 people have signed, 2,000 residents of Massachusetts have signed a petition asking for this ordinance, and I have copies for each one of you tonight. All over the country, police departments are reporting a spike in hate crimes over the past few months. This rising tide of hate is terrifying. Dr. Stephen Ray, professor at Evangelical Theological Seminary, recently gave a lecture in which he described our situation as a pre-genocidal moment, which begs the question, will we be Poland or will we be Denmark?
Thank you very much.
Okay. And here are here's all the 2,000 Salem residents.
Thank you.
My name is Grace Duran. I live in 22 Webb Street in Salem. I'm an immigrant, and I support this ordinance. I am here to read a statement from Elsabel Rincon. I am both an immigrant and a U.S. citizen, and the sanctuary ordinance will directly impact me and my family. Like most immigrant families, I come from a mixed status family, with members who are U.S. citizens to some who are undocumented, and I have personally experienced the impact behind the inconsistency in the discretionary enforcement of immigration laws and ICE enforcement practices. Some of the most important people for me and my children are fearful. This constant state of concern and stress impacts our inter-family dynamic and overall quality of life. As a modern society, we tend to see policies and laws with a binary lens, and at times not taking into context the complex construct of our society, communities, and our humanity. Being undocumented in this country is a lot more than illegal entry. Through a border crossing of the violation of an administrative law, and it surely doesn't automatically make my friends and family criminals. For too many of us, it is a true act of survival. Migration is one of the most natural human acts since the beginning of times, and we cannot speak of it simply in terms of borders and legislation, but within the total humanity of the individual. I also dare to say that we value and respect our city and this country as much as anybody else, but it is our duty as citizens and part of the democratic process to speak up and speak out when our administration's policies and actions do not strengthen our communities. Remember that many of you and your ancestors would also be undocumented immigrants under the laws and policies. Our community are greatly strengthened and enriched by welcoming and uplifting our neighbors, allowing us to collectively work towards the shared vision of healthy and safe communities, rather than divisive rhetoric and creates others when we are one. As an educator and activist in immigrant refugee communities for over 10 years, I am witness to the resiliency and desire of immigrant families to overcome and contribute greatly at all levels of the community. This ordinance goes above doing what is morally or ethically responsible or virtue signaling. It is standing up for raising a voice for a community that is targeted, oppressed, and isolated, and in real fear, while strengthening our continued fight for just comprehensive immigration reform.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I just get an idea, if you can raise your hand, and not clap, but just raise your hand, just to get a sense of who still wants to speak? Okay, all right, thank you.
I'll try to do a minute. My name is Claudia Proskov. I live at 20 Fowler Street. I'm an immigrant, a resident of Salem, and I became a citizen in the year 2000 when I was 18. I'm also an architect and a community artist, and I live and work in Salem. In 1987, my dad overstayed his 2-week visa in Los Angeles from Romania, so he became undocumented. It took him 2 years to go through the paperwork and get papers so that my mother, my brother, and I could join him 2 years later. We were able to join him in 1989, August. That was 3 months before the Berlin Wall fell, before communism also ended in Romania. I remember my grandfather's tears when we left, because at that point, it was still communist, so they had no idea when they'd see us again. The reason I decided to speak tonight is because someone, talked about their fear of how undocumented immigrants don't have the same standards in achievement and coming here as maybe the documented do. So my grandfather had a 5th grade education, and I was lucky enough to get a scholarship to MIT, and that's where I did my graduate study. I was undocumented, yes, we still want to achieve. I really want to drive home the point that people don't leave their homes, their families, their friends, their birth countries lightly. It's not just like, oh, well, that seems like a fun journey. It's really, really heart-wrenching and difficult to leave your home. And people say, well, why don't you go through the legal paths? Sometimes it's impossible. Sometimes it's messy, sometimes it's confusing, sometimes you're afraid for your life. And this happens a lot in a lot of countries. That's why we are lucky to be in America. And someone said, okay, 10 seconds, got it. Damn, this goes fast. Okay, so just please, just please consider what you would do in this situation. Thank you, and please support the sanctuary ordinance.
Thank you, Claudia.
Good evening. I am Luz Barreto Longus. I have had the privilege
to live in Salem for 36 years. I have also had the privilege to work and serve my community of Salem and serve Salem High School for 30 years. So I want to thank you all for letting us speak. I am an immigrant. I love the United States. I love Colombia. I love diversity and many cultures, and I learn from them. So I want to be able to tell my students at Salem High School that our government in Salem will protect them. I do have students that have fear and are not attending Salem High School. I want to call them and tell them why they should come back and not be fearful, because you all will be able to protect them, supporting the ordinance that you know is the right thing to do in Salem.
Thank you.
Omar Longus, 481 Loring Avenue, educator, proud child of an immigrant, member of but not representative of the other people. And I'd just like to say thank you to the audience, that regardless of the outcome, these are the types of discussions, conversations that we need to be having. That wherever you stand, the fact that we're coming together to have open dialogue is something we need to continue. As we continue having this dialogue, calling people racist, calling people unpatriotic isn't the way to keep the conversation going. As far as the ordinance and where I stand, I'll say that I believe supporting this ordinance is an investment in the future, but it's also something that's going to protect the people that we're trying to support in our community and who call Salem home. That it's not inviting criminal activity, it's protecting our neighbors. It's not saying that we're going to sacrifice federal funding. It's saying, no, we're going to try and make sure we do everything in accordance of the law. To the city council, the only thing I want to say is there is a sense of urgency. While you might not feel that there's pressure or a rush to take action, for the people who are experiencing and feeling all of the negative consequences and feelings associated with the anxiety and fear about their current status and situation, it's an everyday occurrence. The last thing I'll say is, at my church, we have a saying which is part of our mission, and it's where we put love into action. So I'd like to encourage everybody, and especially our city councilor members, to take that message to heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See, I don't have to call that out of order.
Good evening, and I appreciate, again, thank you to the mayor and this council. My name is Alex Munavar, Mitchell Munavar. I'm a resident of 123 North Street here in Salem. I'm a proud resident of Salem, and like many others, I'd like to qualify my ability to speak here. I'm a son of immigrant parents. I am a tax-paying resident of the city of Salem. I'm a proud parent of Salem children who are in the public schools. I'm also a member of the Latino Leadership Coalition, and I'm also represent this body as a member of the Board of Registrar of Voters here in Salem. I am proud of the work that I've done on behalf of this city in pursuit of engagement and increasing civic engagement among all members of this community. As I sit here today, one thing that strikes me, and I look out to this board and this council, who I am appreciative of and grateful for as representative of many of our districts and reflective of many of the values that I have. However, this board does not reflect the particular demographics of our city and those that we are talking about. As I look out around me, the crowd here does not reflect the particular demographics and the individuals who we are talking about. And let's be honest, we're talking about primarily, I don't want to overgeneralize, we're talking about Latinos, who I am. I say that because this is a body that has to make a decision over a group that they may not be able to identify with. And so many of the voices here today has tried to do something that I think is unique. We are standing up to talk on behalf of and for a group that has little to no voice, who would probably be fearful standing here today to indicate why this is so important for them. I don't want to touch on the legalities. I can assure you, as an attorney of 14 years representing low-income and disenfranchised communities, individuals, families of all races, all creeds, all ethnicities, I can say for sure that the legalities stand for sure. But I'm divided. We have commonality here in fear, where we have fear for the immigrants and we have fear for the impact of this ordinance. But one of the things that I have to do with that fear as a parent is I have to figure out how fear has both brought families together and divided a community. Let us remain an inclusive city. Let us continue to do the work on behalf of all individuals here, regardless of what their status are, to continue to improve civic
you.
engagement and improve Salem. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Ana Nuncio. I live at 20 Winter Street. I'm a proud member of the Latino Leadership Coalition, and I'm an immigrant, also a U.S. citizen, and I vote. And I'm dedicating all the rest of my days to making my community aware of the power of their vote. I want to start by finishing the letter that Angel de Leon, one of our students, did not get to finish because of time constraints. He was talking about immigrant children. They deserve basic human rights, and no one should be treated like my father was treated, especially innocent children seeking safety and refuge. Finally, I think immigration officials should stop getting immigrant children and sending them back to their countries. Plus, if they keep sending these children back, maybe in the future, that might have a big impact on the United States because they won't be able to contribute to the U.S. through their work and their dreams. In conclusion, I think the government should stop sending immigrant children back to their countries because they are going to grow up with fear that our government is going to send them back to their war-torn countries, and that fear may turn into hate when they grow up. Let us continue to be a proud immigrant nation that offers hope to those seeking refuge and hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Hi, my name's Joanne Sims.
Hi,
I'm from
it-
Ward 7.
If I can ask you to just take a second, we're
Okay.
technical difficulties over here. I don't. Of course. You want to use my phone? Sorry. Go ahead, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I did speak to you February 16th at the meeting, and I felt pretty uncomfortable, and it's a shame the way the whole thing was initiated and how uncomfortable it makes you all feel and us feel. And to me, Mayor Driscoll, you had said at a meeting at the Senior Citizens that I saw on TV that the actual police policy is more important than the ordinance. So I think with all this, you should have probably allayed everybody's fears by now on how the police operate. To me, you should just post that policy. That's fine, and that should help everyone out. To me, this upsets too many people on both sides, for you all and for us. And instead of putting all this pressure top-down to the counselors, maybe it should have gone to a ballot where all of the citizens of Salem, the voters, could vote, and we wouldn't have to go through the discomfort and, you know, intimidation, pretty much, so. And you can't really guarantee loss of federal funds, so, and the whole idea of the sanctuary is like a misnomer. You can't guarantee any safety for people in that sense, and to me, let's borrow from the Hippocratic Oath, and like doctors, first do no harm. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Schultz. I live at 40 Summer Street in Salem. I'm a board member for the Salem Award Foundation for Human Rights and Social Justice. I'm also a school committee member, and I just want to announce to those of you who don't know that the Salem School Committee voted unanimously in support of passing this ordinance, as well as the Salem Teachers Union voted to support it, and the Salem Education Foundation voted to support it. In doing social justice work, it is imperative to listen to and then follow the lead of people who need help and desire justice. This is a powerful guiding principle of social justice work. People with privilege and power often think we know best. But in cases of social and political justice and injustice, the people who know best and know what they need in order to defeat and to be protected from injustice are the people experiencing injustice. I came in a little late to the meeting, and I didn't hear everybody's comments, but I did come right before Councilor Dibble made his. And Councilor Dibble said, it's going to hurt them. You don't want them to be targeted. They don't understand the risk, danger, etc. There's no rush to do this. In these statements, Councilor Dibble, you are speaking for our immigrant community as if you know best. But they tell you you don't. You want to do the right thing. I've known you for many years, and I appreciate what you do for the city, and I respect you.
Please direct your comments to me.
Okay,
Thank you.
and I respect all of you deeply. But your argument is deeply patronizing. The immigrant and undocumented community in Salem wants and needs this ordinance. I ask the City Council to please do the right thing and follow their lead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just the hands.
Hello, I am Kara Pessel. I live at 11 North Pine Street in Ward 2. I love living in the city of Salem for its diversity, and I am proud to work in the city of Salem. I am a nurse practitioner at the North Shore Community Health Center, also known as Salem Family Health Center. So I'm here on behalf of healthcare. And when I think of the work that we do there, we serve many patients who are immigrants. And as a healthcare person, I think of all policy as healthcare policy. Safety is health, and when people are not safe, it is hard to be healthy. And that is what I want most for the patients that I see. So I am here on behalf of the patients that we see and to urge you to think of it as a public health issue when you think about how you wish to vote. And I fully support the ordinance, and I hope that you do as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I have to come down. I'm tall.
Take it off
My
the
name's
stand.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. I can do this. I'm Betsy Miller. I'm at 303 Lafayette Street, and I am a Salem State faculty member. Although I speak for myself here, I want to thank Mayor Driscoll for her articulation regarding this issue. I learned some things tonight, so I appreciate that. I want to thank all of you for being here and listening to everybody. That's so important. I want to thank Josh Turiel, my council member, for setting me straight over Facebook a couple times about understanding this policy and this ordinance. And I want to state my firm support of this ordinance, an affirmation and codification of existing policy. I am the granddaughter of legal immigrants, and I hear that statement so much. I am the daughter, or I am the granddaughter, or son, or whatever, of legal immigrants. My grandfather came here in 1920 from Lithuania. He was a Jew. He was fleeing persecution. He was allowed to enter in this country. Thank goodness he was allowed. He had a few dollars in his pocket and a U.S. address that he could stay at, and that was the only requirement to get him into the country. If you don't know about immigration law now, it's entirely different. People do not have legal alternatives to get into this country. So we need to fix that. That's a tangent, okay? I also want to say something about fear and bullying. Now, if we are indeed in compliance with federal law, and I feel like we certainly are, I want to talk about the politics of fear. In this community, we have certain values. We, because of where we've been historically, have a responsibility to stand up and stand with those who are persecuted and those who do not have a voice. We've seen what happens when we don't. And in some cases, that means standing up to a bully in the White House when he threatens to take our lunch money. So I want to encourage you all to reject the politics of fear and embrace your humanity in supporting this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. My name is Nicole Lasham. I'm co-chair of the Community Engagement Committee for Salem No Place for Hate, also editor and co-owner of the Rainbow Times. We must deal in facts, not alternative facts, but concrete facts. We've learned from experts that there's nothing in the ordinance to jeopardize federal funding because it does nothing to violate federal law. The 10th Amendment is also very clear. The federal government cannot dictate to local police to be immigration enforcement. Currently, it takes 5 to 10 years to stand in line for entry into the United States. Immigrants cannot wait. Families cannot wait. It can literally mean the difference between life and death. When I walk out the doors of this school tonight, just like many of you in this room and all of you counselors, I am not worried about being profiled for the way I look, the color of my skin, my accent, or anything else that could indicate an ethnicity or a race. However, my spouse, my family members, and my friends have been, could be, and still do. With the rise in federal abuses and unconstitutional executive orders, which have attached disenfranchised groups to all sorts of atrocities under the current presidential administration, it is our responsibility to rise up and protect our immigrant community at the local level to the very best of our ability. If we refuse to put it in writing, to write it into our local law, what message are we sending to our immigrant community and the Salem community as a whole? I'm aware that there's been a resolution submitted as an alternative or compromise to the Sanctuary for Peace ordinance. However, when we are dealing with human lives, as we are in this case, a resolution does not provide security. An ordinance is local law. Protections need to be written in law, not suggested or implied like a resolution would do. We have so many ordinances on file, why would we not do the same for our immigrant community? Only you know the answer to that. Inaction on this ordinance is inexcusable. I came to this city for the inclusion of it, and I hope you act on its behalf.
Thank you very much.
This is tall. Good evening, everyone. My name is Rosario Viera Minaya. I'm a resident of Salem. I live on 18 Hawthorne Street. I've been living in Salem for 27 years. I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm a mom. I'm a professional. I serve in many different boards and committees in Salem. I'm a trustee for the House of the Seven Gables, Salem Education Foundation, as well as trustee at large for Essex Heritage. I also am the chief program officer for North Shore Community Development Coalition, and I have worked in many different other positions in the nonprofit field in Massachusetts. I'm also the founder of the Latino Leadership Coalition. I grew up in the Point neighborhood. I went to Salem High School. I went to Salem State University. I have a master's in leadership in education. And I have all those labels. That's Rosario today. But my story in Salem started when I was 15 years old, that I arrived with my parents from the Dominican Republic. And after 6 months of being here with a tourist visa, we became undocumented. My brother, myself, and my mom and my dad. My older brother has to stay behind. He couldn't get in the country. He hasn't been able to come in ever since. Today, I stand in front of you to tell you a personal story. When we finally were able to rent an apartment in Salem after being undocumented and after being living with relatives for a while, we were renting in a multifamily, and we had a neighbor next door. It was an older couple. They have no children. And while we were living there, we heard cough and struggle in the bathroom. We were so afraid to call 911 or call the police and report what was happening. We had to run next door to find a person that was going to be able to do it because we were afraid that we were going to be taken away because we were undocumented. This person passed away. So
Thank you very much.
brings that into perspective. Think about those things that are affecting us on a daily basis, and please support the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Right height.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Council, Mayor. I stand before you today as an immigrant, but I also stand before you as a person with privilege. I'm very well aware of my privilege as an immigrant. When I came here, I had the privilege to pursue the legal path of citizenship. I had the resources, I had the community support, but I still fell within the cracks and became somewhat undocumented because I was waiting for my visa to be extended while overstaying my visa. I pursued the path of legal citizenship. It was not easy. When I received my green card, ultimately, it was slapped as a conditional green card because I had to take 2 years to prove that I was actually married to my husband. Mountains and mountains of paperwork after I was finally a real legal citizen. But during that time, I was so afraid to leave the country that I would lose my legal status that when my aunt was dying overseas of cancer, I decided not to leave the country. So I stand here today knowing that I had that privilege, that I was able to pursue the path of citizenship. I also know that I have the privilege to speak before you today without feeling stigmatized because of what I look like or where I'm from. And I'm very proud to say that I live in a city that accepts that. There are people who say that this ordinance will unnecessarily put a target on our undocumented immigrants. I ask you this question: are they already not targeted? And if they are, look around this room. When our community members are at risk of being targeted, this is what it looks like. We all come out to support, to help, to speak for them. And I'm so pleased and overwhelmingly moved by everyone speaking out for our community. I urge this council to fully pass this ordinance, and I hope that you will consider this as a landmark policy that speaks to what kind of community we are.
Thank you very much.
And my name is Christine Medora. I forgot to mention that, 20 Federal Street.
I'm Lauren Noyce. I come from Hancock Street tonight. I'm a teacher at Salem High School and member of the Salem Teachers Union. I support the Sanctuary for Peace ordinance. How can we best support our immigrant residents? This question is not just about law enforcement. It's about access to education, equity, and students' fundamental rights. Despite overall success, there are barriers to education in Salem. These barriers relate to equity. The ordinance tears down those barriers and helps students learn more effectively in our schools. The purpose of education is to make a moral, empowered society. Education can ignite the world. Each student wants to discover the masterpiece they were born to create with their life. Everyone deserves equal access, no, equitable access, even better, to this world-changing education. Research shows that students cannot access curriculum if their basic needs are not met. Despite a high rate of poverty in Salem, our students can obtain many resources through the school. They have always had access to food, clothing, housing, medical care, classroom resources ever since I showed up 2 years ago. Those barriers to education are down, and we will keep them down. Other barriers are more insidious. The basic human needs threatened now without this ordinance are safety, family, identity, consistency, and psychological security. When students live in fear, it paralyzes and traumatizes. No amount of money, food, or supplies can fill in the gap between fear and learning. Emotional distress undermines education. Many of our students, some I know, are too afraid to do their best in school right now. They need to stay under the radar. And society tells them it's their fault that they're not achieving more. We teachers observe the symptoms of this fear like we do with any other type of trauma that ravages the student population. Emotional outbursts, health problems, scattered thinking, dissociation, depression, anxiety. Kids cannot focus on schoolwork when their friends and family are threatened. My friend will finish my statement, but I'll leave you with one thought. I see gifted, motivated students held back by anxiety so intense and destabilizing they cannot manage it even with support. The thing they lack is peace. Sanctuary for Peace.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Catherine Fuller. I am 16 Summer Street in Salem. I am also a Massachusetts public school teacher. Danger is encroaching. Raids are happening on the North Shore. I want to tell my students, you have done nothing wrong. You are safe. That's true. However, they hear a conflicting message. When they hear the haters call someone illegal or criminal who has not committed any criminal or civil offense, what should they think? The ignorant lash out against every immigrant's identity. The undocumented have a paperwork problem. Are they any less human? Students need the Sanctuary for Peace ordinance. Good wishes and resolutions are not enough. Human rights are on the chopping block. That is priority number one. This is about due process. The 10th Amendment separates local, state, and federal powers. The ordinance prevents vigilant action. Local officials must never harass residents about their immigration status or try to do ICE's job. We must focus on our job to unite, to serve, and protect our residents. We need to codify laws that protect human rights and due process. A mere resolution limits our students' equitable access to education. They cannot learn in an environment of fear. This requires us to take action. The conflicting message must be clarified. The Sanctuary for Peace ordinance must be codified. My commitment is to serve and protect each student and their freedom to live in peace. I support the Sanctuary for Peace ordinance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mark Fuller. I'm the wife of Catherine Fuller, I'm the husband of Beth Fuller. Wow. Usually you wait until you get in front of a microphone to say something like that. It's good. Let me start over. I'm at 16 Summer Street, Salem as well. I've heard a couple of different things. I've heard, we have laws in this country. I've heard that illegal means illegal. We have an immigration problem in this country. I agree. And that is the job of our Congress, who we elected to pass immigration reform. That is their job. They have abdicated that responsibility for 20 years, but that's another story. So let me get this straight. So the mayor is in favor of it. The chief of police is in favor of this. The solicitor has said that she's reviewed this information and the city will not lose funding. And it's essentially just confirming what we already do, right? That's what I've been hearing. So why are we here? Why are there so many people here? What are we doing? It's just a symbol. But symbols are important, right? Symbols mean things, words mean things. Most of my life, I have not been an activist. I have not been very politically involved like most people. Politics is kind of gross. I would never get involved in it. You don't pay attention to it this much. I have opinions. No offense to the folks in front of me here. But I think most people are like that, right? Why does this have to do with politics, left, right? It's just doing what's right. And it's a symbol. So you can argue about the specifics of the policy, the language, the wording, the T's and the I's and all that stuff. But if it's just a symbol, I know I myself in my life, I'm learning a little bit to overcome that shyness a little bit and learning when I believe in something to actually stand up, even if it feels awkward and kind of nerve-wracking like this does to everyone who just spoke. So I would ask the council to do the same thing. If you're on the fence, if it's just a symbol, then what do you stand for? So I'd ask for you to pass the resolution. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Susan Roses. I live at 22 Summit Avenue in Salem. I am an immigration attorney. I practice in Lynn, and I do mostly deportation defense. So currently, I am struggling from post-Trump stress disorder. That's my appearance. And for me, that can be kind of a joke, but for most of my clients, this is just their worst nightmare. Our phones haven't stopped ringing. I have a client from Salem who, in fact, was being looked for by ICE, who entered legally, who has no criminal record, who has now moved to Lawrence. I have clients who have come here saying, come to me saying, a woman who has a very strong, very sad asylum case, and children who are now here in the United States with her, also undocumented, and her son, who is my son's age, 7, came up to her one day and he said, "Mom, what am I going to do what do I do if one day I come home and nobody's here?" And to me, that was just that kid's comment brought it home, and he told her this on the way to my office, and he told his mom, he said, okay, well, if you're going to see your attorney, tell her to do a good job. And I'm trying to, but this environment is making it pretty difficult. Two other points I wanted to address are that I think that there is a huge, an erroneous assumption that it's a choice to come here legally or illegally. I'm shocked. Most of my clients are Salvadoran, Guatemalan, Honduran, and Dominican, and I am shocked if I see a visitor's visa very often, and it is not for lack of trying or not for lack of wanting to. And most of my clients have come here literally fleeing horrific abuse, horrific torture, and very likely death. And so keep that in mind. Also, I wanted to mention that there is not really any, we think there's a fair process upon entry at the border, but I've seen sworn statements from 3-year-olds who say that they came here for work and for a better future. And it's pretty clear they didn't. So,
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is James Vlachos. I've lived in Salem for many, many decades. I've never seen anything this important come to the forefront. A lot of this has to do with politics, and I'm really not a political person, but you do as do, all right? You have laws, and you have feelings, what is right, what is wrong, okay? There's a difference between the law and justice. That's just the way it is. Basically, I'm looking at a situation where I believe this small city of Salem is going to lose their federal funding. All right? Now, how are you going to offset this? If you lose $11 million, are you going to tax people to make up the difference? Exactly, is there any sponsor to this or any alternative, that's been put in place? Because the bottom line is, the federal government is a federal government, and they've already said you're going to lose your funding, one way or the other. You might fight it, as much as you want, but the bottom line being is, a lot of these people sitting here are going to have to pay extra taxes to accommodate the funding. That's basically, the questions that I ask, and as far as the rest of the situation, you have to sit down and look at it on yourselves. Look within yourselves. What is good for the city? What is good for the taxpayers of this city? That's the important part. Because it'd be like me saying, well, I don't think anybody should pay any taxes. That's okay? Well, some people hurt more than others. I can't pay these taxes. So it's a give and take on both ends, and I hope you make the correct decision. That's up to you, all right? I can't tell you. You have to look within yourselves, what is right for the city, period. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anna Gooding-Cole. I live at 18 Summer Street in Salem. I've heard here that Salem could lose its federal funding if we were to become a sanctuary city. We'll be punished for standing on our principles, for standing up for our neighbors, even though we won't impede federal law in the process. I say in reply that even if this is truly so, no amount of money is worth the safety of our neighbors and the shame we will bear if we don't take a stand for them. If it can't stop ICE raids from breaking up law-abiding families, then at least this ordinance will stand as bare protection for the innocent and a strong statement that we will not actively support these brutal deportations. Furthermore, if we recoil in fear when we have the chance to protect our own, then what's next? What else will we cave on if we cave on our own neighbors? This ordinance is smart in the way that it doesn't violate the law. It seems to me that it will not lose us federal funding, but it's easy to be smart. Bravery is harder. It requires courage to take a stand, always, even under the best of circumstances, and especially when the stakes are so high. If there were ever a time to be brave, then now is that time. Let's protect our undocumented citizens, damned be the dark threats and intimidations. Let's show these petty would-be punishers of sanctuary cities that Salem is unafraid to stand up for its own. Let's pass this ordinance.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Jason Pivacek, 2 Heritage Drive, Unit 34. When I hear that the ordinance does nothing for the affected individuals, that affects me. The ordinance gives, the affected individuals peace of mind, and it makes them feel comfortable or more comfortable. And undocumented people and immigrants have and deserve the same birth-given rights that all of us in this room have. And I am for this ordinance because I support my community of Salem, and on a very human, physiological basis, I don't think anybody in my community should feel fear any more than they have to, especially the school children. I ask the City Council to pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Pat Liberti, I live at 3 Lions Lane in Salem. If we have an ordinance that apparently doesn't say sanctuary in it, why are we putting the title as sanctuary? Ordinance for peace is the way it should go, because once you put sanctuary, you don't know what Trump's going to do. I mean, it puts it on our backs. And if we lose the federal funding, our taxes go up. It'll affect every homeowner and every people that rent, because guess what? The landlords are going to increase your cost of living. I think the best way to go is what we have on the books, or the ordinance for peace, but I don't think that we should state sanctuary. I think it's a slippery slope. I support what you're trying to do, and my parents were from Ireland. My husband's first generation Italian, and we've gone that way. You know, my husband's family went through horrors to get where they are now, and I think everyone's cognizant of it, but I think we need to think about that word sanctuary. Why do we have to have it? I think ordinance for peace is the way to go.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. I have to say that I'm probably the only invader here because I live in Peabody, 38 Forest Street. But I'm here representing every single immigrant that have come to this country. Undocumented, I am a U.S. citizen, and I have been fighting for every single individual in this country who represent diversity, disability, veterans, and all of the individuals that compose the quilt of America. I've been fighting for American the Beautiful, the American that I know, and the American that is for immigrant. And for the one that are asking God to give it an answer to sign the petition, I hope that God have responded and that you go home tonight thanking God because you got your answer today. Please support the Sanctuary City. We are here to do great things, and I hope that you find it in your heart that immigrants are people, that we are human, that we breathe, that we die. And if you don't believe me, I invite you to walk into a cemetery in the middle of the night, and that will give you the answer. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jeff Millar, and I live at 29 Boardman Street. First, I would like to acknowledge that there are a lot of really difficult issues here that you guys are dealing with and struggling with for this. And everybody out here seems to know exactly what you should do, even though they don't all agree on it. And I haven't heard a lot of acknowledgement of that. You know, there are a lot of moving parts here. You know, federal funding. We think that this law is okay as far as federal funding goes. We seem to be in end times down in Washington, D.C. right now, so I'm not sure that that means much. We talk about the potential to pass a resolution rather than an ordinance. I'm not sure that matters much to Washington, D.C. when it comes to whether or not they're going to make a decision about trying to pull funding from us. Most importantly, I mean, I know it matters on an issue like this. I'm not sure it should. You know, it feels to me an awful lot like feeling safe calling the police when you need them is a human right. And when you're talking about a human rights issue, I wouldn't want to be on the wrong side of that, even if it saved me some money. You know, Madam President, probably over 2 hours ago now, you made the comment that clearly we have not put a strong enough message out there to our citizens that they're safe. I would suggest that I would suggest.
I think that's your 2 minutes, but.
I would suggest that passing this ordinance says you are safe. Passing a resolution says maybe we have your back, maybe we don't.
Okay, thanks very much.
Hi, my name is Hetty Tebow. I live on First Street in Salem, Mass. I'm a Salem resident all my life, educated, of course, in Salem. I love Salem, all right? Now, my comments don't take anything away from if you want to call them undocumented or if I want to call them illegal, okay? Because my taxes do pay for their schooling. My taxes pay for their medical. My taxes pay for their food. My taxes are paying for everything, and I don't want to take it away from them, okay? So as long as we got that straight, I know I won't be seeing any of these, okay? Salem, the city of peace. Doesn't that say it all? If you're passing an ordinance that is only not doing anything different than what we already do, why does the word sanctuary have to be in there? Sanctuary right now is the devil's advocate because it's not a good well, it's not that it's illegal, but it's not an accepted term right now, the way society is, all right? Now, whether we like him or not, we have a president in office, okay? Whether you liked Obama or not, we supported him, okay? Let's wait and see what he's going to do before we rush this through the people of Salem, all right? Now, my 2 minutes are up?
No.
All right, then then I get 10 more seconds because of that. All right.
I make the rules.
All right. Thank you. Number one, we need to cease to normalize illegal immigration, all right? What the government is trying to do now, because it's been lax, is try to fix things. If the illegal immigrants in the country, those that did not renew their visas, whatever, they made conscious choices to do what they're doing. They assume the risk of the legal status, all right? It is not our moral responsibility to wipe it away. Regarding illegal immigration does an injustice to the many legal immigrants who played by the rules to get here. We owe it to them, to ourselves, to adhere to the law. Rule of law matters. Lawlessness creates more lawlessness, all right? I want all citizens of Salem to feel safe, all right?
Thank you, Hetty. Thank you.
Give me my extra 10 seconds?
Yes.
Jency Romero, 9 Harmony Street. All right, I'm here to speak. I didn't write anything, but I'm here to speak on behalf of the unrepresented high school students, because many people are speaking for us, but many don't understand because they may be afraid of also adults to speak to them. Many students are afraid. They're just afraid of coming to school. So I just wanted to say, like, the mayor has talked about putting like a dome or like feeling safe like that, but it's not really that we need. It's kind of like a halo that we need. It's just kind of like that feeling of a reassurance. And they say that it doesn't do anything, but if we talk about it and if we put it into our law, we will feel safer as students. And that's just,
Okay, and I'm his guidance
Thank you very
counselor, and
much.
I'm his guidance counselor, and I'm so proud of him.
Beautifully said, thank you. Sarah Marl, Ward 2, member. I've volunteered in a variety of ways. I work out at Plummer Home, so I'm sort of used to working with marginalized populations. I also want to add to Mr. Schultz's comment, the Salem Award Foundation for Human Rights and Social Justice also voted in support of this ordinance. Speaking on behalf of myself as a resident, however, so thank you, and thank you for your service and your hard work on this. We live in a time when we're all feeling the repercussions of unjust social policy. Immigration law, through the generations, has been built in unjust ways. We cannot change this right now. We can't change that with this ordinance. We can start to make small changes in the way that we respond to it, however. We are also currently living under an administration that is fueled by fear and intimidation, and they're using this tool in very divisive ways. Fear tears apart communities. We learned this the very hard way 325 years ago right here in Salem. We should not forget our history and the history that fear-based decisions bring upon individuals and the entire community. Hopefully that knowledge sort of helps this decision become a little bit more clear for you. We have an opportunity not to give into this fear, but to stand up for what this is about, basic human rights. This is about the people who live here, who work here, who go to school here, and who want to be here and chose to be here. And I would say that symbols do matter. We have no problem with a variety of symbols around town, whether it's flags in Riley Plaza or painting our crosswalks in support of various communities. But this is a symbol that actually has a bit more teeth to it, and it really does matter and make a difference. We're in an Imagine Salem process right now. I imagine a Salem where true inclusion includes all of our neighbors and people to live comfortably and without fear. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Judith Riley. I'm from 20 West. I'm here to support the ordinance. I hope you will too. And I just want to thank you so much for doing this. I could not imagine a city council would actually give everybody 2 minutes to speak and commit to being here till everybody has spoken. That's fabulous. But I have a little bit of negative feedback for you after that. Sorry. I get a little worried when I hear that you don't trust the city solicitor or maybe even the Attorney General to give you a valid legal opinion. And it just makes me want to ask you to ask yourselves, did you trust her before this? Will you trust her after this? Is she only wrong on this one issue? And then if you do think she's right, or if you find somebody who says that she's right, if you're afraid to have Salem targeted for an ordinance that is a symbol, what happens when we're asked to do something that's wrong, that really, that isn't a symbol of something right, but if we're asked to do something wrong in the future, are our leaders going to stand up, or is it going to be like, oh, we'll lose our federal funding if we don't do this thing? So I just want you to think now, is this the first step down a bad path? And I know it's really hard, but try to think about that when you decide what to do on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rinus Oosthoek, Executive Director of the Salem Chamber of Commerce, and thank you for listening. The Salem Chamber of Commerce supports the newly proposed Salem Sanctuary for Peace, the Human Rights Declaration, and the reasons are numerous. The Chamber believes that the city policies have worked very well in the past and that the proposed ordinance is a confirmation of that fact. As a business community, we know that community policing works very well in Salem. Our strong and collaborative relationship with the Salem Police Department works because the Salem Police Department has a similar relationship with all the communities and the individuals they serve and protect. As Chief Butler repeatedly has said, the current policies work and therefore should be continued. We want our immigrant friends, immigrant neighbors, and immigrant customers to call the police when needed, report a crime when noticed, and cooperate and assist local law enforcement without fear in their hearts. We believe the Sanctuary for Peace ordinance will help residents and their children feel safe so they can freely interact with the Salem PD. We agree with Chief Butler that local law enforcement should not be involved in the enforcement of civil immigration law, as such involvement would certainly have a chilling effect on both documented and undocumented immigrants reporting criminal activity or assisting police in criminal investigations. Immigrants, legal and undocumented, contribute significantly to the U.S. economy. It's estimated that the 11 million undocumented immigrants alone are collectively paying an estimated $11.6 billion in state and local taxes alone. They rent apartments, they eat food, they get haircuts, they buy cell phones, and they join our local nonprofits, our business organizations, and our PTOs. By doing so, they increase demand and create work. The millions of undocumented immigrants currently residing in the United States are overwhelming law-abiding, tax-paying, and hardworking. We hope you support the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Last time I came before the council, I got a standing ovation. Not sure that's going to happen tonight. Can I have hope? I'm Toby Channon, and I live on 38 Station Road right here in Salem. I have been an advocate and a voice for those most needy in our community. I'm sure Mayor Driscoll remembers back in the day when I was the PAC chair for 9 years. Fighting, advocating, supporting every special needs student that needed help, and every parent, despite who they were, I fought for them, and how heartbroken at times I got, and how frustrated when our city didn't have the resources to support the neediest in our community. There are sometimes unintended consequences, and I'm dying to know how much resources go into in our school system, but because we don't keep the numbers, perhaps we don't have an understanding. And I think it's fair to have all the information. Maybe there aren't resources that are not being utilized, because I'm fighting for the neediest in our community. I'm also, right now, because my kids are grown, fighting for another community of voices that are afraid to come out and speak. And those are the families who suffer with a loved one who are dealing with addiction and this horrible heroin epidemic. There are unintended consequences as well when we discuss illegal aliens. And this is a topic that's important to me. So I just want to read you one statistic based on that, and it's the DEA Domestic Division shows that of the 767 fugitives who have known birthplaces, 83% are not born in this country. So basically what's happened is we have presented criminal drug trade by not enforcing the immigration law. That's not your issue, but I care about our children, and our children are dying every day because of that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, but no standing ovation?
Hello, my name is Ray Jerslow. I live at Bayview Ave. I've been living in Salem for about 20 years now. I'm originally from Hyde Park, so I didn't go through the school system here or anything like that. By a show of hands here tonight, how many are in favor of
Please
this
direct your
legislation?
comments to me, please.
Madam President, can you call for a show of hands? Because I see
No,
all
I
these
won't
hands
do that.
waving.
No,
But I'm
no.
just curious as a question. How many of these people have actually put the money where the mouth is and actually taken one of these families under their own roof, sheltered them, fed them, helped find them jobs? I mean, everyone's talking a good talk. I'm not meaning, I applaud you, sir, if you did. But I'm not talking about through a church. I'm not talking through about a community group. I mean, on your own. Have you, sir?
No, please, direct your comments to me.
No, I haven't, and that's not why I'm here. Well, why I'm here is, let me see here. Okay, so in the past 20 years here in the city, I've seen the homeless shelter go from being on Crombie Street to where it is now. You have homeless people walking the streets of Salem, bothering people at the Walgreens on New Derby Street, Hess gas station. Like the lady before me said, we have an opioid epidemic. Out of proportions here. When I used to coach Little League, I used to have to walk the playgrounds where the games were played to get rid of the hypodermic needles. And let alone the school system's failing our kids. And everyone here that says $11 million we're not in jeopardy of losing, do any of you work for the federal government? Do you actually sign the check? No, I don't know how it works, but who does it? I know I don't. I can't make any guarantees. There are no guarantees. And if so, if funding were to be cut, what contingency plan does the city council have to make up the difference? Any answers? Anyone even think of it yet?
This isn't an exchange, you can just
Okay.
state.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, I can talk as I want. Okay, so I got that. Let's see. My main reason why I'm here is illegal immigrants, regardless of their status, if you're a male between 18 and 25, they are required by federal law to sign up for the draft. How is that going to be enforced in the city of Salem? Does anyone here have son, daughter, grandson that's coming of age for the draft? I'm not saying the draft is going to be here, but it's an uncertain world.
Thank you very much, sir.
What you're telling me is that my sons
Thank
and
you,
everyone
sir.
else is expendable. You're going to protect
you've had your
the
2 minutes.
illegals. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, I'm glad you let someone from PV talk it up. Talk it up, sir.
PBD are people too.
Good evening to the council, all the officials from the city of Salem, everyone who's come out for and against this. I stand here as a proud son of 2 immigrants from Ireland. But not only that, I stand here as a proud immigrant myself. Many people that know me don't even know that. My parents were both born in Ireland. They moved to London. That's where I was born. I came here when I was young. My experience as an immigrant may not be typical of many today, but we moved into a small single-family house on School Street with our cousins, and they already had 6 people in their family, so we added 3 more. And then there was another cousin that came in and lived with us, and we had 1 bathroom. And we did a typical thing. An apartment became available across the street on the 2nd floor. We moved over there. My parents both became citizens. I finally became a citizen right near the end of high school. It was a lot easier back then. Didn't have to take a test. I just had to become a citizen before I turned 18. I'm not going to go on any longer. What I'd just like to say is I stand here and I support the sanctuary ordinance very, very deeply, and I appreciate everyone that has spoken. They've spoken eloquent enough that I don't need to add any more to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good evening tonight. My name is Kate Perez. I live on 1 Hamilton Street in Salem.
Sharon Giardino, 72 Washington Square East, Ward 2.
We come here today as 2 very proud social workers that work in hospitals. And you know, as social workers, our clinical practice is based on research evidence. And it was very refreshing to hear tonight about all the evidence that is in support of the sanctuary ordinance, because that just reinforces why we're here today. Initially, I actually just came here to hold this sign, but I was inspired to speak because of all that's been already said tonight, so I don't want to reiterate what's already been said. But another reason why I decided to speak was both Sharon and I actually stood outside for hours to collect signatures to make Salem a sanctuary city. And what was so amazing about that experience was we got overwhelmingly positive feedback from people, which is obviously illustrated in how many signatures we were able to get in the days that we stood outside. But also there were a lot of people that wanted to sign up too that were from other cities. So that doesn't even reflect how many people actually are in support in the North Shore for turning Salem into a sanctuary city, so I wanted to make that point. Also, what motivates us to be social workers is our belief in our common humanity, and the idea that what we can do is work in solidarity with people to help people move forward. So part of working in solidarity is coming here today and taking a stand for what we believe is right, which is our support for making Salem a sanctuary city. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Muy buenas noches, me llamo Perla Peguero y vivo en 30 Boardman Street aquí en Salem. Quiero compartir unas palabras muy famosas. Primero vinieron por los socialistas y yo no protesté, porque yo no era socialista. Después vinieron por los unionistas y yo no protesté, porque no era unionista. Después vinieron por los judíos y yo no protesté porque yo no era judía. Después vinieron por mí y no quedaba nadie por hablar. So my name is Perla Peguero and I live at 30 Boardman Street. I did that in Spanish. I could do that in French. Why? I'm a first-generation immigrant from the Dominican Republic, documented U.S. citizen. I took the test, and you're right, it was damn hard, and I did much better than most of my Native American, native-born U.S. friends. And I could do that because my parents were super busy working so hard to have my sister and my brother go through school. So they didn't have the opportunity to learn English because they were building a life for us. That's why they were not as well educated as my siblings and I were. However, it is so important. I work for the city of Salem very happily, very proudly in the school system. I am a social worker, and I work at the Saltonstall School as a school adjustment counselor, and I can tell you that firsthand knowledge of many of our students who are exceedingly stressed over this whole issue of immigration, the potential loss of their families. I also have family who has been undocumented, and I'll tell you how we take care of that. We help them find jobs. We house them. We support them. Because we have to, because they're family. We don't come here lightly. No, we don't. We come here because sometimes we have no other choice. So I want you to think about Martin's words. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. I urge you to be the ones to speak.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jolene Noah. I come from Dominican Republic 23 years ago. I support Salem as a sanctuary city because in this case, it's not about the money, it's about the people. And we need to take care of people first. That's the most important thing. We are one Salem, we don't want nobody. We love immigrants, people love Salem like any other people here in this room. And we come in here to produce, to pay taxes, to do many, many things like you do, and good things. So, just to let you know, many cities in Massachusetts are already sanctuary city. Boston is a bigger city than Salem. Boston is sanctuary city. You know that? Nothing happened in Boston. People happy there, right? They happy there. I don't know why we cannot be happy here as a sanctuary city. We can be. Chelsea, Charlottetown, Cambridge, many, Lawrence. Why we cannot be sanctuary city? That's not hard to do. Remember, once again, sanctuary city, we want sanctuary city. It's not because the money, it's because people. We love Salem. We don't want Salem as a body. We don't want body in Salem. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I'm Joanne McCrae from Essex Street, and I came to speak because I'm a granddaughter and a great-granddaughter of Irish immigrants who, when they first arrived, could not speak English. They only spoke Gaelic. And I wanted to, that's my only real story. There's been other great stories. I just want to urge the council to support this. I think it's a good thing for Salem, and I think you've done well in explaining that it would do well for the city, be a welcoming city. I forgot what I wanted to say, that I think everybody's explained, as long as we're not in non-compliance with any of the federal laws, it speaks to who we are as a city and who we all are as citizens. And what was the other one? We all came from someplace else. And if we're not in any disagreement with any of the federal laws, I would recommend the council adopt this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
How's it going? I have a prop. My name is Paul Drake. I live at 16 Raymond Road, Ward 7. I have a prop. This is an example of how great we can be when we welcome and are together. It's a little gooey. This is what I do, what I eat for snacks. This, my friends, is called a poochki. And it's delicious, and I have a problem. I have to get one every day. They are delicious. It is a Polish pastry. I've got hardly anything else to say because everything that everyone has said tonight has been so beautiful for the most part. The legality, the stories have been tremendous. But we know we do better when we do it together. And we can't be scared by threats or intimidation, because last time I checked, the cities of Lawrence and Chelsea are actually suing the federal government for their threats to take away funding. And their track record recently on laws isn't so good right now. So I like the way Salem does it, because poochkies.
I believe it's punchki. It's not really fair to take that out at this time of night in front of this crowd.
Hungry now. I named my cat Punchki.
Thank you, Ed. Go ahead.
Good evening. Hard act to follow, Madam President. Good evening. Ed Moriarty, 29 Winter Island Road. I'd like to be recorded strongly and unequivocally in favor of the ordinance. It is fair, it is just, it is equitable, it is necessary, and it is time, Madam President. I serve proudly on 2 Salem boards, the Salem Opioid Prevention Coalition and the Salem CPC. We preserve and protect historic resources, open space, parks, public housing. We reach out and embrace the addicts that Toby just talked about. Don't forget the immigrants. They are a key, critical component of our community. They have been for so many years. I conclude by urging this honorable body not to make the same mistake that Judge John Hawthorne made in 1692 and 1693 by misusing lawful authority to convict innocent victims of fear and distrust and perhaps also fear of the other. That is what is driving this. It has nothing to do with respectful law. It has nothing to do with federal funding. It has to do with the human heart, which is imperfect. Let's make it perfect. Let's pass it.
Thank you.
My name is Aaron Engler, pastor at High Rock Church and chairman of the board for Open Door Immigration Legal Services. I wanted to offer just a very brief theological reflection as well, because it seems like that's the one thing that's been missing tonight. Christians believe that when humanity became foreigners to God, enslaved to our sin, and when our shame caused us to become strangers to God, the Lord Almighty, the High and Holy One, who lives in a high and holy place, left his heavenly abode and came down to meet us where we are. Christians believe that in Jesus, God himself made his home among us. Now think about this, because just think about this, what this means. God Almighty became an immigrant. God's Son gave up his status and glory and position and put himself in a vulnerable position among a people, culture, and custom and world that was not his own, but one that he longed to make his own. God's Son became an immigrant. And he went to the cross to die for the world he immigrated to, just to put all our sin and shame to death so we wouldn't have to. That's the promise of the gospel. That when Jesus immigrates to the world, he offers freedom and new life and a new home. And what's so amazing to me about this is that immediately after God's people are set free, God calls them, us, to be people who bring that same promise of home to the world. We've been invited to show compassion to those who are suffering, to sacrifice for those who are in need, to open our hearts and roll up our sleeves and to pour out our bodies and blood for those caught in subversive, exploitive systems that keep them down. We've been invited to bless those who are under undecided power by acknowledging their dignity and helping society recognize it too. We've been invited to go to the margins, to the parts of the city littered with broken bottles and broken families, and empower the powerless to walk in freedom. We've been invited to bring justice to those who are lacking it, care to the sick, honor to the poor, restoration to God's creation, and love for the forsaken. My point is this: whenever we stand in solidarity with those who are on the underside of power, with street people, with modern slaves or survivors of commercial exploitation, with refugees, with those who are disabled, with the uneducated, the illiterate, the struggling single parent, the unemployed, or the immigrant, we are joining God to work for justice in this world. And I ask that you join that work.
Thank you very much.
Sorry. Good evening. Thank you, council and mayor and solicitors, for all of your hard work on this ordinance. I am here, I hope in part, to represent those among the immigrant population who are refugees. I am a refugee from Fidel Castro's Cuba, and I lived in a number of countries before I came to the United States. I feel very fortunate to be living in this country, have been educated here in part, worked here for many years, paid taxes. I am a citizen, and very proud to be so. I am grateful to this country. I lived for many years in New York and worked there, and I purposely retired to Salem, among other reasons, because it is a city of peace and very welcoming to so many communities. I strongly encourage you to vote your conscience, which I hope will be to successfully pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any more public?
Jim and James spoke for 40 seconds each. Can I have their extra minutes?
No. You get 2 minutes.
Okay, let me see if I can do this in 2 minutes. No. First thing, one, I'm not worried about losing federal funds. You know what's more worried about? About the $600 tax increase you guys just hit me. And I know that's coming next year. And I don't think I'm going to lose any federal funds. So if you promise me you don't do it, if we don't lose federal funds, I appreciate it. Something amazingly nobody spoke about. We're talking about children of immigrants who are going to grow in this fear. 5, 10, 15 years from now, those children are the teenagers and the young adults of this society. When they look at Captain Conrad over there, do they want to see him the friend or the enemy? That's your decision tonight. You can make that decision. And if you do not give them the safety and security, he's going to be the enemy, and that's not good for us. I don't care what anybody says. Third thing I want to say, to go and get my information on this, I reached for a lawyer from Salem. A lawyer, she was part of the council. She's our state senate. Her name is Senator Lovely. And I asked her what she thinks about this. And her exact words, when it comes to the way this is written, of course I support it. It's a no-brainer. This is how she put it. No discussion. 30 seconds, the discussion was over, and we started talking about sanctuaries for the state, which is another issue. But this is what somebody who's been there, who's been hired, and I think she's the second in gavel now. God bless her. So if anybody have questions or ask, maybe you need to do the same thing. Go to her, and guess what she's going to tell you? Same thing she told me. Now let's see if it's really somebody's going to put their brain into this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other folks who'd like to give any public testimony? If,
I didn't want to stand, I'm in a boot.
oh, we could have brought the mic to you.
That's all right. A young man spoke, Jeff Barstell, I live on West Terrace, minister of First Church in Salem. My church fully supports this. We voted formally to endorse this ordinance. Thank you. It's been a long night. Woo! A young man spoke early on. He's one of the first few kids up here. And he talked about his fear of going to school and coming home. And not knowing what, fear for his parents, fear for his family. And I think that was the only time when I looked around and almost everyone around me had tears in their eyes. That's what this is about. You know, and that fear is bigger and more important than the fear of the federal government potentially pulling away funding. We don't even know what the federal government's going to do. I'm not sure the federal government themselves knows what they're going to do in the next couple of months, quite frankly. And there's a whole lot of moving balls out there. When I was hungry, you gave me something to eat. When I was thirsty, you gave me something to drink. When I was a stranger, you invited me in. And I needed clothes, you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in prison, and you came to visit me. When I was scared to go to school because my parents might be arrested, you passed this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. We live in extraordinary times, times we haven't seen in a long time. And during these times, we ask ordinary people, who are members of our council, ordinary people, to sometimes make extraordinary decisions, sometimes extraordinarily difficult decisions. I've spent my entire professional life protecting the rights of others. When this first came out, this first ordinance, honestly, I wasn't in favor of it. I looked at it, there were some parts of it that troubled me. But for the very reason that immigrants come here, it's our democracy. It's the democracy that we're seeing in action tonight. And this ordinance has now been rewritten to a point that I'll stand here tonight and I'll support it 100%. Last term in the State House, we passed a bill to protect transgender folks. There's only 33,000 transgender folks out of 6 million in Massachusetts. And people said to us, what difference does it make? It's a very small part of the population. But it made a difference to them. And when I left the chamber that day, after taking to the floor in support of that ordinance and speaking on behalf, I saw the difference that it made. And I think tomorrow morning, and I'm not here to tell the council what to do. I spoke in February, you know how I feel. But tomorrow morning, I hope I have that same feeling that I had last term when we protected the rights of people who are marginalized. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? If not, I have a letter that I'm going to read into the record. Anyone else? We're all set? Okay, so before we close the public hearing, I'll read this. In the Salem Police Citizens Academy course, we were told how to avoid scrutiny by law enforcement. Simple, don't draw attention to yourself. It's that easy. Yet this ordinance could bring down the wrath of the federal government upon the undocumented population and also upon our entire populace of 43,000 people. USAG Jeff Sessions came out with a very strong statement on Monday. They aren't fooling around. The feds can pull $11 million for Salem without a backward glance. Whoops, sorry, no money. Even with the inevitable increased taxes and fees, city services would really suffer. Housing, social service, education, transportation, parks, elders, more proof. A colossal gamble and roll of the dice. 43,000 people, flat out of luck. And why place a potential deportation target on the immigration population? Why red dot us on a map of sanctuary cities? We're told this should calm anxieties about calling police and being discovered as undocumented, and that's also a safety issue. Obviously, the real truth about immigration enforcement has not been messaged. Salem police don't enforce federal law, just as federal law enforcement doesn't write traffic tickets. Think, for instance, Salem versus Beverly Police. Different jurisdictions, different laws. There's truly nothing to fear from Salem PD. Outreach about that would have gone a very long way toward allaying anxieties. That's a severe omission on the part of the city, community organizers, and all who claim to be looking out for the fearful. This group ought to be absolutely ashamed of themselves for playing politics with people's fears, especially those of children. The irony of all this, nothing regarding law enforcement will change. Nothing regarding law enforcement will change if this passes, and the city will be the first to tell you that. They're just codifying it. No immigration missteps have occurred here, correct? No police brutality, no human rights violations, no abuses of power. However, Salem may bring the full weight and ire of the federal government down upon itself, and for what? ICE may sweep in, funds may be pulled. At that point, the fears of the undocumented may well be realized. Is that my time? Okay, thank you.
You gotta read that. You have to read the name. Name and address. You have to read the
Oh, name and address is Deb Prentice, 16 Hardy Street. Thank you. What was that? Because I'm reading it into the record, because she couldn't be here this evening, but we can read letters into the record.
I've got one, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. Council Repley is going to read one into the record.
Thank you, Madam President. This is from Nancy Lincoln, who's one of our social studies teachers at Salem High School. She apologizes for not being able to be here, but she's actually going back for a second master's in history and has a class this evening. And this is her letter. I've taught in the history department at Salem High School for 15 years. During my tenure here, I've had many excellent students from all over the world. Salem has always welcomed these students, and it is my fervent wish that this policy continues. As a school, as a city, and as a country, we can only hope that we continue down this welcoming path, because our strength as a democracy depends upon it. I stand behind Salem's mayor and the chief of police in their efforts to make sure that people are not afraid to get help or call 911 if needed. We are all safer if everyone participates in the life of the city. Thank you sincerely, Nancy Lincoln.
Thank you. Councilor Terrio?
There's no further people wishing to speak. I would move the hearing be closed.
Councilor Terrio moves that the hearing be closed. Is there a second on that? Okay, all in favor? All opposed? Okay, the public hearing piece of the meeting is now closed. I don't know if the councilors want to continue on and push through, or if you want to take a little
2-minute recess.
recess before we go on to the next piece of the discussion and question and answers for us?
Probably a good time to take a short recess.
Okay, all right, do I hear a motion for that?
Motion
All right.
for short recess.
Thank you. We'll take a short recess before we start
There'll be
discussing.
some questioning and stuff as part of the public hearing.
Okay, we're still in the, we've closed the public hearing, but the meeting is still in session. And this is an opportunity for councilors now to ask their questions, have the deliberation and discussion about the issue. So I'll call on whoever has any questions. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. Relative to the ordinance that was given to us, there is, and we accepted the revised version that's in front of us tonight. It doesn't quite match what was sent to us on Monday or Tuesday of this week. I specifically referred to Section 2-2062 policy, Section B, the last section. It says police officers shall abide by the police department policy number 138. I believe previously it did not refer to the specific number, it just referred to police shall follow their policy, because the police sets their own policy. It's not up to this body to tell them what they should and shouldn't be doing. It's up to the police department, and I believe that's what was sent to us prior, according to the email I got, so I would like the last part of that stricken.
Forgive me, but are you saying that
It's the
the copy I'm looking at has the
I don't know the
138
copy.
cut out? Is
I don't have the strike-through version. I have the one that's in front of me. It's the City of Salem whereas. It says in Section 2-2062, and if that's not what's in front of us, that's perfectly fine with that. Ah, see, look at that, an amended version. I love it when I get the wrong version. Yeah.
Are you good with that?
I'm perfect with that, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Terrio?
No,
Then Councilor
that was
Giroux.
it, Madam President.
Oh.
I just wanted to clarify
Okay,
that.
Councilor Giroux.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a question, I don't know if this is for the mayor or for Beth, that in the policy in Section 2-2064, under Section A, in regards to the Inclusion Advisory Committee, typically when a committee is created, is this the same language that we usually use, that it says may, or does it say shall?
Well, there was some concerns of the council there was some concerns the councilors that spoke to me about future mayors being obligated to create a committee to advise him or her. So we're recommending that the word shall be inserted instead, so that it'll be optional for a mayor to have an advisory committee or not.
You mean May?
May.
Right, I'm sorry,
Okay,
May.
but is that typical? Like, will a future mayor have a community preservation commission, have a planning board? You know, like, what do we usually say in our ordinances
Well,
in
this
regards
is a
to
little
development of
different than
committees?
other committees that are formed by ordinance. This one is specifically an advisory committee to the mayor, not like a historical commission or any other type of committee that's formed. So this is a little bit different.
Okay. So same thing like with the Salem Youth Commission?
Well, that's no, I would say that that is an affirmative obligation for the city to create.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Councilor Terrio.
Thank you, Madam President, through you. So what you're saying basically is that this inclusionary advisory committee is essentially, it's a discretionary committee that's being created, by this mayor, and whether it's continued under a potential future mayor would be up to that mayor at that point, whether they want to keep having an advisory committee around.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other, Councilor Lovely?
Yes, through you. Is there going to be a budget for this committee?
No.
There's no budget item for the upcoming
Well,
year?
it's not approved yet, so I mean, I think we'd want to better understand if it's in place. If there were issues that this committee recommended, that things that may have a cost item, we would have to bring them forward to the city council for approval. At this point, it would just be getting started, and I think we're interested in looking at practices that we currently have in place, policies that we currently have in place. There's a number of partners that the community could work with here, so I'm not proposing a budget at this point in time. I couldn't say in the future if there wouldn't be a budget, because it doesn't currently exist.
Why would we need an ordinance for you to have, you or any other mayor have an advisory committee? Don't you have advisors now?
Yes, so we certainly don't need to include that in the ordinance. I think we were trying to make an affirmative step because there was interest in us not just adopting an ordinance, not this having be the only thing that we do to welcome our immigrant community, but that we set up a process where we could look at other opportunities. Is it an immigration corner in the library? Is it training sessions that we may want to have as a community? And this would foster a means for that to occur. But there's no requirement for us to have a discretionary committee set up by the mayor. It was just an opportunity to incorporate that into the language. And we thought it was worthwhile. The committee that looked at this thought it was worthwhile, so there could be things looked at beyond just the adoption of the ordinance.
So you wouldn't have any objection to it being removed from the ordinance?
I don't have a objection to it. I do think it strengthens the ordinance, but it'd be up to the council if they decide that they don't want the mayor to have a discretionary committee to look at these issues.
But couldn't you have that discretionary committee regardless whether it's in an ordinance form or not?
I certainly could, and we've had stakeholders that are meeting. I think, like many things, this would enable us to codify that in law so the mayor would, at their discretion, have such a group meeting, Councilor.
Do you currently have what would No Place for Hate be? What type of committee would that be?
That is not a mayor's discretionary committee. It does exist. It's a citywide commission that's been set up. It's not. It's certainly not intended to take the place of No Place for Hate or be that sort of a group.
That's not an ordinance form, is it?
I believe No Place for Hate was drafted via a resolution. I'm not. Do you know? I'm sorry.
Jeff Cohen could really speak to this, but I believe it was started as an ADL committee, and it sort of morphed into a committee that's had a lot of the Salem residents and recommendations on their board.
So it doesn't appear anywhere in the ordinances?
No.
Okay. And, I guess not being one of the, like many, or a lot of people in Salem, not fitting into one of these categories, not being a woman, having 3 in my household, why is it that we are so specific about certain categories and not somebody like myself wouldn't be included in this inclusion advisory committee? I mean, it just says women and has a lot of other subcategories, which I firmly believe if you or any other mayor decided to have a commission, that it would be a commission to look at any type of issues that might come. If I were sitting in your shoes and wanted to have an advisory committee, I would be wanting to look at, this seems to be, at least it doesn't pertain to me, so if I had an issue, I guess it doesn't pertain to me, it doesn't include men.
I think we were looking at people who might fall into a protected class. So that's sorry.
So I'm not protected in any way?
Well, under the law, I think we were trying to find folks that may feel marginalized or vulnerable, and I think there's copies out there available, but obviously it includes women, LGBT residents, people of low income, persons of differing religious beliefs or practices, immigrants and refugees. It's a well-rounded group. I'd be happy to add others to it, but certainly the desire behind it, which is what I think I'd like to speak to, was to enable the mayor to have an advisory committee to help advise on ways that we can make sure that population, of which none of us really typically have seen representation either on the city council, fit any of those descriptions, as you've mentioned, in a way that would enable us to assure we could have, I would say, policy advice coming from others.
I guess if it's an inclusion advisory committee, it would include everybody. It wouldn't be so many subtitles. I think there's probably some that aren't listed in here. Gay and lesbians, for instance, aren't. Well, I guess you have the whole LGBTQ. So,
So, Councilor, it's meant to be a 12-member community committee, and there are only 7 categories listed, and I think it does include the LGBT community. It's certainly meant to be well-rounded. I welcome any additional language. It's not meant to be something that's not inclusive, but the goal is to make sure it's represented, that people who are in this committee represent folks who aren't typically around the table when decisions are being made, when policies are being set in a more informed fashion.
I applaud you for being a mayor who would like advice of people and take their advice. But I just don't understand why that needed to be codified in an ordinance where you can do that on your own as well. I think you have addressed part of that question, but that's my real concern as far as that's concerned. If this is something that you can do, I don't know. I mean, we could go on ad infinitum of having ordinances for this, for that, and amend this ordinance to add this or that. It seems like the goal of this is to deal with public safety. This seems to be, if you wanted to set up a commission like the Youth Commission or something like that would have council approval of members and perhaps some council membership, perhaps I'd be more inclined to be supportive of it, because I know currently in reference to No Place for Hate, that's not an official city committee, or it's quasi in some fashion. Maybe it's time to have some sort of a commission where we have Historic Commission, Youth Commission, the elderly, senior citizens, I'm sorry. Maybe that might be the Council on Aging. Maybe that would be the appropriate way to do this, rather than just tagging on something as an ordinance that allows the mayor to do something that she can do anyway, as opposed to having a commission that goes through the similar process by which other members are appointed by the council and have an agenda, et cetera. I would prefer to see it done that way.
Thank you.
Councilor Terrio, Councilor Famico.
Thank you, Madam President, through you. So I have one comment to what the Good Ward 3 councilor just said, and I mean, I have no problem with turning this into an actual established city commission. My one issue that I had with it in the initial proposal was that it was going to have oversight authority over department heads, and that was a major concern for me, because basically I think the only people who should have any authority or that department head should answer to are the mayor, and as department heads, they should be able to answer to the city council. And I don't see having them answer to having department heads answer to a commission as a good thing. So that language has been struck. I would have no problem with turning this from a may into a shall, and I think having a commission, although 12 may be a little unwieldy, having an advisory commission is not a bad thing for the city at all. And I would happily encourage that. The one thing that I wanted to bring up in regards to this as well, because in doing my own research on the law enforcement requirements and doing my research on, okay, where does the federal government have the authority to tell us to do things? And I had found one circumstance in which they would have that authority, and that would be if we accepted what's known as 287G, which is a provision in the Immigration Reform Act of, I believe, 1996, that allows for local police to be essentially trained and federalized to act as IC deputies. Very few communities and very few counties in the nation are part of that. There is some of that down in some of the border communities. especially particularly along the southern border. There are some counties, the rather infamous Maricopa County in Arizona had signed on to it, and they were basically kicked out by federal court order. So I see that as the major, if we were actually signed on to that as a state or local government, or a county sheriff's department, but that isn't a situation here in Massachusetts at all that I'm aware of. And I just wonder if there are any other circumstances that I'm missing, perhaps, where we would be federalized more or less against our wishes locally. I didn't think that would be the case, but.
No, I haven't seen any evidence of that anywhere in our research.
Yeah, no, the 10th Amendment prevents the federal government from imposing a 287G agreement on us. That's why it's an agreement between the locality and the federal government. They can't make any city or town do that.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect I know the answer to this question, but I'll ask it anyway, because there's only so much I can dig up. Has there ever been have any of the municipalities in Massachusetts made any moves towards, or even any suggestion of doing that? I just wonder if it's something that anybody's really thought about in New England. I doubt it, but.
Not that we're aware.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Fumiko, Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. Through you to the police chief.
Thank you.
Is she still here? So my question is, the ordinance, or the proposed ordinance references that police officers shall abide by police department policy. Could you go over again, if the policy were to change, how would the public know?
The policies are going to actually be posted on the website, so that's probably sometime within the next, 2 to 3 weeks. We'll be just going through the sort of dynamics of trying to determine which ones are going to be on there and which ones are actually more tactical and will not be on there.
So when it comes to the city council, if we're going to change something, it's obviously a public meeting for everything. So for the police policy, you'd have to actually go in and look to see if there was a change? Okay.
Yes.
And if something in particular with this were going to change, is there any way to make sure that there's more public notification of that?
Yeah, we certainly can do that, and certainly by notifying this board, this council, of any changes relative to it. At this point, I think it's been fine-tuned and changed to, all the comments and different conversations that I've had with people. As far as I think as far as I can take it at this point, so unless something in the law is actually going to change, I don't see it changing drastically in any way.
And just two more
Yep,
things,
go
Madam
ahead.
President. With Section 2/2062, how it talks about the communication issued by department heads upon adoption, I'd ask if this is adopted that we include the copies of that communication within the public record. So if we're looking back, that's ensured that it was done within the departments. And I'd also like to add that in Section 2/2064, with the Advisory Commission, I am thrilled that it says him or her for the mayor. A lot of our ordinances were done a long time ago, and it's a lot of him and a lot of his throughout the entire ordinances. So that's huge to see that, especially
We
with
added a
something
him,
like
it
this.
looks like. It looks like there was a him added.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. Through you, in regards to Section 2-2063, I mean, a lot of what we're talking about tonight comes right under this, and if I could indulge just for 1 second, just reading A, no provision contained herein shall condition additional benefits to immigrant or refugee residents in the city of Salem. Section B, no provision contained herein shall violate federal or state statutes, regulations, or case law, nor impact federal funding. Section C basically goes as provided by Section 1-9 of this code, this section, paragraph, sentences, clauses, and phrases of this article shall be severable, and if any phrase, clause, sentence, paragraph, or section of this article shall be declared unconstitutional by valid judgment or decree of any court or competent jurisdiction, such unconstitutionality shall not affect any remaining phrases, clauses, sentences, paragraphs, and sections of this article. If I may, through you to the city solicitors, I think we all understand what A and B is, but with regard to Section C, if the worst-case scenario ever were to arise and someone outside of the city of Salem that's down in Washington, and I don't want to go there but if something were to happen in such a way that which is a fear of a lot of people, and I have gone on record basically saying I will not, do anything that's going to violate anything that's going to jeopardize federal funding. Can you explain to us how Section C works and how that? Good point.
Well, Section C is an exact language that's found already in the code in Section 1-9. And basically what it says is that if any provision that we have in any part of our ordinance is found by a court to be unconstitutional or not valid, that section will be struck, and that it won't, in doing so, that particular section, whatever it might be, will be struck, but the remaining ordinance will remain in effect.
So if I may continue, so if any section of this proposed ordinance was found to be in violation, it was to cause something that we didn't want to happen, by fact of, if decreed by the judge or by executive order, that they would make it null and void, and therefore then would become compliant?
Right. So if there was a provision that we had in there that was deemed to be unconstitutional, that provision would be struck.
Thank you.
Councilor Terrio.
Thank you, Madam President. Through you to Chief Butler. If I just have one, I guess, suggestion, since 138.0 is not, is not published yet. I have one suggestion, perhaps, that might deal with some of the issues here, of this being a policy rather than being our actual law, which is there's a notification provision at the end. If we had a section like an addendum to this that simply said, once finalized, this policy will not be altered without notification to, is that something that can be done within the police policy, to require notification to mayor and/or city council?
I haven't seen it done, but it certainly can be done. There's nothing that's going to prohibit that, but that can be done.
Because if you make it part of the policy, then follow it as such, so.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Councilor Giroux.
Can I just ask a clarification? Do we ever ask that of any other police policy? So why would we ask that of this?
I'm sorry.
I just asked why. We would ask for extra notification from the police on this particular policy if we wouldn't ask it on other policies.
I would say because it's part of an ordinance, but maybe.
No, the police department has multiple policies, some of which we're negotiating with the unions, that never make it to the city council.
Okay.
Councilor Lumley, Councilor Terrio.
Just to follow up to the chief, if under subsection B of 2-2062, police officers shall abide by the police department policy. If that was not in there, what would the police department do? They'd be going by the policy regardless whether it's in here or not, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not following
If
the
the
question.
language, police officers shall abide by the police department policy, were stricken from this ordinance, they would be
They'd still
going
have
by
to follow by the
anyway,
policy,
right?
yes.
Okay, so then you wouldn't have to be reporting to us, if we didn't have it in here, that your policy is your policy, you're going to publish it, people will know, or the portions that you can. So having it in here kind of restricts you in some way if councils are looking for you to report back to us. So if we just took it out, it's going to be the policy as you've got it, it's going to be published, people will know what it is. If there are any changes, it will be published, so it wouldn't be a problem just to stricken that sentence right out.
Okay,
Correct?
no, I understand that, yeah.
Would that be correct?
I mean, yes.
Would that be okay?
I mean, it certainly would be okay. If that's actually the will of the council, that, I understand that this is of concern to a lot of people, because clearly I've heard from, a lot of the folks, and so if that's something that, I can do to provide that information, I certainly would, so.
And it wouldn't make any, like I said, I just want to reiterate, it wouldn't make any difference. Your policy is the policy of the department, and when changes come, your officers certainly know, and what you can put on the web or whatever will be disseminated without having to report to the council and saying, which be just a kind of an undue burden for you. So if we just stricken that, knowing that your policy is your policy.
Okay, I understand that, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Madam President, was that a motion?
I was just going to say, is that a motion?
Well, no, I thought we were having discussion. I
Yeah,
have several
okay,
motions.
all right, you're going to wait, okay.
Several motions.
Councilor Terrio,
Yeah, thank you, Madam
did I
President.
see any other hands? I'm sorry. No,
Just-
okay.
Just for you quickly to answer that. In this, in 2062B, and I apologize for the boring part of this, but, you know, having it, I understand the logic of having city employees shall not ask police officers. In a case like this, it's really just a clarifying sentence. It doesn't put any burden on the police in such a case here. It doesn't say, by saying police officer shall abide, it's by police department policy, especially because 138 has been, the mention of 138 has been stricken. Police officers shall always abide by it, but if somebody's reading the ordinance, they will see what the intent is there. My rationale, and just to address something that the Good Ward 6 counselor brought up about the reason for having a notification on this particular policy, is because if we're not doing this through the force of an ordinance, and if we're doing this through, you know, if our actual policing portion of the policy is through their policy rather than through the force of our actual ordinance, then one of the reasons why this came to the city council in the first place was because in that sense, we're the representatives of the community. And the mayor is, you know, and the mayor is the chief executive of the community. So within that, I think, you know, most routine police policy changes are not things that many people care about. And this is one that, this is our policy now, and this is one that a lot of people care about. So I don't think having us oversight over that policy is, you know, is required, but having us know, the police department changes plenty of policies, and we never, you know, we don't know when they've changed it. We don't know, we don't generally need to know when they've changed it, but something like this is, it probably makes sense that we simply know that it's happened. So that was my suggestion for notification, that's why. It doesn't have any, it doesn't require them to make particular changes or not, just that if they modify the policy, they should let us know, so basically so we can let our constituents know that this is now changed.
Thank you. Any other counselors? Counselor Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President. Earlier, somebody, one of our speakers asked for those to raise their hand. I didn't want to be deemed out of order by our fine president, but I wanted to raise my hand when they were asking if anybody here ever housed an immigrant in their house. I have. For 5 months, young girl. She happened to be from Africa. She happened to be black. She happened to be Muslim. It didn't matter to my wife and I. We took her in and we housed her for 5 months in our home. Also, somebody else questioned whether we trust our city officials here. Mayor Driscoll, our solicitor, and I apologize for naming them, but Beth Renard, our fine police chief, I have full trust in all three of them that I just mentioned. They're personal friends of mine. They're very professional. They do a good job. Okay? Through you, Madam Chair, a couple fast questions. Chief Butler, along the way, there have been so many meetings. I went to 3 meetings last week alone that I was the only counselor at. In fairness to all my counselors, I've seen each and almost every one of you at a whole series of meetings over the last couple of months on this. But at some point a while ago, you mentioned something like serious felonies will be reported. And I heard that the sale of heroin was not one of those serious felonies. Can you really briefly speak, what did you mean by all of this?
Well, there's a multitude of things, if you actually look in the policy, that are actually listed. So it was violent felonies and multiple felonies, drug trafficking. So if that heroin sales are actually trafficking, it's going to reach that level. But if there are multiple felonies, and that could constitute a multiple felony if there are additional charges against that individual besides just that, that would warrant that. So, and again, the fallback is still on anything that is a public safety risk or public safety threat.
Okay, thank you. I had reached out to several Boston police officers that are family and friends of mine and asked, what is the difference between a serious felony and a non-serious felony? And said, no, in Massachusetts, there's only felonies, there's only misdemeanors, we don't separate them. I don't think that matters, but I'm glad to hear that if somebody's selling heroin in Salem, they'll be treated the way most of us in this room want them to be treated. Through you to the solicitor, please. Solicitor, you mentioned that earlier tonight that the
the police policy is no longer linked to the ordinance, but we took off the number, but it's clearly linked in here. And one of my reservations on voting for this was that we all took an oath of office to follow all federal, state, and local laws. One of them, I think this ordinance was before the good Ward 3 councilors having this section stricken. I think that we're in violation of state law, whereas us politicians can't dictate to Salem Police or any other police, local police, how to do their job. So I'm glad that this might be removed, because that's one concern of mine, that we're no longer going to be in violation of state law. I've asked the solicitor for an opinion on that. We've talked back and forth a couple times, but we never got a final answer. So if it's taken out, then I don't have a concern on that issue. We won't be in violation of state law, in my opinion, not being a lawyer, but not getting an answer on it either. Okay? When we were sworn in last year, every time we're sworn in, we're required to uphold all laws. So if we take that out, I'm much happier on that. I spoke to the mayor a while ago, but back in December, I was the only councilor to stand up on the council floor, and I said, there's so many things that we can and should be doing to helping our friends, the undocumented that live in Salem. But the sanctuary ordinance is not one of them. I spoke to the mayor about a mentor program a couple of weeks ago. A way of easing the fear, through you, Madam President, a way of easing the fear of our friends that are undocumented. Some of them are my friends, some of them are my children's friends. Many of them I don't even know, it doesn't matter. But a way of easing their fear, we could line each of these families up with somebody in Salem who cares, like my friend Paul Labrie, who was here, who rescued 24, I forget the number, 24 Brazilians and worked them through the program rather than having them deported. I asked you, I purposely said you're doing a really good job as mayor, but you can do a better job. I think we need to do things that will really matter and really ease the fear of our undocumented here. If we lined up these families in Salem with mentors, they could teach about youth programs in Salem, about homework policies, about going to PTO meetings, about having dinner together, helping ease their fear, maybe learning some English, and maybe, if possible, help them find a road to citizenship. Anybody in this room disagree with that? I think that's something that we should be doing to help ease their fear immediately. I'm worried about the balance on this scale, about passing an ordinance that the writers of this ordinance all say doesn't change anything, versus the scale of what the president says and his administration says they're about to do. Put a target on Salem's back, put a target on each of these immigrants' backs. I'll wrap this up with one comment. At our last meeting, where we did not speak on this, but somebody from the audience did come up and speak, I think it was a military branch person. He said, what do we do when you wake up and you find yourself in the middle of a minefield? And his comments were, you do nothing. You wait and you find a way out. I'd like to see us be able to read all this information. I'd like to see us be able to figure out what the president's going to do. I don't know if we can figure that out. Nobody can probably figure it out. But a whole lot has happened in the last week and a half coming out of Washington. And I'm fearful that if we pass this, and by the way, in this room, I'm very close to being on the same page with you. You don't believe it, but I'm very close to being on the same page with you, except I disagree that this would come back and really hurt the same people that we're trying to help here today. Thank you. I won't take up any more time.
Thank you. Councilor Ryan, Councilor Epley.
Staying on that same section, if you remove that last line, the police officers shall abide by Police Department 138.
138 was released.
Yeah,
That's been
yeah. If you remove, it defeats the whole purpose of this whole ordinance, because if you read it, I'll read it to you. Consistent with existing city policies, city employees, which are police officers, with the exception of police officers, shall not ask for information about immigration status and the performance of daily tasks unless required to do so by federal or state statute, regulation, or court decision. So I interpret that as city employees can't do that, But the exception of the police can ask you any immigration status. This defeats the whole purpose of why you were doing this ordinance.
Just, I guess, to respond to that.
sure.
We're not advocating for the removal of the last sentence that you didn't read, which says, "Police officers shall abide by police department policy." It's important that folks, especially because we just exempted them from the earlier paragraph, that folks know that there is a police department policy. By striking out 138, it's clear that if there are changes, it's not going to be required through this council to adopt them. The police department policies are public record. I think the chief would be happy to share policies. They're online. There's no attempt to do anything less than what's open and transparent. I think that's an important statement, so that as part of this ordinance, it's really clear the police have their own policy. They're exempt from this ordinance right here, but they have their own policy. We don't cite the specific one in case there are changes and it's modified and it's not necessarily incorporated into it, but the ordinance directs anybody who might be interested to the fact that the police have their own policy. And if they want to know what it is, they can look for it there, Counselor. Correct.
Councilor, you okay? Okay. Councilor Epley.
Thank you, Madam President. I completely agree with Councilor Ryan on that if you eliminate that last sentence, you really neuter the ordinance in effect. I certainly hope that this body keeps it in. And the other question that was raised by the good Ward 7 councilor, but then didn't quite get asked. So I'm going to ask the city. Oops, sorry. I'm going to ask the city solicitor this on that last sentence. Police officers shall abide by police department policy. There's a question by the good Ward 7 councilor of whether or not that would violate state law. Does that violate state law?
No,
Does it violate federal law?
no.
Nope.
Any, Councilor Giroux, Councilor Lovely.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, the whole point of this policy here and of this ordinance is so that city employees are directed that they do not ask about, with the exception of the police, do not ask about immigration status. You don't have to be asked about your immigration status in order to walk into City Hall in order to take out a book. And that's really the whole point, and that's why this ordinance is here, and this is what we're talking about. And furthermore, the discussion about not doing anything, my family's here because the Cossacks were killing Jews in Russia, and Russia was doing nothing. So that time is over. We're done not doing anything. And the rest of my family that didn't come over and that stuck it out, they ended up being killed in the Holocaust because Russia and Lithuania did nothing. Time's up. No more doing nothing. We have to do something.
Thank you. Councilor Lovely.
Yes, further under 2-2062 policy, under B, I just have a suggestion. If you get along, well, consistent with existing city policy, which I would assume would include the police department policy, but perhaps rearranging the language, be consistent with existing city policy, comma, city employees, with the exception of the police officers, who shall abide by this police department policy, comma, shall not ask for information about immigration status. People feel that it's neutering the ordinance by taking it out. I disagree, but I think the proper flow would be where you talk about the exception of police officers, that it be who shall abide by the police department policy, and then go on from there. In addition to that, in the performance of the daily tasks, unless required to do so by state, federal, or state, and I would like to put in officials pursuant to a statute, regulation, or court decision, because if the a federal or state official pursuant to a statute or regulation requires the city to do something, I think we should have the word official, because a regulation is going to tell us what we need to do, nor is the court. There's going to be a decision. Somebody has to be the person who's going to relay what the federal statute is or the state statute is pursuant to any action the city might take. So I would ask that after state, it would say officials, and then pursuant to a statute, comma, regulation, or court decision. Sure. Mayor, on the third line, where it says daily tasks unless required to do so by federal or state officials pursuant to a statute, regulation, or court decision. So, as I pointed out, a statute or a court decision or a regulation isn't going to dictate to the city, what's right or wrong. So it's an official, you would say we need to do something because somebody at HUD says we're required to do that. So if that's okay. And while I'd like to see, I think it's redundant to say the police officers shall abide by police department policy. I don't know that anybody's going to be reading this ordinance after we're through with it, but I don't think it needs to be in there because we have city policies. But again, I would suggest that if we have, with the exception of police officers, that it more properly be addressed within that line, which, comma, who shall abide by the police department policy. I just think it flows better. But anybody can be a grammatical critic.
Is that a motion?
Well, I thought we were discussing a number of things and then
We
have.
are, okay. We're going to just,
Well, I
at
mean,
the
I'm happy
end,
if
kinda
somebody
go
wants to
through the whole
second it.
thing. Yeah. Okay. Counselor Turner.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Sure.
We've got a second. Is there any other discussion on that motion? No? Okay. Excuse me.
Just for
Want me
the
to
just for
reread
the
it?
record, can we just read the whole?
Sure, I'll read.
Please.
Do you want to reduce that to writing?
Well, I will.
Do you have,
No.
you've got it. Okay, they've got it.
Can we just read it back, just for the record?
Sure, I'll read it. Consistent with existing city policy, city employees, with the exception of police officers, who shall abide by the police department policy, comma, shall not ask for information about immigration status and the performance of daily tasks unless required to do so by federal or state officials pursuant to a statute, comma, regulation, or court decision. And then police officers at the bottom would be stricken because we've already got it in the first sentence.
I'd love for the solicitor to weigh in just to make sure we're not losing any of the intent or creating some additional risk or exposure that's unattended by that language.
I think our only concern would be if there was some HUD official, for example, who was interpreting a regulation that, in a way that we weren't interpreting it, be my only concern.
Council Levin.
I think that probably happens quite a bit. The state officials say, this is the regulation. If you disagree, you would go to court or go to the higher authority and say, but my point is that a statute or regulation or court decision isn't, it's up to the interpretation. But if a federal official says, in order to get this grant or to go abide by our policy, this is the regulation, they would refer to you, and you would say, but wait a minute, I think there's another decision from another venue that says something otherwise, and whether it need to be litigated in court. I don't know that it's really going to happen, but it's really an official that would indicate that.
My only concern would be, that you have a state official who goes a little bit rogue and interprets one of their federal regulations different than we would. An EPA commissioner right now who may interpret the Clean Water Act differently, for instance, than any of us might. And by adding official pursuant to, you're giving their authority or jurisdiction over it or interpretation of it greater sustenance than our city solicitor's interpretation of whether we're in compliance with a federal, state law, regulation, or court decision. So now it's up to the federal officials' decision of how they're interpreting a regulation, and that's a greater largesse than what this initially required.
If I could, my response to that would be a state official wouldn't be interpreting a federal regulation or statute.
You said federal or state official, so I...
Well, that's what the language says here, so
Yeah,
I think it's understood that a state official doesn't interpret federal regulations. So if you're talking about federal or state law, I think it's pretty, I understand it to be that by a federal or state official a state official doesn't have any control over federal regulation.
This language says, just so I'm clear, picking up on immigration status and the performance of daily tasks, unless required to do so by federal or state officials.
Right.
So now we've got both federal officials or state officials.
Could be a singular, could be official.
Right, state official, pursuant to a statute, regulation, or court decision. And so a federal official could interpret their own regulation and say that, no, we think something's violative of the regulation that currently exists. I would suggest to you, I would rather have my city solicitor determine that if there's a federal regulation that they feel is being violated. I'm not trying to split hairs, I'm really
That's
not.
not how the real world works, Your
Well,
Honor.
there probably would be litigation or whatnot, but right now, we have perhaps state or federal officials that that would be interpreting state or federal regulations that might not necessarily be, we may not necessarily be on the same page with.
But doesn't that happen all the time?
Actually,
They-
not
They
that,
say what the
not that.
regulation is, and you say, okay, the state official says, this is the regulation, we have to follow it. Hey, that's the regs. The interpretation of the regs, if you can't get them to agree, you go to a higher authority, be it
Right.
somewhere up the ladder or to the
But
court.
this would force us to go up to court, I guess. Generally speaking, we're not relying on the interpretation of a federal EPA commissioner on the federal EPA regulation. I'm just sharing with you, it's normally the law, the regulation. I haven't looked at any of our other ordinances likely, but it would normally not put the official in the middle of the determination. That's all I'm saying.
Who else would make the determination other than an official?
Well, the language wouldn't necessarily cite it that way, Counselor, is my point. If I look at other regulations that we pass, it normally says, that's almost rote, federal statute, regulation, or court decision, not the official's interpretation of that. That's the only difference.
So what would be the difference? What, I mean.
The difference would
somebody-
be
some
relying on
federal-
somebody else's interpretation.
Some federal or state official would be interpreting and saying to you or the city solicitor that this is what the regulation, so it's, I mean, the law isn't going to say anything, the regulation isn't going to say anything.
I'm only suggesting to you that the language that exists, the way it's written, is a little bit cleaner in terms of who's interpreting it. We would be interpreting it, they're obviously going to make their opinions known, and now this would be the ordinance in our decision to determine if we are in compliance or not.
I strongly disagree.
Counselor Epley.
Thank you, Madam President. Since it's been moved and seconded for this particular amendment for both of those two issues, I actually moved to divide the question on that amendment, namely the question of having the clause relative to police officers shall abide by police department policy being moved up as a clause. I have no issue with that. I would certainly vote in favor of it, but I want to be able to vote on the two separate matters, namely that clause where we're just moving up that appendage from below, and then also voting on whether or not to include federal or state officials acting under. So.
Okay,
Second.
okay. Counselor Terrio seconds that. On the, is there any discussion
Motion
about
to
it?
divide the question.
Is there any discussion about the motion to divide the question? No? Okay. All those in favor of dividing the question? All right. Opposed? No? All right. So on the first part of this paragraph, all those in favor of the part of the paragraph that moves the police officers shall abide by police department policy, moving it up to the first line in section B. Are we clear on what we're voting on? Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. On the second, excuse me, on the second part, where we're talking about tasks unless required to do so by federal or state officials, et cetera, as recommended by Council Lovely. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Opposed.
The matter doesn't carry. Thank you.
A roll call vote, please.
Sure, roll call vote?
Sure. Madam President?
Or at least acknowledge who was
Okay,
in favor or opposed.
okay, so can I show a hand, can I have a show of hands as to who was in favor? 1, 2.
In favor of
okay.
roll call vote?
No, in favor of the second part of the,
Include officials.
Can we have a reading of exactly what it is we're voting on?
sure. Can
That's
somebody
Counselor
read the
Lovely.
second?
Counselor
the
Lovely.
s- Okay.
Thank you.
Daily task unless required to do so by federal or state officials pursuant to a statute, regulation, or court decision. I'm looking to add the word official pursuant to a statute, regulation, or court decision. Rather than discuss it,
Okay, are we all clear?
Sure.
Okay, so all those in favor?
Hands up.
Opposed? Opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The matter doesn't carry. All right, thank you. Counselor Wright?
On that same section, the first line, consistent with existing city policy, does that, I know what what you're trying to do with it, but does it really need to be there? Because what if 10 years down the road, the city policy is different? Why do you even have to put that there? And can you define what's the city policy right now?
Yeah, I think it's more, I would say, practice and policy in some places. The school department, for instance, there's a policy that you don't ask for immigration status or citizenship status when kids are entering school. That's via Supreme Court law. We don't ask right now in the city clerk's office when somebody comes in to pick up a marriage license, so it's existing policy and practice that exists. And that's why it was there, just to call that out, to make sure people knew when looking at the adoption of this ordinance that it was following what we currently do in practice typically.
So basically, creating a solution to a problem that didn't exist.
Or making sure people knew via a
Informative.
public law that this is the policy.
I don't know if it really needs to be in there.
I don't know if it does either,
Second-
Counselor. It was
second.
more for edification of what the current policy is, but if folks feel strongly that it doesn't need to be there,
I just
that's
think it
fine.
gives more of a statement when it's not in there, because it's just,
Sure.
this is what it is, it's clear, it's not, this is what we do.
Yep.
Is that a motion?
Is that a motion?
As a motion
I'll
to
second that.
remove that from the section B there.
Okay, tell me the motion again, where are we
Remove
on
the
section
first,
B?
the consistent with existing city policy, so it would just read the
City
city
employees,
employees, it would
yeah,
start with city
okay.
employees.
Okay,
Anything
under
else?
discussion? No discussion on that one? Okay, all those in favor of removing consistent with existing city policy from section 2062B? All those in favor? Can we do it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Okay, we've got 6 in favor. All those opposed? We've got 5. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4. My numbers aren't adding up. 5 opposed. Okay. All right, so 6 in favor, 5 opposed. That matter carries. Counselor Turiel, Counselor Lovely.
Thank you, Madam President. Through you, I just wanted to just cut to the funding side of it, because that's been kind of like the elephant in the room for a lot of people and in a good deal of the public discussion. And I think we've all been, made clear the city's position on this. I happen to believe that position is correct based on, the guidance that I've gotten here, and which is simply put that if we're not refusing that particular provision, the particular provision of not being unwilling to share information, then we remain in compliance. And that appears to be the case even with the executive order and with Attorney General Sessions's decree this week. The other thing, though, I kind of want to point out on this, and there is the 10th Amendment issue with this. There's also the coercion issue. And I know there have been a lot of issues. This is some of the other things that I took the liberty of doing research on. And one of the examples where the courts have allowed coercion was, for instance, in linking a percentage of federal funding for highways to raising the drinking age. That's a very popular example. And it was allowed by courts because the amount of money being clawed back by the federal government at that point was a very small amount. I believe it was 5% of the highway budget, if I recall. So the more recent example that I think most people would notice in terms of attempt by the federal government to coerce behavior on the part of states and attach a financial penalty to it would have been in the expansion of Medicare as part of the ACA, which was just rescued in the past week. So, but one of the things with that is we had the case in 2012 of NFIB versus Abelius, and in that one, the attempt to tie Medicaid funding to the ACA's requirements, that one was defeated very soundly at the Supreme Court level. And I wish it hadn't been myself, because I thought it would have strengthened, the ensuing law, but it was that portion of it was a very significant link of funding to state policy, and that was defeated not in a close vote, but in a 7-2 vote. So I would say that the precedent is pretty solid for the courts and even the Supreme Court to defend states and municipalities versus the federal government's attempts to force behavior or force things that are not well, simply put, constitutional by threatening them with funding. So, we've gotten some reassurance here in the course of the Massachusetts Attorney General, and as one of the speakers, I believe, said earlier on during the public comment portion, the courts have had a pretty good track record so far in this young administration, because when you try and do things as administration that aren't constitutional, generally speaking, courts will fight back, and so far that has happened. So many people have agreed, you can't really predict what this administration is going to do from moment to moment, and we could wind up being targeted on Twitter in the middle of the night tonight, but, on the funding side, that was one of the biggest things that I had to worry about at the beginning of this process, and, because potentially as much as $11 million is not something you look at and just go, yeah, whatever, but it's a pretty significant portion, and it's, I think, was it about 8% of the city budget, if I do the math, 7-8%, something like that. That's not a small chunk of change, but at the same time, based on established law, I think these policies that we're looking at putting in place, that we already have in place. I mean, if anything, just all this attention has drawn a bigger target on us than anything else, and there's a lot of bigger, more available targets in this state than little old Salem, but if they want to go after us too with all the other cities, then they're probably going to do it, because again, you can't really predict what they're going to do. They're not especially rational. That said, I think I've been sufficiently reassured on the funding side. To me, it wouldn't be something that would prevent me from doing what I think the right thing is to begin with. But on the funding side of it, I think we are, at least from a legal perspective, in the clear, although who knows what the heck, the Attorney General wants to do.
Councilor Lovely.
Yes, at this time, I'd like to have a motion to delete Section 2-2064 from the proposed ordinance, and it is under discussion. There's a second.
Is there a second?
I'll second for this.
Okay. Seconded by Councilor Sargent under discussion.
Yeah, I have, obviously, the number of people who showed up this evening show that there's a great deal of concern for both this issue and others. This advisory committee, while we spoke on it earlier, the mayor can certainly have an advisory committee, whether it's in an ordinance or not. I frankly don't believe that it belongs here. I'd be a very strong supporter of a commission that would address these issues as far as a regular commission that would have appointees such to be made up. Maybe we could bifurcate this and put that into legal affairs, or leave it in this committee and meet. I'm fully in favor of having a committee that would advise not only the mayor, but the city council on these policies and how we can do a better job. I just don't think that it belongs in this ordinance, because I think what this ordinance is trying to do is deal with public safety, what we're going to do. I didn't sense that there was any real objection to having a commission. This is an advisory committee, some sort of commission that would fold into the other groups that we have. No Place for Hate. Not say it would take that group's place, but I think it's better if we have a commission that's set up with a board that would report to or be available to the city council, like all the other commissions that we have. So that's the reason for that, not because I'm opposed to it. Matter of fact, I'm strongly in favor of creating such a commission, but I just don't think it belongs in this ordinance, and I think that it should be worked on a little bit more. I understand the good feeling that it's trying to include, but I think that we could do a better job of that.
Councilor Ryan, Councilor Repley, was that a
Well,
hand?
that was
okay.
that was a scratch.
Okay.
Good thing we're not bidding on something here. I concur with Councilor Lovely. I think the actual commission, as opposed to an advisory committee, is more powerful than even this whole ordinance. I think a commission where you had people, gave them resources with lawyers to access to where to go, link with the congressman's office. I know that they have divisions that help out people when they're trying to go through the maze of the immigration process. I'd like to see like a commission And that, I think that would be more beneficial to the city, and I'd be willing to buck the system to give up the federal money if it came to that. I mean, because it actually does something for people. These people, that what they need is resources. They need guidance on what they need to do. We heard from attorneys, immigration attorneys, and the stuff that they go through. I personally know people that have gone through the process and how hard it is. And if you do something wrong, you throw everything off. I think a commission would be more powerful than this whole ordinance that we already do. It'd be something that would be worthwhile.
Councilor Ripley.
Thank you, Madam President. As a member of one of the affected communities, part of the LGBT community, I just want to note something, that it's important that we listen to affected communities and to have I think it's important for us to have a committee rather than a commission, because a commission means that the city council will be appointing people to that, and right now there's a lack of trust between the affected communities and this city council. And just the fact that the question is raised about whether we need something like this is endemic to the problem. So I would not be in favor of making this a separate commission. I would not be in favor of continuing this in any way, shape, or form to put this in committee. We need to pass this evening.
Councilor Pamico. The same rules go for this meeting. If this keeps up, we will clear the room. We need to have this discussion. Councilor Pamico.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to be making some amendments, so be ready. On the first page,
Wait a minute, I think we had there was a motion.
Motion and
second.
second.
Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry. Okay, any more discussion? Councilor,
No, Councilor
Councilor Terrio, Councilor Lovely, and I think the mayor wants to weigh in.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President, through you. I am, in a case like this, I know the intent of the ordinance is to put the whole thing together. I'm fine with a division if we can do that, and I'm okay with 2064 remaining in committee for the short term, simply because I do think that we should have a inclusion advisory committee. I think we should have one that really does have a purpose and have time. And my one worry about what we have here in 2064 is I think we started with something that was too much, and I think now we have something that's not enough. And I'd like to, in the course of a follow-up meeting of the ad hoc committee, I'd like to try and see if we can strengthen this somewhat and make it an actual body that's part of the city process. I think that's an important step in helping to make sure the city stays focused on the right things. And I think we should be having mayoral appointments. I would love it if the city council had like a seat on that we could put somebody on and, put a representative on, because I think it's important that everybody is represented. And my one concern is that we do have an objective and it's 11 o'clock, and I don't think we can shake out the full committee of this tonight. And so for that reason alone, I'd be supportive of keeping that one portion of things in committee to follow up on this fairly quickly. I don't think we need to do it in this gigantic a forum for the next one, but we could, do it again pretty soon and shape that. I think it's important that we do it, but I would be supportive of dividing it out for that purpose.
And keeping
Just keeping that one portion in committee. I want to act on the, I want to move the main thrust of this, of the ordinance on city services, and keep the inclusionary advisory committee in committee.
So is that a motion?
Well, we've got the other motion. Was the previous motion to strike?
Motion is to strike,
the
yeah,
whole-
from this particular,
Friendly amendment.
but I would accept it as a friendly amendment to sever it.
Yeah, I would move the friendly amendment to divide it and then have a motion to keep 2064 in committee, in the ad hoc committee, not refer it to ordinances, licenses, legal affairs.
Seconded.
I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, so you've accepted that?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
I think I was, just a comment, I think I was next after council. I yielded to
Okay.
Council Terrio.
All right.
If I could?
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
You know, some 6 or 8 months ago, we had an issue come before the city council that I spent a great deal of time talking with members of the community. Right at that particular time, there was some incendiary comments in the Salem News regarding comparing Salem to Flint, Michigan, and a lot of us took umbrage with that. I had long discussions with the individuals who were involved and found out that there's a great deal of conversations that need to go on between old-time Salem and new people coming into the community where, you know, people will set up dialogue so people can take a walk in each other's shoes, so to speak. And that wasn't followed up through as much my fault as anybody else's, but Salem's a changing community. We need to have that dialogue, and I think that this commission would be able to be the vehicle by which we get some people on there who would be able to do some research or have some ideas as to how we come together after something as divisive as this. So that's my reason behind it. I wholeheartedly support a commission or a committee. If people want it to be an advisory committee, I just think that it could be better fleshed out, and I appreciate Council Torrio's comments. I will be a yes vote on whatever portion comes out on that, however I vote on the main issue this evening, but I will be supportive of some sort of a commission that will have some heft to it, as Councilor Ryan pointed out, that will really mean something to the community so that we can move forward from this. So that's.
Okay,
Just quickly, wouldn't such a commission, if somebody had immigration issues, they could go to and get advice and get led in the right direction, so.
Possibly.
Councilor, Mayor Driscoll.
Just wanted to perhaps make a suggestion for the council's consideration, given the timeliness of what's happening in our community right now, and the sense of urgency among our immigrant community, and the ability for this group to get together and take on this issue, which I think is a very valid one. I'm really excited to hear some of the conversations taking place because I think it's important work and there's certainly more we can do. And that was the intention of this advisory committee. There have been a group of stakeholders that have been meeting informally. Some of the folks who were part of the Salem Award Foundation and our No Place for Hate Committee and our North Shore Pride Committee. I mean, there have been groups and thankfully some good work going on in our community, but we all know we can do more. We've had folks come out from Boston to talk with us about what they're doing there. There's some underpinnings of potential success and collaboration on this. My worry would just be that we're going to take a good amount of time to get to the place where we all want to be, because it just takes time to get people's schedules put together. Would it make any sense to adopt the ordinance with this in it, with the very notion that we're going to be removing that once we have it set up, the body set up from the council? We have an informal group that's been meeting, so it's not like there's going to be 12 new people. It would be an opportunity for us to look at what can we sort of do right away, have some of these conversations, while a really strong separate ordinance could come in and replace this as the councilors pull this together. I just worry that not having anything, it doesn't preclude us from doing it, but this was an important aspect of this ordinance, was to make sure it wasn't just about the ordinance, but that we were looking for things that we could do. Some things are simple. Some things are more complicated. Let's leave this in place, and when we have the newer committee that's formed, just delete this and create the whole new one. I'm not setting people up. I would be using the same sort of group that's been meeting stakeholders to rely on helping us, but it will allow us to advance things and keep, hopefully, the conversation going with room for a stronger, more thoughtful approach to it, which I really appreciate and value.
Councilor Gerard, Councilor Ryan, Councilor Lovely.
Thank you, Madam President. I agree with exactly what the mayor said, as I was going to say something similar, that I feel that the group that worked hard to put this together, that we should just let this go forward with the Inclusion Advisory Committee in place. The original reasoning behind when I asked questions about the language and everything was because I wanted to make sure that this was strengthened and that this had like the right amount of teeth in it. And if the group that put this together feels strongly about this and wants this in here, that's why it's here. I think that we should support that.
Councilor Ryan.
I still agree with Councilor Lally. I think we should take it out. We already have, this ordinance was prompted through the No Place for Hate Committee. I don't understand why we don't start with them, and they already have everything in place, and then form the committee out of that. Why set up this whole new committee when you already have a No Place for Hate, and just add stuff on and change it to make it more formal to a commission? I mean, I don't know.
Counselor
Just my
Lovely?
formal comment is, there's nothing, you've got a group of stakeholders that are working on solutions and such for individuals. This is an advisory committee that you may establish. Sounds like you already have one, and that's great. But to include something that's advisory that you may or another mayor may do, that, I'm not saying it's not well thought out, but I think we can do better. And my intent, again, I'll reiterate, however I vote on the actual ordinance itself, this I'm very, very supportive of, but I don't think this accomplishes what we really want to accomplish, because it's a mayor's commission or advisory committee as opposed to a city advisory commission. And I think that's important, that the city council be involved as well.
Counselor Famico?
Thank you, Madam President. With the Inclusion Advisory Committee, came up last night when we had the partnership dinner. We were looking around the room, and actually, Madam Mayor and I spoke. What I noticed last night, that with the exception of maybe 4 people, everyone was older than 35 years old. So with the Inclusion Advisory Committee, I would also like to add people of all ages. Because when we're looking at people, we need to make sure, we already have our Council of Aging, but we also have a Committee of Disability, or Commission of Disabilities. That it's important to think of the youth, but also important to think of the elders for that as well.
Counselor Turia?
Thank you, Madam President. Through you. Honestly, as much as I would like to do the whole thing at once, the good Ward 2 counselor just made, however, almost exactly the point that I wanted to make on this. The Inclusion Advisory, this committee is a wonderful idea, and I think it's something that we should be moving out. Honestly, I think it's something we should be not a month and a half before we get the ad hoc committee together again to do this. But then again, I don't think we need as big a room to work on this committee. So I'd really like to separate these two, simply because, not because I don't want an inclusionary advisory committee. Frankly, I want both parts of this to pass, should we divide the question. I would like the inclusionary advisory committee to be made better and stronger and have better representation. And as I don't know how many of you in the audience have grabbed a copy of this, but what we have in here right now is a good idea for the base of it, but there's a lot of stuff to flesh out. And I would appreciate if we can, be fleshing that out in a separate meeting with a chance to really think it through, as opposed to in the middle of the night. So I just think we can do a better job of it if we do that one part a little bit later. So,
Any further discussion on dividing this out dividing the Section 2-2064 from the remainder of the ordinance and keeping that section in committee? Is there any more discussion on that? No? Okay. All those in favor? Can we do it again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, all those opposed?
Opposed.
2, 3, okay, all right, the matter carries. Counselor Famico, Counselor Turio.
Okay, so now those amendments I'm speaking of.
Oh, geez, okay.
On the first page, the second whereas, so it says whereas in Salem, all people, including immigrants. I'd like to amend that to say immigrants and refugees, which goes in line with what we have on the second page. It mentions both. So it would say including immigrants and refugees. On our second page, for example, 2-2063, it says immigrant and refugee references, as do a couple other sections.
second.
Where's that?
Under discussion? No, all those in favor? Opposed? Okay, that carries.
Thank you, Madam
Next.
President. Second page, section 2-2062, policy. Third line down where it says national origin, I'd like to amend that to read country of origin to also go in line with everything. The rest of the document is country of origin.
Okay, second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed?
Same page, letter B. Just add an Oxford comma before the or court decision.
Second.
The grammar police.
What I've been reading about Oxford commas lately, I don't know. No, wait, okay, all right. On
He shoots
Councilor
and leaves.
Famico's motion to Remove the comma, correct?
To add a comma.
Oh, to add the comma, excuse me. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? The comma carries.
Section C there, third line, which says country of origin. I actually have a question of the city solicitor prior to that amendment. So it says regardless of one's country of origin, which would be where someone was born. Should we change, what's the difference of country of origin, or if we would change that to immigration status? To me, it seems like two very different things.
Yes.
Let's get the variance.
What section?
Sorry, the police policy does reference country of origin because the police officers are sometimes required to ask the country of origin because they have rights to consult with the consul.
Okay.
That's why.
And but firefighters?
No.
Okay, we'll clear that up. And the final one, next page, section 2-2063, letter B, just to amend it to change case law to court decision to put it in line with the rest of the language. So state statutes, regulations, or court decisions. What a comma after, yes, thank you, Assistant City Solicitor.
I'll second that. Always seconding that.
Is that a second on the comma?
It's a comment in changing case law to court decision.
All those in favor? Opposed?
Do I still have
Comma
the floor,
carries
Madam
again.
President?
You sure do.
Okay, so when people reached out to me about this specific proposal, I did a lot of research. I was looking at these ordinances for different cities, and if you emailed me, chances are I gave you homework back, sending you those and saying, look at the differences. It goes into a lot of, when we write these, the language, the words, the commas can make all the difference, and you'll see that in court cases all the time. And that was adding that Oxford comma, those of you that are social media folks. There was a post that went viral recently about the Oxford comma, too. It's also a great song. But it's a lot of the research for that. Doing a lot of this research and looking into this proposal, it brought up to me again the public process and kind of the recommitment to the residents in the community. Yes, you might already have something in place, but it's actually putting it into an ordinance. And as I mentioned in the very beginning, when you change an ordinance, it has to go before a public body like this, so it's a much more public way of doing things. Another thing that came up to me, yes, we're looking at finances, but as the mayor said in the beginning, people are people. In my past, I've worked with students and their families from around the world. I actually brought a photo here with me tonight of a group I used to teach at the On Point Center. And when I was there, actually one time, the then police chief, Paul Tucker, came to the class. And I gave him a call on the way here tonight, and I said, you know, when you came in, did you ever once think about that these people in the class may not be U.S. citizens or have their status? And he said, no. He came in, and at that time, we posted, it was in the Salem News, his commitment to the community, and just even those people wanting to be involved. And I would add, right now, there's a waiting list for people that are even looking to take language classes. It's not as easy as people think. There's years and years wait, and also a lack of people who are actually skilled in the training for that. But with that, it's not even the students I've taught. I have friends that have come here in overstayed visas. I also have friends that have crossed over borders and came in illegally. And it was for a better life, and they were stuck in situations that they couldn't go home and see their family or friends, and that their loved ones didn't know if they would be there at the end of the day, or they didn't know what was going to happen. So a big part of this for me is thinking of the people I've been connected with in my life and realizing it, never once would you think of asking someone's citizenship when you first meet them, but connecting with them as people. And when we're thinking of a community, it needs to be thinking of everyone in a community, because you're having the parents of the kids in the schools, we're having the students themselves, and it affects everything in a community. It's the involvement. If you make it that people don't feel safe, why would they come out to public events? Why would they participate? This is just the reassurance of that, and also to show that here we are, we're open to people and will be willing to protect them with the public process of this. And by putting this into ordinance, it's reconfirming that, and that's why I'll be moving forward with a yes vote tonight. I thank everyone for their input on this, because through feedback, I can tell you the chief, the mayor, the city solicitors, they've gotten more than one call from me. And it's clarifying processes and clarifying who does what and when and where, and also to make sure that we have the right language and the right orders with whatever actually goes into your ordinance. Because once that's there, you've already seen tonight, it's quite the process to make amendments and to get things before the council. But thanks for staying up late with us and even later as we continue tonight. Thank you, Madam President.
Any other counselors? Counselor Terrio?
Thank you, Madam President. Before we move forward, now that we have the language and now that we have the language and we have pretty much the question divided that we can move forward with,
I actually have a question when we're all done, but go ahead.
okay, but now that we have that, now that we're at that point, I think one of the things that's before us that's referred to the city council, and this is referred to the full meeting, because we're not done with meetings, we have another meeting right after this one. We have a resolution as well, and I'll say right now, I'm going to support that also. I'm supporting this. I'm going to support the resolution as well, because I don't mind having the city council's name signed to, you know, a statement on behalf of us too. I think there are times we haven't done enough of that. And I'm glad that we have that step. I really applaud my colleague to my right here for having come in with that. I think that's a wonderful thing for us to aspire to. But ultimately, when this comes, you know, when we discuss these matters and we think about immigration, we think about legal status or undocumented status or all that, I talked about this a little bit when this first came into the city council, but this really comes down to me in a sense, the story of two sets of immigrants. My grandfather, Yaakov Turiel, and his wife, Rachel Israel, came here in 1920. They came over on a boat to Ellis Island, were processed in, were settled into the Sephardic community in Brooklyn. My father was born there as the first generation. He was the second child, their second child, but the first one that lived to adulthood, because a lot of people didn't back then. And he, in turn, as the firstborn child, he went on, went to school, was in the Marines, did a tour with the Marines, came out, built a business, had a family, passed away 2 years ago. Very, very proud of the fact that his son, the second generation, had moved on to do something with the kind of responsibility of being a city councilor in a city. He was immensely proud of the fact that I'd done that. And one of my few regrets is that last year when I had that gavel myself, he wasn't around to see it. It's still something that I regret some, but he was very proud to have seen what did happen. And I try and honor that, and I try and honor that immigrant story with everything I do. The other immigrant story is my mother's. And theirs was also in a year that ended in 20, but it was 1620. And that goes back to my mom's ancestors, Will and Sue White, who also came over on a boat that was called the Mayflower. And in their case, their son, Peregrine, was literally the first anchor baby. He was the very first European born on the soil of this land, in this state. So, you know, that's also an immigrant story. And I guess by the standards of the time, because the Wampanoag didn't authorize us to be here, you know, they were undocumented as well. But, you know, it's every single person in this room has an immigrant story. And it might be this generation, it might be last generation, it might be, like in my case, it might be 1620. But we all have an immigrant story, and it's one that we should all try and help each other tell. And I think it's one we should all honor and respect. And not everybody came here the easy way. A lot of people came here the hard way. And a lot of people went through a lot of risk and a lot of, you know, and a lot of danger to get to this country. and to try and make a better life for themselves. And ultimately, I think that's what has to drive us. And that's the bottom line for why, where my support comes from in the end. So, thank you.
Counselor McCarthy, Counselor
Thank you, Madam
Gerard.
President. My story doesn't go back to the Mayflower. My story goes back to my mother. And she's an immigrant, came here through the proper channels, and one of the happiest days of my life was the day I went into the Faneuil Hall and saw her got sworn in. All that being said, it's been my immense pleasure to represent my ward. I have befriended and come to know Lucy Cacciato, and she and I have been, since the day I got elected and she came to my celebratory party, she and I have become friendly. We crack jokes together, we laugh, but at the same time, it has also been my immense pleasure to attend as many Point neighborhood meetings as I can care to remember over the last 10 years, and Lucy has been there every step of the way. I have the pleasure of having to represent probably one of the most diverse wards in the city, stretching all the way from the Willows down through Derby Street to the Point. When people say it's symbolic, it probably is. When people look at us, and I have the utmost respect for Chief Tucker, Representative Tucker, and I agree wholeheartedly with what he said earlier. When the first ordinance came out, I had severe reservations. This ordinance is a lot better, and when I look to someone like Representative Tucker, and I look to Chief Butler, whom I have immense respect for, and they, feel that the policy that they have in place is the correct thing. I know that having private conversations with various officers, and they all say to me, Counselor, I've been on the force for X amount of years, whatever the years are, I've never once ever asked anybody for their green card. It's not what we do. I think that speaks volumes to what Salem is and how inclusive we are. I want to just continue that, but I also want to just say that at the same time, when we were debating earlier whether or not to divide the question, I do hope that there is a commission formed, and it does do what we think and what we hope it intends to do, because there are people that need help, and they need to know how to navigate through the process and how that can happen. The last thing I'll say, we've all been here a long time, and I know everyone has varying opinions, and I just want to let everyone know I would never do anything to violate federal law, and I don't think anything in here does, and I don't want to violate federal funds, but at the same time, it's been a long night, and at some points I find myself gazing up, and I gaze up at those green things up on the wall: respect, responsibility, tradition, learning, perseverance, and excellence. And I think that's what we try to teach our kids, and I think that's what we have to strive to do tonight. And in some aspects, I wish it could do more. In other aspects, I think it's right on. But for what's in front of us right now, this was what's brought in front of us. We've sat here, we've debated it, we've amended it. It's time to take the vote, and I have no problem voting in favor of it tonight.
Before we do that, I actually have one question.
You want to go first, and then I'll?
No, you go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. So I just want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. For those of you who know me, you know that I am a voracious note taker. So I wrote down everyone who came out and what you said. And interestingly, there were 80 of you that spoke, 71 were in favor, 9 of you were opposed, which means that 88.75 of you were in favor of this. Interestingly enough, when over the course of these last few months, my Ward 6, has also come out, and I have spoken to numerous people on the phone, in person, over email, texting, Facebook, and the same thing there. 80% of people came out and said, yes, we support this. And even when I sent them the ordinance and I said, please look this over before you say anything, they came back and they said, yes, we support this. We want you to stand up for us to say yes to this ordinance. And actually, I want to go back to some of the things that people were talking about, particularly the gentleman that was speaking about the Statue of Liberty. And I used to live in New York, and every morning I would take the train over the Manhattan Bridge, and I would always make it a point that I could see the Statue of Liberty every single morning on my way to work. And because that symbol was so important to me, as I mentioned previously, that my family came here escaping war and persecution, and this was a country that opened its arms to us. And here I am 3 generations later, and I continue to appreciate that. And the other thing, actually, someone had brought this up about how we all have a responsibility to uphold the Constitution. I don't know how many of you have this, but I have a copy of the Constitution that the last time I was in Washington, D.C. that I bought. And it's absolutely incredible to read. And I just want to read the 10th Amendment that says, "The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people." And as I was reading previously in the first article in Section 8, where it's talking about the responsibility of the legislative branch and how Congress organizes and what their roles and responsibilities are. So, for example, to provide and maintain a Navy so that so that was in 1787. By 1791, they said, wait a second, we got to change this a little. We got to make sure that the feds do the feds thing, states do the states thing. And the 10th Amendment continues to protect us and allows us to be able to do what we need to do and keeps us separate from the feds, so that the feds can't say to us, oh, hey, Massachusetts, you need to build a quick Navy because we hear someone's coming to invade. We say, no, federal, you got to do that. And this ordinance supports that. And so I want to say thank you again to everyone that came out to speak tonight, and thank you to the people in Ward 6. You made it very easy for me to vote yes on this.
Counselor
Thank you.
Sargent.
I'm not in favor of the ordinance, and I'll try to explain why. And I know the beginnings of federal not being able to police locally came, I think, after the Civil War, when federal Union soldiers were policing down south, and it caused a big problem. And I don't think it's a bad idea that the federal government doesn't police local municipalities. But everything that was said tonight by people that was asked for, that were good things, we're already doing in Salem. We have been for a long time, as long as I've been alive and before that. Salem's always been a welcoming community and a helpful community, and always will be. Everything bad that people spoke about that we can't control, or we don't control, we would like to see not happen, but we can't control it. We can't control federal laws and federal policy. And much was said about changing immigration law. We all agree. We sent a resolution Councilor Ryan brought in asking our senators and congressmen to work on immigration reform. And that's the basic chain of command. Whether you're in the military or at work, you have suggestions and you move them up the chain of command. And that's the way we're supposed to be trying to help immigration, is by asking our federal elected officials to work on it and work hard on it and make it fair and equitable. Right? Now, I'm worried about a false sense of security in some ways, because we're going to pass this ordinance and a lot of immigrants are going to be walking around thinking, I'm safe now, I'm perfect, nothing can happen to me. And that's the farthest thing from the truth, because we can't control if federal law enforcement comes in here. And imagine their dismay when something happens to them one day and a family member gets picked up. They're going to be coming to us saying, hey, you passed an ordinance to protect us. How do we get picked up? And I don't want them to be in that position either. I want us to keep continuing what we're doing and keep them safe that way. Although nothing will change, as it's been said, one big thing will change. We'll now be known nationwide as a sanctuary city. And I don't think that's necessarily a good thing with this climate going on. Okay? Now, if you're an undocumented immigrant, and you're worried, and people believe Trump is the boogeyman that's going to come into town, I don't necessarily believe that he's that bad. But if he were, where would he start looking first? I believe he'd go looking at sanctuary cities. And now we have a certain amount of undocumented people in the city, and we're able to help them. But we only have so many resources. And as a sanctuary city, I believe more people would be inclined to move towards a sanctuary city to live. And I also believe it might attract a certain element that we might not want to be here. They see the word sanctuary and they come in, and there's a possible criminal element coming in. And as through history, what would that criminal element prey upon? They'd be preying upon the undocumented people in our city. And I don't think that would be fair to them, and that would be a bad thing. And they would be very reluctant, you know, say we're worried about, or they'd be reluctant to go to police now. If we get some of these MS-13 or people like that moving into town, and they're already over in Lynn, we're not that far away, right? I have relatives that go to Maverick Square every day, and there's issues over there. You can shake your head, but when your son's in a subway station where somebody got shot at the day before, that's difficult, right? And so you mean to tell me that these people won't try to intimidate our peace-loving undocumented people? So, and I think that would be a big issue. Well, are you kidding me? Really? I gotta apologize for being white.
All right, come here. All right, enough.
None of us can help the way we were
Enough.
born.
Order.
And both sides of this issue want to see the same thing happen. We want people to be safe, be able to live unintimidated, you know, be able to raise their families and have a decent life as all people deserve. We all want that. Some people think we need to be a sanctuary city to do that. I just don't feel that way. I know earlier Representative Tucker, was talking about the transgender issue, and that was good, hard work. But that was a state rep working on a state issue. We're a city council being asked to work on a federal issue. That's a big step to take, to move all the way up to that. Now, one example was made a few meetings back about how we did things during the Underground Railroad days. Salem helped runaway slaves make it all the way to Canada. Because if they were picked up, even though they were in the northern part of the country, they were supposed to be repatriated back, and Southerners were supposed to come and pick them up. So you had to get them all the way to Canada to help them. And we did that. Chimneys were painted, I think, white, and safe houses were formed. But all of that was done quietly. It wasn't put on the front page of the newspaper. Nobody went around saying, taking credit for it. It wasn't on the front page of the news. We didn't have a certain kind of, sanctuary city or runaway city, whatever it happened to be, escaped slaves. We didn't make any name for it. We did it quietly, and we did it efficiently, and it worked really well. And I believe that's the way we should handle things now. We should continue to help people the way we've always helped them. We just shouldn't be making national news doing it. Okay? People think we need the title of sanctuary city or any other title to be who we are. Salem has always been a welcoming community, always been helpful. For my family, for generations before me, all the teachers, coaches, police, everybody has always been helpful and been welcoming. The only title we need to be who we are and to keep helping who we are is the name Salem, which translates to City of Peace. We don't need a sanctuary city status to be who we are. We know who we are. So, thank you.
Any other discussion? Councilor Ryan?
Thank you. I agree with Councilor Sargent. What's great about Salem is we were already doing all this stuff before this came in front of us. So I kind of think of it, it's a solution for a problem that didn't exist, and it's really not going, it's going to maybe reassure some of these people, but maybe give them false hope. And I was just thinking about different situations where the federal government might be involved. I was thinking about my father-in-law during 17, 18 years old, back in the 60s, 70s, when they were doing the draft. He enlisted in the Army, was a medic, and I was thinking about, well, what about the people, they didn't agree with the war. A lot of people didn't agree with what was going on. They didn't want to get drafted. They dodged the draft. The city council at the time didn't do an ordinance to protect those people that were dodging the draft. It's a different thing, but I was just thinking of the federal government. I was lucky enough to be born in the city of Salem in the United States to a small Irish Catholic family. I was only 12 of 14. But people make a lot of assumptions, and a lot of emails I got, and I don't claim to walk in anyone's shoes and other people shouldn't do that either. And I've got a lot of emails where people think they know what's best for me and what's best for the city of Salem. I make my decisions based on what I feel is best for the city of Salem. I love the city of Salem. I was born here, I was educated here, I'm gonna probably die here. And I especially don't like it when people threaten me and say that I'm gonna vote for you, I'm not gonna vote for you if you don't vote this way. That's not the way it works. And if I run for reelection and you don't vote for me, if you don't vote for me, that's fine. Life goes on. And these people laugh. You don't do the sacrifices. You don't give up time. I didn't even see my kids today. I've been here all day. I've been work up since 4 in the morning. And some people just show up for one issue. I'm here for all the issues. I've been in the city my whole life. I care what happens here. And if I felt that this was going to help people, I would vote for it. But the way it is right now, I'm not going to support this.
Any other discussion? Councilor Fury.
For many of us tonight, as you conclude tonight with the resolution, I'm strongly in favor of it, very strongly in favor of it. It is a city on a hill. I remember Representative Tucker coming to the city council celebrating the anniversary of President Kennedy speaking to the Beacon Hill, talking about a city on a hill by our former governor, John Winthrop. For many in this room and for many in this city, we are a city on a hill. But for many, we are, as Dickens would say, a tale of two cities. We just did, all of us, stood up for the Pledge of Allegiance by a veteran who requested us. He said liberty and justice. For many in this city of Salem and throughout this country and the atmosphere that we're in a tale of two cities. And they're in the shadows. And we all need to be one city. E pluribus unum. Out of many, one. One country, one city, one state. Salem has always been a sanctuary city, whether you want to call it or not. Massachusetts has always been a sanctuary state. And the United States of America has always been a sanctuary country for the world. So all of us should take pride. Whatever the vote is tonight, we need to come to common ground. But Donald Trump and Trump Towers, he has achieved the American dream of the city on the hill. For many of us in Salem and around this country, we have not, and we're still a tale of two cities. We need to become one city in Salem, and I really applaud the mayor and the committee that made this all possible. And I celebrate with you the richness that is Salem. I'm a proud supporter. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more discussion?
Can I
Councilor
make,
Terrio.
thank you, Madam President. I don't have more discussion, but I wanted to, because before we kind of wrap up and go to the more difficult portion of this, I would, if I could, I would like to move for, I'd like to make the motion on the section that we divided out, because I think that will be a fairly quick and non-controversial
Oh, to keep
vote.
it in committee?
Yeah, I would like to move that Section 2064, which was divided out on the Inclusion Advisory Committee, remain in the ad hoc committee to target a date certain before that we hold it, I could give the exact date for tying for a date certain, but a date certain prior to our second April meeting. I think that gives us a couple weeks to get together a time that we can all meet in city council chambers and get this hashed out before, in time to pass it this month.
Okay. You have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on this? No? Okay. All right. On Councilor Terrio's motion to leave the 2-2064, the Inclusion Advisory Committee, in the ad hoc committee to meet to discuss prior to our second meeting in April? All those in favor? Can we do it again? Because it's getting late. I'm having a hard time counting. 2, 3, 4. Okay. All those opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. That matter carries. Okay. Councilor Famico.
Yes, Madam President. Before we ended this section, I just wanted to thank you for guiding this meeting tonight. It's a very hot topic, and I think you did a great job with managing it and giving equal sides. And it can be tough, especially with some of these. I also enjoy that although it's a larger group, I like that you set this up like our normal council meetings. I think it provided a chance for us to go back and forth with the amendments. And to tagline to what the good at large counselor was just saying, I would say that every single one of us, no matter what side of the issue we're on for this, everyone wants a better Salem, and everyone's doing that in the way that they think it is. So even on this issue, if it's a hot topic, everyone that's voting here tonight, they got into the job because they wanted to make Salem a better place. And sometimes there's differences for different issues, but when it comes down to it, we just need to remember that.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilor Rapley.
Madam President, I know that you had a question, and so I wanted to make sure that your question was answered before I had my comments.
Okay, my question was really just, I don't know if you would consider it housekeeping, and I can't make any kind of a motion, but I was looking at the policy section 2062, letter E, and if we're talking about directing department heads to direct their staff to comply with city policies, I'm not sure we need that kind of language in there. I would hope they would do that anyway. But again, I can't make any kind of a motion on it, but that's a question that, is it something that we need to have in there? I mean, don't they kind of do that? It's like an administrative thing is what I'm saying, really.
I think, again, we wanted to make sure we were clear with respect to the direction we were giving to city officials, and that's what E is designed to do.
Okay. Councilor Rapley.
Thank you, Madam President, and I agree with the good word too, Counselor. I appreciate your efforts this evening and in sharing tonight's meeting. It's you did a great job. So.
Can I just say that I think the real people who need the congratulations this evening are you all, because I think, as everybody said, no matter what side of the issue folks are on, I think that the fact that this community can have this kind of discussion and have it in the civil way that we've had it says a lot about the community. No matter what we vote tonight, I think loud and clear we've heard that we can discuss difficult issues, and I actually look forward to talking about the commission or committee, because I know that's something that we can actually, we'll be doing stuff. So I think that's exciting. Any other comments? Councilor Rapley.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. So I've looked at this as a matter, I've heard all the comments this evening, and I've heard both written, telephonic, in-person, Facebook, the whole shebang, of people opposed, of people in favor, people who had lots of questions about what this meant. And I definitely, I hear what the good Ward 7 counselor is saying in terms of being called names. I've been called names too in the past 3-4 months, and it's not fun, but it's part of the job. And but I will say this, that I don't think that any member of this body is a racist, and I don't think any member of this body is someone who is against the rule of law, regardless of what your beliefs are on this issue or any other. You know, I'll agree with several of my colleagues who've spoken before that we may come at an issue from different approaches, but I don't question the beliefs or why people are going to where they are on this. There's a lot of genuine concern and feeling behind all of this. I look at this as an issue between the mind and the heart. And let me talk about the mind first. A question was raised during the public testimony portion about all of us taking our oath of office seriously and following the law. I'm an attorney by day, and I have an obligation to follow that law by day. And I'm a city councilor at night, and I have an obligation to follow the law at night. So I don't believe that anything that I've supported, and specifically the ordinances before us tonight, that in any way, shape, or form abrogates the rule of law. In fact, it follows the rule of law of federal, state, and hopefully now local law, and it supports and adopts the new city police policy. So that's what my mind tells me. My mind also tells me, and my legal training tells me, that Supreme Court precedent, including regarding the 10th Amendment, you've heard that already this evening, Supreme Court precedent, specifically Prince versus Arizona or the United States, I can't remember, was written by Justice Scalia. And I don't normally quote Justice Scalia. But it was written by Justice Scalia, and it stands for the premise that local law enforcement can't be compelled to do the job of ICE. Period. Full stop. It's not their job. And I also look to the rule of law with another Supreme Court decision, and my good non-lawyer colleague cited it, and that was the Obamacare case that came down just a few years ago. I think it was 2012. And that, again, was a 7-2 decision, but who penned it? Chief Justice Roberts. Again, not someone I normally quote. But what Chief Roberts decided, and on a policy decision, yes, of course I wanted the other states to have Obamacare, and you know, but that is immaterial. What that Supreme Court precedent basically said was that you can't compel a local jurisdiction with federal funds that are outrageously large. You know, the one example during President Reagan's term was the Florida speed limit issue, and that was only 5%. It was only a 5% reduction. That was ruled to be okay. So I'm not suggesting that what we're doing tonight, you know, we're not going to violate the law, but even if we were to violate the law, which we're not, but even if we were, we're not standing to lose $11 million. If you use the same math that the Supreme Court used back in 1985, if it's 5%, you know, it's still a lot of money, but it's not $11 million. So that's what my mind tells me. My heart tells me something too, and we have to be a place of laws that reflect both our intellect and our heart. And one of the things that was important to me is I never thought that I would be introducing, back in December, never thought that I would ever be introducing a sanctuary city ordinance to this body or any other body, because before a monumental election, it never crossed my mind. We certainly have a heck of a lot of work to do in terms of our immigration laws. 30 years worth of neglect certainly warrants examination on the federal level. And I'm glad that we as a body are encouraging our federal colleagues to do that. But that's just one step. Our heart should tell us that we should stand up. And our hearts should tell us that we should place a halo over Salem, as Genzi Romero told us this evening. We should place a halo over Salem. It's important for us to get over our timidity and to stand up for what is right. I don't believe that a resolution will help, the one that's proposed this evening as an alternative. I don't believe that resolution does that. That's just a half measure. That's just a maybe. It's not a we have your back. It's we may have your back, maybe. I know it's meant well, but it's not what Salem is. We need to stand up and be counted. So I will be abstaining on that vote because I think that's what that's worth. And I've never abstained before. I usually like to vote up or down on things. For the underlying ordinance, I'll be voting yes on that. And I hope that my colleagues will have the courage and can avoid the timidity of going for a half measure. Let's stand up for Jency Romero. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Councilor Dibble? Councilor Dibble?
Thank you, Madam President. This has been a long road. I've attended a lot of meetings on this, a lot of phone calls. I've spoken directly to probably just over 200 people on this. It's amazing how we got to this place. We've made many good changes to this document here tonight and previously with the mayor and the solicitor making additional changes. I'm still asking to see the original one, which back in December, and you guys might laugh, Jeff Cohen's out here in the audience somewhere, I'm sure. He promised to get it to me after tonight's vote. So in December, it came before the council and got pulled back before I had a chance to read it. I still have not seen it. And I'm curious what was in that original one. But this one, as it reads, I don't want to use watered down because it still has significance for the feelings and to ease fear of people. This one, as it reads, should almost be included in our non-discrimination Salem ordinance because it's really quite simple. There's no sanctuary in here at all. There's nothing in here that would really protect immigrants from federal government coming in here. It's not a sanctuary ordinance at all, really. It's nothing like what you read in other cities. This is really quite simple. I'm happy that the state, violating the state law and the federal law has come out of here, because that's something that I swore not to violate any laws at all. So I'm happy that change was made. The Salem Police, giving direction to Salem Police is simply not allowed, and now we've made that change. So that's a good thing. I usually don't flip-flop on my decisions, but in this case, I'm going to tonight. And when you woke up this morning and you read in the Salem News in their opinion section, there were several long quotes from me that I'd given earlier this week. And now when you read tomorrow, you'll read a different opinion from Steve Dibble. Okay? So I will be voting for this tonight. Madam Chair, I think that unfortunately, some time ago I asked for the word sanctuary to not be used as part of this, but it's in the news. It's in Boston stations, on and on. We're all calling this a sanctuary ordinance, but it really isn't. This is really straightforward wording of telling what we are here in Salem. This is really simple. The wording has changed. It's quite clear. And I hope, well, it doesn't really matter if my residents in Ward 7, one woman contacted me and she said, Steve, I'm adamantly against being a sanctuary city. Went on and on and on. Then we talked, and she compromised a little bit, and she said, you know, Steve, you do what's right. And it's amazing how many people on both sides have said to me, Steve, do what's right. Well, I'm doing what's right. Okay? I'm fearful of still losing, taking this ordinance and being dropped in a giant pile of other sanctuary city ordinances from other cities and towns and being lumped in. But if somehow we can separate them all, this really doesn't violate state laws. It doesn't violate federal laws. Well, it did before tonight. We made a change, and I'm happy with that change. And I have a long history of trying to keep an open mind in the way I do things, the way I raise my children. I really am disappointed that I was called a racist 8 times in the last couple of weeks by people who did not know me at all. And there were a lot of actions along the way, a lot of emotions, and people got caught up in that emotions. That's part of the bad things that happened in this process. But there were a lot of good things that happened in this process too, where many of us came together. And we talked at so many meetings in the last couple of weeks. I met some wonderful undocumented moms that live here in Salem, and one of them and I hugged at the end of our meetings. So disregard what you read in the newspaper today from Steve Dibbles, okay? Again, I'm not one to I'm usually on the money with my decisions right away at the get-go, and I was on the money, I think, in December, but I still haven't seen that ordinance, so I can't confirm that. So Jeff Cohen, if you're still here, I want to see that ordinance from December. But I'm going to be voting in favor of this tonight. Thank you, Madam President.
Any other discussion?
Move the question?
Okay. Is there a motion on the floor?
Motion to approve? Motion.
Oh,
We have to open the meeting first.
oh, excuse me.
You have to make a
We have to
recommendation.
We have to make a recommendation to
Recommendation,
send it to
correct.
the special meeting.
Is there a recommendation?
Oh, yes.
Well, we're,
Somebody going to make a
no, we're not.
recommendation?
I move that we recommend approval, to the regular meeting by roll call vote,
As amended?
as amended.
As amended? Okay. Second? Okay. Madam Clerk? Oh, do I see 3 hands? We're going to do a roll call vote? Is that what,
Don't do a roll call vote, just send it to, send
Separated
it.
out for approval as amended.
that's what was just requested? I'm sorry, Counsel McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess right now, we're still in the ad hoc committee?
That's right.
Because we haven't,
We have not adjourned the.
we have not adjourned the ad hoc committee, we haven't even opened up the special meeting. So I guess my question is, the motion on the floor was to refer the matter to the special, I don't think the referral of a matter.
So you don't want a roll call vote on the
If they wanna do
referral?
it,
Right.
You can
Okay.
just refer it, and if you don't want to, I mean, obviously, we open up the meeting, if you don't want to vote for it.
Roll call requested.
If,
Oh, that's fine,
yeah,
that's fine.
Because it's a committee to make a recommendation, so.
yeah. So, Madam Chair, do you want to? City Clerk, you're the chair. I mean, City, Madam City Clerk, what time is it? Oh, my gosh, I'm turning into a
It's
pumpkin pretty
midnight.
soon. Okay, so the recommendation is, let's get
Move
that
for
clear.
approval, but move to recommend approval by roll call vote as amended.
amended, okay. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Counselor Terrio.
Yes.
Counselor Sargent.
No.
Counselor Ryan.
No.
Counselor McCarthy.
Yes.
Counselor Lovely.
No.
Counselor Giroux.
Yes.
Counselor Fiore.
Yes.
Counselor Famico.
Yes.
Counselor Epley.
Yes.
Counselor Dibble.
Yes.
Counselor Milo.
No.
That's okay. On the matter of the recommendation, we have 11 counselors voting, 7 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. The recommendation passes. Counselor,
We're not done. We're not done.
we're not done. We still have some stuff to do.
Everybody.
Counselor Terrio.
Madam President, I move that we adjourn the ad hoc committee meeting so we can have our special meeting.
Okay, move to adjourn. All those in favor? Okay, we're going to adjourn and take a break then, okay?
I don't think we take a
No,
break.
no, no, no.
Not going to take a break?
into it.
No break?
No.
Okay, we're going right through. Okay.
Everybody sit. We're
Sit,
not
sit,
done.
sit.
We're not done.
Let's just do it.
We're not done. Everybody
break.
sit down.
Okay.
It's too late for breaks.
Yeah. You can't speak to
All right. Oh, I'm okay. I'm okay with no break. All right, we ready then? Artie? Okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
A special meeting of the Salem City Council on Wednesday, March 29th, 2017, at 7 PM for the purposes of discussing and taking action on a proposed Salem ordinance providing city services regardless of immigration status and the formation of an inclusionary advisory resolution, where am I?
Yes, go ahead.
Advisory, yep.
Inclusionary advisory resolution for immigration and a resolution approving the statement of interest to Mass School Building Authority for Salem High, held in the Bentley School Cafetorium, 25 Memorial Drive, Salem, Mass. Notice of this meeting was posted on March 24th, 2017 at 8:53 PM?
8 PM.
AM.
AM, okay. And the first thing on the,
President?
yes, sir.
For
Councilor
you-
McCarthy.
Thank you. I move to take out of order the resolution on the last page, so we can clear up that first.
Oh,
Relative to the
The
resolution,
MSBA.
statement interest of the school building authority.
Okay. All right, we'll move to
Do you read it or?
the last page. You want me to? I'll read it. Are you okay? Yeah. Okay, so I'll read the resolution. Approving the statement of interest to Massachusetts School Building Authority for Salem High School. Counselor Gerard.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for adoption by roll call vote.
Counselor Gerard moves for adoption by roll call vote. Under discussion?
Thank you, Madam President. Just briefly, this was something that we had in a late file in our last meeting, and this is just the first step in the process to send a letter of interest to the MSBA for Salem High School.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Counselor Dibble.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. This is simply the same thing that we just did to, for the Horace Mann School, to have it relocated to South Campus, and I suggest that we all pass this tonight.
Any other discussion? Madam Clerk?
Council Turner,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Ryan,
Yes.
Council McCarthy,
Yes.
Council Lovely,
Yes.
Council Gerard,
Yes.
Council Fury,
Yes.
Council D'Amico. Yes. Councilor Evans,
Yes.
Councilor Dibble,
Yes.
Councilor Milo.
Yes.
Good job. Thanks for taking that over.
On the adoption of the resolution approving the statement of interest for Mass Building Authority for Salem High School, 11 councils voting, 11 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the matter passes. Are we going back to the regular order? Oh, I'm sorry, Counselor Terrio.
Thank you, Madam President. I was just going to move that we return to the regular order of the meeting.
Thank you very much.
Trying to do it official.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go back to the committee report for the City Council Ad Hoc Committee for Sanctuary for Peace. Counselor Ryan?
Move for adoption, first passage. Up.
What happened?
Committee report?
Report. Well, you
Was
give
she
the-
done?
you give the- Yeah, you give the report.
I asked Counselor
Oh,
Ryan to
okay,
give it.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Counselor Ryan?
Committee report for the City Council Ad Hoc Committee. The ordinance amending Chapter 2, Articles 17, City Services related to Immigration Status, Inclusionary Advisory Committee. No. I don't know what that is. It was just discussed in the committee meeting about the changes that we
Yeah.
made, so, and it was voted to make a recommendation to vote for first passage as
Okay.
amended.
Okay, on adoption of the recommendation, I don't think we adopted the recommendation yet, did we?
No.
Okay, so on adoption of the recommendation, all those in favor? All those opposed?
Discussion?
Under
On
discussion.
acceptance of the
Acceptance
report?
for- Acceptance, then discussion. Yeah.
Under discussion. On acceptance of the report. Go ahead, Counsel Lovely.
As far as, are we on acceptance?
We're on acceptance under
I have
discussion.
no discussion on acceptance of the report, but on discussion for first passage, I would have.
Okay, all right. Is there any discussion by Counsel Ryan for first passage?
I don't have any discussion, but I believe we divided the questions. I think we have to vote twice
Okay,
on the two separate questions.
okay. Do we want to,
Any further
First-
discussion?
okay, any further discussion on, no discussion on the committee report, right?
No, I think have we accepted the committee report or not?
We've accepted the committee report
Okay, under discussion on adoption.
on adoption.
I would like, excuse me, at this time to make a motion that the matter be placed on the November 7th, 2017 ballot
Seconded.
On Counselor Lovely's motion to place this matter on the ballot, seconded by Counselor Sargent. Under discussion?
Yes, briefly, I took an oath of office that I take seriously, and I don't state that other people who feel differently than me, that while I disagree, I respect their position. I can't support and pick and choose which laws I feel that we should obey as city councilors and as individual citizens. I'm very concerned about the potential loss of money. It's easy for people to sit here and say that this court case says that the federal government does not have the right to do so. However, being an attorney and knowing how long matters wind through the court system, it could be a great deal of time if we are deprived of money by the federal government, rightly or wrongly. We could be without significant funds, and I'm very, very concerned about that. It appears that, my ward is completely different. I've heard a couple of people state that 80% of the people were in favor of supporting the ordinance. If I had 80% of the people who were in favor of it, I don't know that I could vote, because I feel very passionately about my duties as upholding the Constitution that I swore an oath to. But that being said, I made the mistake of anecdotally stating that I didn't get, that I had very little, I probably said I didn't have any communication from people in my ward who were in favor of the ordinance when it first came out. And I had received an email from a couple who, they don't need to be named, that they're unforgiving in the fact that I stated that I didn't have any calls or opposition. There was the one email that I got from a couple who do live in my ward. I received many, many phone calls from people who were opposed, who don't want to come here for a lot of the reasons that people have already spoken about. But many, many people have said, there's 11 city councilors. Why should 11 city councilors be making a decision of this importance to the, it's going to affect the entire city, and a lot of people want to see it on the ballot so that their voices can be heard. I did tell people that I would make that motion. I'm going to support that motion. I'd like to see it on the ballot. Again, I'm very supportive of a commission that I spoke of that's going to be worked on at the next committee meeting. But I really think that the matter belongs on the ballot. I know that there's not going to be sufficient support on this to do so, but a lot of people want to be heard throughout the city. And my ward has been overwhelmingly opposed. I did get an email from some neighbors of mine for the first time. They hadn't reached out to me and said they were opposed. I tried to call them to explain my position, and I was unable to reach them. So I would say that other than emails that I got from other sections of the city, it was easily 95% of the people that I represent who contacted me in this regard are opposed or would like to see the matter on the ballot. So that's why I made that motion.
Counselor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam President. As Councilor McCarthy likes to always say, you look around and one of the things you learn is you can count. So you know that if this comes to a vote, it's going to pass. And as a compromise, I think that's a great idea to have it go on the ballot, but I think we should allow it to be voted on and then also put it on the ballot, so then down the road it will get confirmed, denied. But at least these people, everyone spent a lot of time on this, and we should vote on it and then also put it on, do both, put it on the ballot.
Any further discussion? Counselor Repley.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm in strong opposition to placing this on the ballot. When it comes to any social justice issue or civil rights or what have you, you don't put that on a ballot. That's not the way that our system works. It's majority rule, but it's minority right. So that's my view on that. I would also say that there were 2,000 people who signed the petition in regard to this issue coming before this body and this body making that decision. There is another way for the Ward 3 councilor or any other citizen of Salem to bring something on the ballot, aside from coming before this body, and that's by petition. So there were 2,000 people who signed that petition. If there are two, I'm not sure exactly what the number is, but if the number of citizens in Salem want to sign that petition to put it on the ballot, I'll certainly leave that to the Ward 3 councilor and his supporters.
Counselor Lovely.
whether they're supporters of mine or not, as I pointed out, several people asked me, why can't this be put on the ballot? And I told them that I would make every effort to introduce that to the council. I did take a look at this, this as well, and apparently there are very few, less than 10 people from my ward who signed this, and I don't know who they are. I haven't met them. That doesn't mean that their opinion doesn't matter. Certainly it does, but I'm just trying to point out that while I've given my reasons why, because of my oath of office, that I can't support this, it doesn't accomplish anything. I think the commission that we're hoping to set up, or committee, whatever it may be, has great potential to really do something, as opposed to this ordinance that is really, it has no backbone to it. There's really nothing there. It's not going to change anything, the way we do things. But, you know, whether it's not going to be me who's going to be setting a petition. Several people asked me what could be done to get it on the ballot. I said there would be a motion. I think that I could amend the recommendation to have the matter put on the ballot. I don't think that we should have the vote on it and then do it thereafter. I think I would like to have my my motion be acted on as an amendment, and I would like that to be by roll call vote. So the people, if people are 80% in favor of your vote, or however you make your decision, that's great. Then there's no harm in having it go on the ballot. My ward is completely different. The people that I know are completely different. A lot of people in this audience I don't know. I haven't had the opportunity to meet, but certainly there's very few. I don't know there's anybody in this audience that's called me who lives in my ward who said, Steve, we'd like you to support this. We'd like to talk to you about it. So again, maybe it's my longevity in the city, the people that I know, maybe it's because I'm older. People have approached me and said, Steve, what can we do to get this matter on the ballot? It doesn't seem like the city council represents me on this issue, that they have their own individual's opinion about it, and that's fine. That's what you're elected to do so. But people have asked me, how can we get it on the ballot? And I told them that I would do my best to see that at least the opportunity was given so that people could decide, who wanted to allow them to have this say and who did not. So that's the reason that I'm bringing that forward.
Any further discussion?
Roll call vote.
Councilor
No,
Dibby?
that's for a roll call.
Councilor Dibble?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President. That's an interesting request. I want to say probably 75% of my ward were against us becoming a sanctuary city. But I'm not sure how many actually read the document, never mind read the revised one that we changed here tonight. So I'll say 70%. And the lion's share of that 70% against us becoming a sanctuary city from Ward 7, probably close to 100% of them were willing to be flexible and get creative on what we can and should be doing. I didn't hear anybody who was so far to the point that I would call them a racist. There was no calls like that at all. We're clearly a very caring community. I'm still going to be voting for this tonight, but I would have no problem at all putting this document before the whole city on the ballot.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, on Council Lovely's motion to put this matter on the ballot, there's a roll call vote?
Yeah, by roll call.
Okay. Madam City Clerk?
Counselor Terrio?
No.
Counselor Sargent?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor McCarthy?
No.
Counselor Lovely?
Yes.
Counselor Gerard?
No.
Counselor Fury?
No.
Counselor Famico?
No.
Counselor Epley?
No.
Counselor Dibble?
Yes.
Counselor Milo?
Yes. On the matter of placing this matter on the ballot, in November 2017, we have 11 councilors voting, 5 in the affirmative, 6 in the negative. The matter does not carry. Now we'll go back to Councilor Terrio.
I was just saying, back to move approval, for the motion for approval.
Yeah.
for first
Councilor
passage.
Famico?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to add 2 conditions to that.
I'm sorry, conditions to...
Conditions to the approval. One thing I'd like to add is if any changes are made to the Salem Police policy relative to this ordinance, the police chief shall provide written notification to the mayor, city council, school committee, and city clerk within 48 hours. Then I just wanted that just so that the city clerk could then include it into the public record as we have it all connected together, so that when you go back, there's a trail of what happened when.
Counselor Dibble?
Yes, if that were to be part of this, then I would have to change my yes vote to a no, because, again, we as elected officials cannot be dictating to the police on how to do their jobs.
Madam President, has there been a second to the motion?
To Counselor Famico's motion?
Right.
Not yet.
Okay, then I would just ask then that the chief at that time does it on their own goodwill.
I don't think that's a motion, right?
Not a motion. My second thing actually would be a motion that, and I don't think this would have any issues, that copies of department head communication that is issued relative to 2-2062 be sent to the city clerk, so that can just be part of the record as a trail later on.
Sure.
I'll second that.
Okay.
But also, Madam President, just the police chief had earlier said that she would put a provision for that, for notification in the policy itself, should it change.
Right.
Okay, so
It's covered.
Counsel from, okay, she's shaking her head. All right. So now we're back to the motion for adoption.
Madam President, I think we need to actually act on the friendly amendment, but it still needs to be acted upon.
That the communication that department heads give to their staff, that be included in the record.
Okay, although, is there a second? We don't,
I
it's a
seconded
friendly
it.
amendment.
I
We're all, okay.
seconded it.
It's accepted.
Yeah,
All right.
he accepted it.
Shall we go back now?
Now, we can do,
Let's
we
roll.
can do.
We only
move
have
for adoption.
security till 1 AM, just so that you know. And I'm not going to
Move the
tell you what,
question.
I'm not going to tell you what I said to Mr. LaRue when he told me that, but anyway.
Move the question.
Okay, all right. On Counselor Ryan's motion for adoption.
But first passes by
For
roll call
first
vote.
passage by roll call vote. Thank
As
you all.
amended.
As amended. Madam City Clerk.
Counselor Terrio?
Yes.
Counselor Sargent?
No.
Counselor Ryan?
No.
Counselor McCarthy?
Yes.
Counselor Lovely?
No.
Counselor Gerard?
Yes.
Counselor Fury?
Yes.
Counselor Famico?
Yes.
Counselor Epley?
Yes.
Counselor Dibble?
Yes.
Counselor Miley?
No.
Sorry. Staying committee clerk.
Yeah, I don't want to be in violation of any law.
On the matter of first passage for the ordinance, the Inclusionary Advisory Committee, we have 11 counselors voting, 7 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. The matter carries.
I don't know that we did. Sorry, point of order. Do we have to, the portion that we left in committee, do we have to bring that out in a committee report? I don't believe we do.
No, because it's stayed in committee.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have to do that on the
Vote
full
on that,
council
no.
either, but we do, so,
Resolution now.
yeah. Okay, next matter is the, we've got a resolution relative to
Actually, wait,
immigration.
I'll move for immediate reconsideration. The hope does not prevail.
Okay, all right, Councilor Terrell moves for immediate reconsideration in the hopes that it does not prevail. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Opposed?
Okay. The matter does not carry. Now we're back to the resolution. We're getting there, folks. Okay, we have a resolution relative to immigration and the values of the city of Salem. Counselor Ryan.
Move, yeah, I'm not going to read it.
No.
Move for adoption.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, and a discussion?
No discussion.
Oh,
We
please.
talked about this all night. It's the
Okay.
same thing.
And any other discussion? Oh, come on, no. On Council Ryan's motion for adoption of this resolution, roll call vote? Yep,
Okay, roll call vote.
okay.
Terrio?
Yes.
Counselor Sargent?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor McCarthy?
Yes.
Counselor Lovely?
Yes.
Counselor Gerard?
Yes.
Counselor Fury?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amico?
Yes.
Counselor Epley?
I abstain.
Counselor Dibble?
Absolutely, yes.
Counselor Marlowe?
Yes.
Last one, folks. On the resolution relative to immigration and the values of the city of Salem, we have 11 councilors voting, 10 in the affirmative, 1 abstaining. That matter carries.
Motion to adjourn.
Woohoo! Motion to adjourn, yay!
Yes, still do abstain.